Saratoga.
Welcome to Jockey Club Gold Cup Day. Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher already made one right move, shipping Fierceness out west. Now the horse he believes is the leader of this division, Mindframe, puts his perfect record on the line in his first mile-and-a-quarter test since the Belmont. Chad Brown finally got his Breeders' Cup Classic champ in the win column in the Whitney. Sierra Leone was impressive. Can he avenge his loss to Mindframe from the Stephen Foster back in June? Brad Cox, he'll try and go back-to-back at the Jockey Club Gold Cup with a horse who won it for him last year. While Cox says Highland Falls is a much better horse this year, he's also facing a much tougher field than last year's edition. What a race we have coming up. What a Sunday. On the final weekend of the meet here in Saratoga Springs. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon, sun shining. We have no coverage. I forgot my sunblock, but we'll be fine. Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, Megan Burgess. We're going to kick off this very long coverage today. 14 races on this Sunday card, and maybe the race of the year here coming up in this rematch with Mindframe and Sierra Leone.
Right. As the races run now, I guess some would say that the Kentucky Derby was the biggest race of the year, and you can't argue with that. But as far as putting together a field of talented horses, horses with accomplishments already, no race, every race, I should say, takes a backseat to today's Jockey Club.
It does. You mentioned you're gonna have to go back years to find a field of this caliber. You've got two Breeders' Cup Classic winners, a horse in Mindframe that looms large, and speaking with Safi Joseph Jr. yesterday, he really does feel like that horse could be sitting on a big effort, which to me as a Mindframe fan just changes everything. If that horse runs his big A race, it's going to really turn the tables on some of these horses.
White Barrio, and we're trying to get to the bottom of what's happening. Rider change. Ricardo Santana Jr. off mounts early today, so Edgar Zayas will ride White Barrio.
And Edgar Zayas rode here yesterday with so many riders out of town, and based on what we saw from him yesterday, he should consider staying here.
He should.
He rode great yesterday.
He did.
He was terrific. He was aggressive, and he was good.
Well, he was pretty good, too. Sierra Leone, your Breeders' Cup winner in the Whitney, getting his first win of his 4-year-old campaign. And now, Andy, he gets a distance where he's even better.
Yeah, and I think that he is a misunderstood horse because a lot of people have liked him in races he's lost. He's a closer. So he can be a bit at the mercy of paces. And he's encountered more slow paces in big races than you could imagine. You know, he's never failed to hit the board, racing only in stake races after his maiden win, and he always delivers. He just doesn't get there necessarily unless the pace is honest. Good news for him. The pace will be honest today. Bad news for everybody else.
It is. It's like the sleeping giant has awoken, Megan, after that performance in the Whitney.
I've always been a huge fan of this horse, and you're right, Andy, especially when you're this kind of closer in American two-turn route races, you're at the mercy of tactical horses that he might be more talented than them on raw ability, but tactically he might be at, as you mentioned, at the mercy of the pace. And I think it's been a clever adjustment for them to employ this rabbit to finally be able to get an honest pace. And as we see here in the Stephen Foster, Mindframe was a bit more tactical, which is something I do worry about here in this Jockey Club Gold Cup.
I'm a huge fan of Mindframe, and if you aren't, then you're just not looking at his PPs. He could be undefeated. He has never not run a winning race in his 5-for-7 career, almost winning the Belmont Stakes in his third career start. The problem is, if you look at this race objectively, there's no way you can like him over Sierra Leone in this race because Sierra Leone is getting more distance. Also, Sierra Leone, victimized by a moderate pace that helped Mindframe, made a big middle move and was still finishing at the end. I think in a fairly run race, he's probably better, but that's not really necessarily ending up being the case. Mindframe's very, very good.
There's a look at what they've produced in their careers. Mindframe pushed along and so much asked of him just to try and get to that Belmont at 1.25 miles, just the third start of his career. If he'd stayed a little straighter, might have won that race. Now he's certainly a lot more battle-tested and ready for this distance. We'll see if he thrives at it.
And I think an incredible compliment to him and his connections are a lot of horses, they push, you push like that, they don't deliver, and then they fall by the wayside. Yeah. This guy's continued to run well throughout his career.
And it's a testament as well. 7 furlong Grade 1 winner, 9 furlong Grade 1 winner. This horse is a rare breed.
Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale. As Andy said, Maggie, he's very close to being perfect in his career. How's he been doing leading up to this Jockey Club Gold Cup?
And now as a 4-year-old, Greg, he is undefeated. He's such a cool horse. This trainer walking right by me there as Mind Frame in his preparations. As we take a look back at his latest workout coming in here back on August 24th, he was with Class Assist, a recent maiden breaker, and you can tell as he is on the outside that the rider aboard him is not wanting to let him do too much. You know, he kind of has his feet out in the dashboard, his heels are very much down, he's anchoring his weight, anchoring his hands, and too on the gallop out he didn't let him do too much because Mind Frame's serious preparations have come before this one here. So I like the fact that we just get a nice move here in that somewhat slower 49-2, just to sweeten him up, keep him ticking over. That's what you want to see with these horses. Do like the way that he's moving. Now his work before that was with a horse that he'll face from the same barn today, an Antiquarian, and he was working very well with that one. But what I liked most is that he really extended himself on the gallop out, which is what he's going to need to do to get this 1.25 miles today. And he is a horse, as Megan said, has shown the ability to be effective short, long, and anywhere in between. Mind Frame tactical as well here with this 1.25 mile distance. I do think he's dangerous, Greg.
Cannot wait for this rematch. Todd Pletcher says he's the leader of this division right now. Nothing matters because it's today. It's the Breeders' Cup. What happens November 1st as well. It's going to determine a championship in this division.
And I also think it's important to see if a horse can take a little bit of a step forward in here, whomever it may be, to say, I can legitimately challenge Sovereignty, because at this point, after the Travers, Sovereignty is a legit favorite for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Somebody's going to have to run better, and then there's the scary possibility that Sovereignty gets even better the next 2 months.
That's the scariest type of a possibility, especially for these older horses to run a figure that as fast as he did. I don't think a horse has done that since Arrogant did in the Travers. And to me, though, in terms of Sierra Leone, I feel like he's a gun runner. He's a type of horse that I feel like is getting even better, which to me could fare well for him today. But I am Team Mind Frame, but Sierra Leone, as scary as ever, and looks to back it up here later today.
Let's take a look at what's ahead, presented by Claiborne Farm, as we're just 13 minutes from kicking off this Sunday card. Early pick 5 off the bat. Jockey Club Gold Cup on Fox Saratoga Sunday. Early start time. That show begins at 1 Eastern on Fox. And the Disco partner, quite a few changes with horses coming out in that race. But of course, the big return of Big Invasion.
Right, but most importantly, the scratches really took a lot of speed out of the race. And that's going to hurt a horse like Big Invasion, who comes from so far back.
You can play all the action right there. NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Spot 200 code to use for new members that sign up to get that offer. That $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. Again, right there at NYRABets.com. Maiden special weight. So everyone trying to get that first win to kick off this card in the opener out of the Wilson Chute at a mile. And Ivory and Ebony faced a pretty good one in that last out effort against Delightful Claire, who had a bad stumble the other day to get beat in the Prioress.
Not as bad as Ivory and Ebony's stumble was in her last race, and she still finished third. She's the one to beat, but this is far from a one-horse race.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, and while I do like what I'm seeing from Ivory and Ebony, and John more towards the outside should help her if she's one that doesn't necessarily get her feet planted quite right or doesn't like to stand, which can lead to stumbling starts, as we saw her with a significant one last time out. But taking a look here at some of the lesser raced foes that she'll have to meet, including the first-time starter, that's Aeolian for Chad Brown. She has a lovely pedigree, as she is a full sister to multiple graded stakes winner Tappet Trice, winning the Woodward amongst another grade 1, the name of the Bluegrass Stakes, as a 3-year-old. Now, she is not quite as big as her full brother, but does look similar to him with that, gray coat and a very similar type of head, very intelligent looking, and she's been incredibly professional so far here in the paddock. The thing is, though, is for Chad Brown, first-time starter, she's not quite the fittest looking. I just wish she looked a little bit more defined overall, and obviously a mile is what she wants wants to do. Wouldn't be surprised, though, if going forward she does prefer a little bit more ground overall, but I do think it's the right distance to start at here. As like I said, she's not quite as long in her frame without as much scope as Tappet Trice. Moving on to a horse coming back off of a layoff. We haven't seen Delicious Diva since she debuted as a 2-year-old going the 7 furlongs. And look, she was a big price that day at Churchill and didn't do all that much running, but she has been working okay coming into this one for Kenny McPeak, who is experiencing a wonderful Saratoga meet, has been winning with first-time starters, and young horses. So looking at the preparations by Delicious Diva coming in here, if you go 3 back, she was on the inside of Graded Stakes winner Take Charge Milady, and I like the way she moves. She really kind of, runs with her head out and down, really kind of reaching and grabbing for the ground. And she held her own very nicely with that more talented mate. So she comes in here, she looks fit, she looks strong. I like the mile for her. I think it's the perfect distance. She looks like a happy horse too here in the paddock. So she's one that is currently at 7-1. That has definitely piqued my interest, Greg.
Thank you, Maggie. 10 minutes away from this opener. 235,000 plus in the pool. And this pick 5 as we get set to kick off this Sunday card with a Jockey Club Gold Cup rematch between Mindframe and Sierra Leone, not to mention last year's winner of the race, Highland Falls. Stay with us. We'll be back right after this.
Bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage as we get set for this opener post parade coming up, approaching the 6-minute mark to post. NYRA Bets, where you can play it all. Get signed up at NYRABets.com, spot 200. Again, that code to use for new members at sign up. Here is Bon Vivant to kick things off. Safi Joseph Jr.
Not bad PPs for a horse that's 11-1, who many don't know this, but is named for Greg Wolf.
Thank you. Delicious Diva. Javier Castellano rides at 6-1.
Encouraging comments by Maggie. This horse has been training with the Kentucky Oaks runner Take Charge Milady.
Endorse Todd Pletcher. Looked promising in the debut, sort of gone bad since.
Yeah, arguably the two hot barns are the Ken McPeak barn with the 2 and Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher. His horses are firing all cylinders, but who knows where this horse is now.
Make it a double, please.
Well, turf to dirt angle for a trainer with a solid ROI with this 3-year-old runners and maiden special weight company here at Saratoga.
Let's pitch a bourbon for Mark Hennig. Here is Aeolian, first-time starter. The dam-produced Tapit Trice.
I don't know about you. I see this horse's name, and I'm thinking about coming to America. I'm not going to discount. Chad Brown won with a big price firster the other day here. They can win.
Resurge, blinkers off, Bill Mott, Jr. Alvarado.
Another huge pedigree out of a Grade 1 winner, and I think she looks better than she does on paper.
Ivory and Ebony faced a really good one last time out with that compromised beginning, as Andy mentioned.
Yeah, well, I also picked the 6 in this race. I am scared of this horse. This horse has run well enough to win pretty much this race in pretty much all of her last 3 starts. Can she put it together at the mile distance? And she also could be the controlling speed.
7-5 favorite here. Luis Saez will be aboard. Let's take a look at that beginning last time out that did not help her chances.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see her dropping back about 1.5 lengths to 2 lengths after the break right there. And when you're running against a runaway winner like she was, I thought as usual, Luis Saez did a good job of just sort of relaxing and getting her back into rhythm. But this, guys, was a very significant stumble.
You'll see her there go directly to her knees. That was just painful to watch as far as her just going all the way back. And to be able to kind of, you see her really starting to get rolling and make that solid run really late. And for her to do that and be able to make up the ground at this distance just makes her ever so dangerous in here. Hopefully she can get more clean as far as the break is concerned. And the Dale Romans barn, 4 for 7 this meet. They have been seeing the ball so well.
Yeah, including that big win, switching to the grass with Bobrovsky. This man right here, 59 wins and has pretty much wrapped things up. Well, Brad Ortiz Jr., 4th straight riding title if this holds.
Yeah, it's over. I mean, Jose is going to ride here on Monday, yes, tomorrow, but I don't think he's going to pick up the 7 or 8 wins he needs, and not likely that IRAD will get shut out today.
Another incredible summer for a rider who is just relentless, treats every race like it's the Kentucky Derby, no matter what level it is. Here's the mounts he has this afternoon. He's a busy man.
That's just exhausting looking at that agenda, but
I'm sorry, he's taking the 11th off. Somebody needs to speak to his agent.
Wow.
I need to call Steve Rushing and ask him what the hell's going on. Though I guess he actually was probably scratched out of that race. Actually, he wasn't.
So the all-time record, Ramon Dominguez, 68 victories. He is 9 away from equaling that.
I hope Ramon is never unseated as the leading most wins in a meet here in Saratoga.
He still has a shot to make a run at this. We'll see.
I think when Johnny did it in 04, most it was a 36-day meet then. So in a lot of ways, you could say he could be the winner of this. And less races back then. Amazing how many people have won 60 races here, isn't it? I mean, it's hard. I mean,
not
and a lot
easy to do.
Right. Wow. I would have guessed under that. What is that? 8 jockeys or 8 different instances of winning 60 or more races. That's an achievement, man. There'll be 9 soon because IRAD's likely to win.
5-win day just a couple of days ago. Give himself a shot at that record. So he'll be on again. Endorse here the 3 for Todd Pletcher, Rapoli Stable, and we will talk about at some point what we saw from Fierceness out west. Wow.
Yeah,
the Pacific Classic.
I think I've been rightfully skeptical of him this year, but his performance was very, very good yesterday.
Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, Fierceness proving yet again is he can be brilliant and he can be disappointing, all in the same body of a horse. As we'll start though with number 7. Sorry, we were switching orders a lot there and I forgot. Number 7 here as your favorite, Ivory and Ebony. Like I said in the paddock, she is a big, strong-looking filly. The thing is, though, and as I mentioned about the start, and obviously we've taken a look at her bad stumble, is I don't love the way she moves behind, and I think that is probably the problem of why we see her, or at least last time, stumbling so significantly out of the gate. We'll see. Luis Saez hasn't necessarily opted for that big of a warm-up. If she can break today, we'll see how effective she can be. Moving on to number 1, Bon Vivant, who ironically was beaten by the sister to Aeolian last time, as Aeolian's big sister, Danzit, won that maiden special weight, going 1 mile and an 1/8. And Bon Vivant, she had a good spot. She was taken in hand just to rate behind the pace, but she just couldn't finish. That was a big jump from the 6 to the mile and an 1/8. So maybe this mile is her sweet spot, and she's built that way too. She's not overly big. She's very athletic, and I feel like the Union Rags, despite him being a Belmont winner, they're actually better with a little less ground. And she is well muscled and energetic for sure throughout the preliminaries in the paddock and out on the racetrack. She looks to be annoying the pony Mango and Lorna as well out there. But moving on to number 6, Resurge. Yes, she has that lovely pedigree. Obviously, she has some really nice brothers and sisters too. Scylla, Tacitus. They aren't the most winningest types, but they are incredibly talented and have competed at some of the highest levels. Now, Resurge is kind of looking for an identity here. I will say that she does look a lot more fit than when I saw her 2 back. I just wish she looked a little stronger behind, but that's kind of been my gripe with her throughout her career so far. The mile's okay. She did disappoint me, to be totally honest, back on July 10th. Overall, I just wish she did a little bit more running, because I thought the mile and an 1/8 would really suit her. But we'll see what she does here. Do like the fact that she gets back to the main track and she takes those blinkers off here today. Guys?
7-2. Mott and Junior for Juddmonte, but that is a lot of attention, Andy, on Ivory and Ebony.
Well, I mean, listen,
Even
she's
money.
running faster race than these. She's the controlling speed. She ran well despite a terrible stumble last time. I don't have an issue with her being a heavy favorite. And here I picked her second. She's the worst to beat. She breaks cleanly. She's supposed to be in front of this field.
That's the thing, is the pace dynamics of this race, Andy, is exactly kind of how I saw it. Is if she gets to the front end and can just run them down, very viable here for her. But the number 6 for Surge that we both like, Andy, is a horse that I do feel is better than her better than her paper suggests as far as those PPs. I don't find she's a turf horse, and kind of tried to make her a turf horse. I was actually in the paddock there on that race, but I do think that she's well meant here, and I like the distance as well for her.
She needs a clean break. She hasn't had a clean break in her 2 dirt starts, and she was caught wide in her last dirt start and was compromised by the trip in there, and I agree she's better, but she's got to get a clean break and get herself a bit into the game, because the horse she needs to beat, and I'm happy to take 7-2 on Resurge. I think it's a very fair price. The horse she has to beat has a giant tactical advantage on her.
Yes, she does. To her outside with Luis Saez set for the opener to kick off this Sunday card, with a Jockey Club Gold Cup to come early on Fox Saratoga Sunday, 1:45 Eastern start time for that race. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
The last one to load. And they're off. And it is a fast start for Endorse. Endorse takes the early lead, and tackled by Pinch of Bourbon in the opening stages. These two have pulled 3 lengths clear of Ivory and Ebony. Bon Vivant is down on the inside. They're followed by Delicious Diva. Resurge is second to last, and Aeolian is at the back of the field. The opening quarter in 23-3. The pace lively enough for Endorse and Arad Ortiz Jr., leading by 1.5 lengths over Pinch of Bourbon in second. It's 2 more, Ivory and Ebony. Bon Vivant is next. Delicious Diva is in between horses. Resurge widest of all, 5 lengths off the lead, and Aeolian is just inside of her. Half mile left to travel for Endorse. 47-2. She sprints around the far turn. Pinch of Bourbon gets a nudge, but is now 3 lengths behind. Resurge is starting to pick up a bit of ground on the outside of Ivory and Ebony, those two side by side. It's 3 more lengths to Delicious Diva. Aeolian is next, and Bon Vivant trails. They have 1/4 mile to go. It's been all Endorse since the gate opened. Endorse turns for home in charge through 6 furlongs in 1:12 flat. Endorse with a 5-length lead suddenly. Ivory and Ebony makes that 4. Now it's 3 with 1 furlong to go. 2-horse race, either Endorse or Ivory and Ebony. Endorse 2.5 lengths. Ivory and Ebony, big strides coming and collaring Endorse. Ivory and Ebony by a length and a half. Endorse second. It was a distance back to Resurge in third. Photo fourth between Aeolian and Pinch of Bourbon.
Ryan Ortiz Jr. did everything but pick up Endorse and try and carry her to the wire. In the end, Ivory and Ebony too much as the 6-5 favorite. There's Dale Romans. Limited starters, but as Megan mentioned, incredible summer here at Saratoga.
5 for 8. Or excuse me, 8 for 5. Got to switch those around. That is absolutely incredible the way this horse really sat the trip, let Endorse bounce out of the gate, get to the lead. She looked really comfortable, and as Andy mentioned, we both kind of agreed. I mean, she couldn't even quite win even with that comfortable lead, and you kind of see Ivory and Ebony grinding away, making up ground. It didn't look like she was going to get there. She did in the end, and as you mentioned, Dale Romans is absolutely lethal here this summer.
I mean, listen, Endorse did set a pretty honest pace. 23.71 out of the chute is a quick first quarter. We don't usually see them that fast. But the truth of Endorse is a very hyped horse for the debut. This was the day for him to get or her to get it done. And while she ran a very credible race in second, she just wasn't good enough. Ivory and Ebony was sort of taken out of her expected running style and still was able to run her down, making a wide move.
Number 25 of the meet for Luis Saez. 6-5 favorite, starts off this Sunday coverage 7-3-6-4. And start number 5 for this 3-year-old filly. After hitting the board 3 of those 4 starts, finally breaks through, gets the win. And we'll have the prices when we come back. Ivory and Ebony to kick things off as the favorite here on the Sunday card from Saratoga.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Zel Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo. In Italian to win it. Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big L.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch. They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
The official Saratoga Barstool Sports Collection is here. Check out the hottest styles of the summer. Shop this limited drop before it's gone. Get yours at shop.NYRA.com.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. Ivory and Ebony, Dale Romans, Luis Saez. Meet started quiet for Saez, but he really picked it up the second half.
He has, and listen, did everything right with this horse. Didn't panic when the 3 was able to run off on the front end and sort of waited, made a bit of a wide run, was best.
So 6-5 beginning. 7-3-6-4 to kick things off in those silks of West Point Thoroughbreds. And underway with a formful beginning. Here to kick things off with our big one looming early. A little strange to have such a big race, especially here at Saratoga so early on in the card, but that's with our Fox coverage. That's what's going to happen with the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
A race like that belongs on national TV, so we're very thrilled that Fox could find the time for us to show the race on their big network today, because that race belongs into a big audience.
Worthy of it, no question. And is there anything someone could do to step up in that race to unseat Sovereignty as the classic favorite?
No, I don't think anyone's going to seat him as the favorite. People fall in love with horses like Sovereignty, and they start to create an overblown narrative to him, and he is good, but so I believe he'll be the favorite. The question is, can somebody run a little bit faster in there and say, I have the credentials to beat Sovereignty?
$4.50 for the win. Endorse, Resurge. Second and third. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Dale Romans as he picks up yet another winner on this Saratoga meet. 5 for 8 here, Dale. It's not only been a great meet, it's been a great year for you.
The year's been really good. A lot of things falling into place, and the horses are responding. And you know, it's great to win at Saratoga. Like I always say, everybody sees when you win here.
That's so true. And Ivory and Ebony, she broke well today. She stalked the pace and really showed some determination to run down that loose leader.
She did. You know, that horse had it all its own. If you worry about Irad, he knows what he's doing out there on the front end. Hard to get by. But Louis rode a great race, and yeah, she ran him down. And I don't know what we do with her next, but I'm very proud of her today.
And such a big celebration here from West Point. I know, you have trained for syndicates and, Donegal as well. Talk a little bit about winning with them. Everybody's just so happy.
Yeah, it's always fun to win with them, but the problem is when you lose. You got a lot of sad people around, isn't it? But, yeah, when you win, it's a big party, and we're going to go have a little party back here right now.
Cigar shop, right?
Cigar shop, you know it.
I know it. Well done on a fabulous meet.
Thank you.
All right, Dale Romans. Love catching up with Dale in the winner's circle, guys.
Good spot on Broadway. I think I might know where he may be headed.
You're hanging out in the cigar shop these days, Greg?
Walked by it the other evening.
I prefer
good
Saratoga
for
tea and honey next door.
That's where I'm going, is the tea and the honey.
Race 2. 5.5 furlong sprinting on the lawn. New York Breds, maiden special weight. Good luck in this race.
These races are guest fests, and they're fun. I'm going to take a little shot with Daisy Dew on the rail, but I think the 2-year-old turf races up here that everybody should, we're off for 10 days after meet ends, spend some time reviewing the replays of the 2-year-old turf maiden races, long and short. I guarantee you'll find some horses you want to bet a few dollars on when we get back to Aqueduct.
Dinghy Bar, big work on the grass for John Terranova. Getting bet right now, down to 9-2. You're going to play what for us coming up here?
I didn't use Dinghy Bar. I guess I should use that horse. No, I'll pass. I'm going to bet the number 1 to win. Small win bet. I've got 3 bets today, 2 50s and 100. Later today, I'm going to bet 50 to win on the 1, Daisy Dew. I'll be honest with you, I'd like a little more than 5 to 1. 5 to 1, not as enthralled. These connections, they've won with a horse that's a half to this horse. Broke slowly first time out, was wide in there. I thought ran well enough to give her a shot. Him a shot second time out, and I'm hoping Romero comes out riding from the rail.
$50 play. QR code just disappeared. Hopefully you caught it. You can just punch it in on your NYRA Bets account as well. We're going to take a timeout. Pick 4 coming up 22 minutes away to kick off the sequence here, sprinting on the lawn at 5.5 furlongs yesterday. What a performance and a breakout star. Tommy Joe, everyone thought she was very good. She backed it up with that powerful performance for Spendthrift Farm. Kendra Carmouche for Todd Pletcher. We'll look back next. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. Race 2 coming up in about 19 minutes. Let's look back to Saturday, and what a performance from Tommy Joe. Todd Pletcher, his 7th spin-away win.
And it's not always easy for 2-year-olds, especially fillies that are impressive in their first start, to come back and run as well or even better in their second start. And while she got 1 buyer point lower on the scale than her maiden win, this is a very impressive win. Sat off a very torrid pace that fell apart and drew off impressively. She delivered like her odds suggested she should, Megan.
She's a horse that she actually debuted on my birthday, and I told a friend, this is the race where the spin-away winner comes out. It was a really good group. You saw Tennessee Belle come back to win out of that group as well. But as Andy mentioned, it's pretty difficult for a filly to come back-to-back in this kind of way, this kind of explosive performance. She had just been training so well prior to her debut, and then the key thing for me that really was encouraging was she was training so well after that and into this Grade 1 affair. So congratulations to Spendthrift, a homebred, all the more special for them to be able to seek this, or to be able to accomplish this Grade 1 feat.
Pinches to see, we'll see her at either the Frizette, or they'll go to Keeneland for the Alcibiades, I would assume, next, and hopefully onwards towards the Breeders' Cup. And right now, she's probably the favorite for the Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies, but we'll see what else happens, because we've seen some nice maidens at this meet as well, and there's still a lot of racing left before we head out to California.
To this point, though, Tommy Joe, incredibly impressive as we go to Maggie. She's just done it so professionally each of those first 2 starts. It looks like sky's the limit.
And what I like most about her, Greg, is that there is an acceleration. There are gears to go through for a dirt horse, especially a young one like her. You don't often see that, as she is named for Spendthrift Farms. Eric Gustafson, his granddaughter, Tommy Joe, is the equine version. She is just exceptional, and Todd Pletcher telling me afterwards that he mentioned to Kendrick in the paddock, hey, don't press the gas until you're ready, because there's a lot of gas, and you could see it. Kendrick kind of shook the reins at her going around the turn, and she just jumped and went into contention and pulled away before they even hit the quarter pole. She was moving forwardly. So I have loved her from the get-go, and I think she's very special. And she just, finds things very easy. And for a filly that finds things easy, then the sky's the limit. Greg?
Those Silks, they've had some good ones in their history. Spendthrift Farm might have a new star in the making. What a performance. As Andy mentioned, 1 more prep and then on to the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. And pedigree-wise, Megan, you think with that pedigree, longer better for her?
The minute I saw her in the paddock on debut and then backing it up now in the spinaway, I thought that she was perhaps a filly that would appreciate more distance. And a daughter of Into Mischief, we often see those precocious juveniles be able to carry that into a 3-year-old season. And it is far too early to discuss a race like the Kentucky Oaks, but if she keeps traveling on well, handling, obviously getting to California, potentially if that's the road that she takes, I do feel as if she will be able to handle herself routing. And Spendthrift Farm also has another huge opportunity to back it up, double that Grade 1 tally with Ted Nafi, another namesake on behalf of their group, which we will be very excited to see tackle Grade 1 company in the hopeful.
Todd Pletcher, he was tied with his mentor, who he came up with, the late D. Wayne Lucas. They each had 6 spinaway wins apiece, and now Pletcher stands alone, getting number 7 with Tommy Joe.
Well, Wayne is gone, and Todd has the blue sky ahead of him, but obviously had a very impressive run. It's interesting looking at that group. The only one that really stood out later in her career was Ashado, and it'll be interesting to see, can Tommy Joe continue forward? We'll see with the distance. I know a lot of people are confident. Dan was a bit of a sprinter for Bob Baffert, but there is some distance in the pedigree. We'll see.
"15 minutes from the second. Let's get back to today's action. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass. Again, these New York Reds trying to get that maiden score coming up. 21 red. George Weaver's been lethal on the lawn at this meet. And we'll have Flavian Pratt in the irons on this first-time starter.
Yeah, this horse is taking a lot of money right now, and interesting, a tonalist going 5.5 furlongs, a little counterintuitive. It's a successful turf pedigree, 2 for 4 from the dam. One of them is King Moon Racer, who's more of a claimer that George actually had. So there is the pedigree. I don't know, though, about tonalist. I wonder if Flavian Pratt being on this horse is catching a lot of people's eyes.
That's exactly what I thought as well, Andy. I was pretty shocked to see him up there at set 5-2. Excuse me, and I agree. You know, George Weaver, Flavien Prat, this is a turf sprint. All of the makings, the recipe for a win here. But I know me and Andy did not compare notes on this race, and we both landed on the number 1 here, Greg.
Yeah, Daisy Dew, that was Andy's play. We showed you earlier, 5-1 still for Bobby Robato. Central Banker, second-time starter. Does that have that debut under the belt? Hit the gate early on. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll take a look at several of these first-time starters here in the paddock and start more towards the inside and work our way out as we'll begin with number 2 in here. A little at first, as he is a full brother to 26 Black, who's a greatest stakes placed turf sprinter for Horacio De Paz, and 2 of the 3 other foals to run have won on the turf. Now, he is awfully high-strung. He is forward. He wanted to bowl his connections over as they were trying to saddle him. He's not being crazy per se. He is just high energy. And boy, is he an impressive physical, though. He is big. He's really athletic. He's incredibly fit. If he can hold it together, he is wearing blinkers first time out here with Horacio. I don't mind that so much as I do with some other trainers, like Todd Pletcher, for instance. If he can hold it together mentally, I think this guy can run a bit. Have not been able to watch any of his breezes. They weren't on First TV, and War Dancer isn't the best influence when it comes to winning first time out with his two-year-olds, but this is one I feel like could run very well here on debut. He's a big price up there at 10-1. Number 3, Dingy Bar, as you guys were saying, taking some money. Look, he is a turf horse, and he does look like a turf sprinter. I watched his last breeze, which was on the Oklahoma turf course. He was on the inside of a 3-year-old maiden. The blinkers were on, which he's wearing here, just a very short cup cheater blinker. He looked quite small in the face of that older rival. And then he faded quite badly on the gallop out. So, yes, obviously going the 5.5 furlongs here makes a lot of sense. But I wouldn't be surprised if he needs to start, or how good is he? Like I said, physical prototype for a turf sprinter. This is the right spot, but I don't know if it's going to be first time out here where he finds himself in the winner's circle. Number 5, Colina for Jeremiah Engelhardt, the son of McLean's Music, whom I do like them sprinting on the turf, and he can win with a firster, that's for sure. The Dam, she did win on the turf, as this is her first full, but the second Dam was a stakes winner on the turf, and also the Dam is half to multiple stakes winning turf sprinter Maniwa, who also picked up a greatest stakes on the dirt too. And despite having an abundance of sprint pedigree, this guy's actually quite big, quite laid back so far in the paddock. He's been a little bit tough to get the tack on, to be fair, as we see Jeremiah Engelhardt on his head currently, but just a big guy for a 2-year-old, quite long in his frame too. But I still don't mind him. And you know Jeremiah, with his juveniles, he brings them over looking ready, and they generally perform accordingly. So I find him a bit interesting here in the paddock as number 7, 21 Red, taking all that money. Excuse me. To me, he doesn't look entirely fit. But then again, George Weaver's horses do tend to carry a lot of conditioning. He looks like a turf sprinter here in the paddock. As you heard Andy say, half to a modest turf horse by the name King Moon Racer. And watching his last breeze from the gate, which you do see the back-to-back gate drills. I did not get to watch the August 22nd one, but he probably worked back-to-back from the gate, because that one on August 15th, he was incredibly slow out of the stalls. The blinkers were on that day. He's wearing them here again. He's not suggesting to me that he is an early type. And like you guys said, I'm just wondering if it's Flavien Prat / George Weaver winning with so many of these types throughout the meet. Craig?
All right, Maggie, thank you. 3-1 favoritism for now on this 7, 21 Red for the George Weaver barn, with Pratt 10 minutes away from the second on our Sunday card. We'll have the post parade when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage.
around and get all through all done. $1,050,000, $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake, thank you.
For Rongeru, it's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
$1,600,000, $1,600,000 bid now $650,000, $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 and a half. $1,600,000. Thank you.
Monmouth Park's summer season rolls on with live racing action every Friday to Sunday. Our 50-day summer season features a stakes race every Saturday and Sunday, plus a new middle pick 5, joining the win early pick 5 on our wagering menu. With growing pools and field sizes, Monmouth Park is summer's best bet. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon from Saratoga Springs here in upstate New York as we get set for the second race with the Jockey Club Gold Cup to come and the rematch between Mindframe and last year's Breeders' Cup Classic winner, this year's Whitney winner, Sierra Leone. That rematch ahead. Chad Brown, he's had a pretty good meet. So has Todd Pletcher, just 4 back. Linda Rice, Miguel Clement, so many names who've had a sensational summer.
It's a long way from over. I mean, it is a long way from over. Todd almost won the first race. It would have been 3. Mindframe beats Sierra Leone. It's a very different story. And Todd's having a great meet. And a lot of it's been 2-year-olds. He's run a lot of 2-year-olds this year, but he's won a lot of 2-year-old races.
Also have to give it up for Miguel Clement, who did achieve another graded stakesman yesterday with Beleza, who ran very well in that Grade 2 Flower Bowl, and just having such a tremendous meet, really seeing the ball well, and kudos to him for, Andy's mentioned this before, it's for a young trainer to be able to show that he's here, he's able to carry on that form, he's able to keep everything running in the way he has. It's just been so impressive this meet.
And for those that don't know the story, his legendary father passing away back in late May, Christophe Clement, who should be, and we expect to be, in the Hall of Fame incredibly soon.
He should have been elected while he was still alive.
Agreed.
And those that vote for him that didn't vote for him in the past to get him in after he passed away should have voted for him before.
Here's our post parade for race 2, Daisy Dew, Bobby Robato.
Taking a small shot with this horse, but to be honest with you, 9-2 is not very appealing in this race where there's so many unknowns.
Horacio de Bosbarn, a little at first.
As mentioned by Maggie, a full sibling to that talented turf sprinter, and 26 Black we'll see later today in the disco partner.
Reportedly big work for this first-timer Dingy Bar.
Listen, I always feel like John Terranova is dangerous, and there's a little turf pedigree going at the second dam.
Chad Brown, first-time starter, not taking a lot of money.
He won with a turf sprinter yesterday, bred known by Saul Cumin, who also campaigned his sire Slumber.
Jeremiah Engelhardt as the meet's leading rider on Kuliana.
Yeah, I thought it was a little interesting. The dam ran on the turf for Mark Hennig and had some success.
Chad Summers' barn, Bold Love debuts.
Potent this meet, that barn, 4 for 9, and this colt has a solid foundation of turf works.
Here's Flavian Pratt for George Weaver, 21 red.
Has enough pedigree to be okay in here. Is taking a lot of money right now.
Hell's Kitchen. And this is showing Ricardo Santana Jr.
Right.
It's not
Ricardo.
Oh,
yes, he's. Oh, excuse us. That is Ricardo. But Maker and Flying Pete with success together, though. Maker just 8% with those first timers.
Yeah, but often races 5 and 6, including White Abario.
Well, those are 2 Safi Joseph horses, so there may be a story there.
Funny factor, Javier Castellano, 12-1.
Yeah, exits a dirt effort where he did really no running, and his work tab doesn't particularly inspire me now trying back turf.
4 minutes away, crowd starting to pack in. talked to so many people around town who they changed plans because they didn't not want to miss this race today. And this rematch coming up at the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Remind everyone playing with NYRA Bets, earn a 30% bonus today when you hit a pick 3 at Monmouth Park. Opt in NYRABets.com for that 30% bonus today. Tough to make anyone a very short price in this race, even at 3-1.
Yeah.
But
I mean, the money has to sort of end up somewhere, right? I mean, somebody's going to be the favorite, but you're right. And one thing I'd say about these, especially the 2-year-old turf sprints, I mean, Schwarzenegger got beaten the other day, right, by a long shot that ran very well. And I think Schwarzenegger ran well in defeat, but he lost. These are not the races to be running with your fastest horse in the world tips. These turf sprints especially, they're just a little bit different than dirt sprints, Megan.
Absolutely right. They're also a tale of trips. And as far as horses, they're juveniles. It's very hard to predict who's going to be able to trip out and find a way. And Maggie mentioned this on the number 7. The problem I have with this horse is he's well turned out. He's got great connections. He's the right type of horse to obviously find that favoritism here. But his gait works to me. You need to break any turf sprint, bottom line. And for him, he's a first-time starter that I just don't particularly think that is going to be able to exactly break clean. We'll see how it ends. We'll see how it goes. But as far as his gait works, that's something that was a real red flag for me. But I don't know, Andy. Up there at 5-1. Hopefully that price climbs on us a bit as far as the number 1 Daisy Dew is concerned. I agreed as far as the trip troubles and kind of seeing this horse through. I kind of found in this race is that I wanted to rely on a horse with experience with a lot of unknowns, as Andy had mentioned.
3 minutes to post here in this second. Let's go to Maggie with a special guest.
That's right. I'm with a real special guest. This is Bay Melnick Virgolino, and I mean, this is small potatoes for you. You've done AGT, playing guitar. Crazy. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I block it for you? Yeah. What? Tell me about AGT.
Insane experience, and everybody's so nice.
Yeah. Even Simon?
Especially Simon.
Love it. Talk a little bit about coming here today at Saratoga and playing the national anthem on your guitar.
Wow. There's a lot of people, and playing the national anthem is a big thing, so I'm excited to play the national anthem on guitar for everybody, so yeah.
That's awesome. And when did you start playing guitar? To be as good as you are, I mean, you had to start pretty early, right?
6 years ago, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so have you ever played the anthem anywhere else by any chance?
Have I played the anthem? No, I don't know. So this is going to be my first national anthem I'm playing.
Mm-hmm. I love it. A maiden-breaking score here for sure at Saratoga. Well, Bay, wishing you the best of luck. Can't wait to hear it.
Thank you very much. I love your belt.
Thank you. You look pretty cool too. You're totally embracing the rock star vibe.
That's what I'm trying to do. So, yeah.
Got a future rock star here, Greg, I'd say.
That'll be on Fox Saratoga Sunday, and I heard some of the rehearsals. He can play.
It looks like a young Eddie Van Halen to me. And that's a compliment, by the way.
Of course it is. He's already showing off his
starting.
skills. Can he break dance too?
I think he was hitting on Maggie, too.
I think so, too. He's a little swooner over there. His charmer.
Be careful, Tom. I'd get over the track quickly if I were you.
Get over here.
About real quick, because I want to get back to it just for a moment. You brought up Schwarzenegger and one of the most hyped horses we've had this whole meet. It looked, for about the first half of that race, like he was the second coming of Golden Pal.
Yeah, and I think, first of all, it was a crazy fast first quarter on a turf course that at that point still had a little moisture in it. And, you know, people tend to overrate winners and underrate losers. And giving all the credit to the winner who ran a terrific race in there, Atfield, he really did for Tom, speaking of Tom Morley. But also, people are going to condemn Schwarzenegger because he was supposed to win.
Yeah.
If the winner of that race hadn't been in there, he would have won by 4.5 lengths in the turf sprint, and everybody was saying he's going to win the Breeders' Cup turf sprint.
Right.
So I'm not sure we're supposed to condemn him because he lost. I still think he ran pretty well.
Yeah, very good in defeat. Let's go back to Maggie.
I am getting lessons from Faye here because Grace, my daughter, is such a big AGT fan, so he's giving me coaching advice to get her there, which I'm fully appreciative of. But taking a look here at some of these other first-time starters, number 4, Mr. Breeze for Chad Brown. You know, not taking that much money for Chad Brown, first-time starter, but this guy is a full brother to Coach Case, who did win as a 3-year-old, I believe, in his second start from Miguel Clement. And Slumber, we've seen actually underrated, under the radar type of sire. He can get him to win first time out, that's for sure. I like where this guy's spotted. He honestly looks like a turf sprinter, definitely moves like a turf horse, as one would imagine, and has been very professional throughout. Got a lovely solo warm-up from Manny Franco. I mean, the board says no, you know, given the connections, but I'm not going to be surprised when this guy can jump up and get the job done. Moving on to number 8, Hell's Kitchen. Well, he was a hellion back in the paddock. He has been on his toes, and I think, you know, the whole Ricardo Santana thing off the Safi Joseph horses, it's just Safi's allegiance and, you know, loyalty to Edgar Zayas and giving him the opportunity. But Ricardo Santana for his main guy, Jay Provenzano, and Flying P, good looking horse. Wouldn't be surprised if he wants longer, but is very sharp, wearing blinkers. And you know what? I was going to talk about the 9, Greg, but I'm going to get it back to you since they're loading in. I still could get over the 2. That's going to be my pick in here a little at first.
First time out, the 2 with Dylan Davis for Horacio to pause, 10-1. 3-1 favorite throughout. It has been George Weaver's 21 red, the 7, Flavian Pratt, 3-1. Difficult race to handicap. Youngsters, 5.5 furlongs on the grass to start this pick 4. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Last few runners left to load. Funny Factor completes the line. And they're off. And Funny Factor is very quick away from the gate. In between horses, Story of Rory, and now Story of Rory up to take the lead. Bold Love, Hell's Kitchen is 4th and 4 lengths off them. They're followed by 21 Red, who has 6 lengths to make up moving into the far turn. Another length and a half back to Dingy Bar, who has 8 lengths off this front runner. Kuliana is racing in between horses. Another length back to Daisy Dew. Mr. Brace in between horses, was jostled a bit at the start, and 3 more to a little at first. 22 seconds, Story of Rory in hand. This long shot leader at the top of the stretch turns for home with a 2-length advantage and 1 furlong to finish the job. Funny Factor, 21 Red is moving up as the new leader is Funny Factor. Funny Factor opens up, in fact, a 3-length lead. 21 Red is clearly second. It's Funny Factor, a convincing score. 21 Red was second. Third went to Dingy Bar, and then it's a photo for 4th between Daisy Dew and a little at first.
Javier Castellano, Funny Factor, had a race over the grass. There was a next out winner who came out of it, who finished just in front of him, wins at 9-1.
Very different horse today than this horse has been in its first 2 starts.
I mean, this horse absolutely did no running in his prior 2. You saw that 9-1 odds there, and he just pulled away from this field. He kind of dwelled a bit, almost seeming like maybe the number 7 was going to be able to catch him, but he was just all racehorse today. And that's the thing about these juveniles, and as we mentioned, the unknowns. These horses can just wake up and show us some ability, especially as they find their way through their first couple of starts. And congrats to the Ryerson barn. This is the 2nd win of the meet. They've been 1 for 25 so far, so nice to see them get a picture taken here.
10-7-3-1 here in the second race. Javier Castellano for the Jimmy Ryerson barn, 9-1 here in race 2. Let's go to Maggie.
I am here with Jimmy Ryerson, who, by the way, is looking sharp, looking like you were expecting a winner.
No, listen, I got too smart. I ran him on the dirt the second time. I don't, listen, he proved me wrong. And he ran good the first time out on the turf, and he ran back to it today.
How important is it to get experience?
Huge. When I saw the race with all the firsters, he has the 2 races. I know I've run him 3 times at the meet. But he's doing good, and you know what? I like to run. So that's my team.
Well, you got that same type of vibe coming up in the 4th race, going longer. Cosmic Candy Girl left her in on the dirt. She going to move forward with the turf change?
We think she's gonna. We think she's gonna love the turf. You know, but not until you do it do you know. But we think she's gonna like it.
Well, at least she's got that tightener under her belt. Jimmy, congratulations here.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you very much.
Love me some Jimmy Ryerson, guys.
Good for this barn, and yeah, we'll send out Cosmic Candy Girl with Kendra Carmouche filling in. That'll be in race 4, going long on the grass.
I've run into Jimmy around town more times this meet than anybody else at the racetrack. I ran with my mom, actually. We were having lunch the other day at the Stadium Cafe. Good man.
These are the kind of races we sort of expect to see upsets come. There's just no real form, and horses like this, Megan, can take big leaps with already a try over the line.
Huge. I mean, I'm used with Andy. Maybe we picked the wrong horse with experience.
Well, we clearly did. There were two.
We did. There were 2, and we picked the other
Well,
one. But that's okay. This horse tripped out a bit better. The number 1, I probably would have wanted to see more forward, as we had mentioned. But no, this horse really, the light bulb switches off with these juveniles, as I said, and they really are able to find their rhythm, find their stride, being able to kind of to figure things out. They're young. They're babies, just starting to learn. So nice to see them get into the winner's circle.
Big one to come in the older horse division, just a few races away now. There was a big one out on the West Coast, though, as well, yesterday, out at Del Mar Pacific Classic. John Pletcher, Mike Rapoli, they shipped Fierceness out west, drew the rail, and things did not go good out of the gate in this matchup with the Preakness winner Journalism.
No, there were some anxious moments as you're going to see him duck in pretty severely here, and Johnny did a good job staying on. Fortunately, he righted himself very fast, and after that, it was just smooth sailing and a very good trip for him. But he showed, you know, he can still run a good race, and I think this is far and away the best race he's run this year. I know.
Ultra impressive for him, and he's a horse that has had his quirks, right? We've very highly publicized quirks. Is the real Fierceness going to show up, even though his resume is absolutely incredible? And if you really just look at him on paper, you're like, why are we questioning the ability of this horse? But to me, tripped out beautifully after that hesitancy at the starts, and right on, especially when trying to fend off a horse like Journalism, who didn't quite show up in full bravado today.
And Andy, you know, poor beginning, overcomes that, not where he wanted to be early on in this race. Do you look at this and say, well, maybe he now is a horse who can overcome a little bit of adversity?
I mean,
certainly did here.
It's a fair question, and especially given I've been so critical of him because he never has overcome adversity in the past. Okay, I mean, that's fair. He got a very delicious trip after that, and he's a good horse. To be honest with you, I was more wrong that he didn't have a good race left in him, because I just don't think he's run very well at all this year, and this was a much better race. You know, Journalism looks to me, a lot of people are saying he can't get the distance. I don't know. He did kind of flatten out towards the end, but he's also lost to a good Fierceness performance and Sovereignty when he's tried to go the distance. So it's not like he's run badly. It's not quite as ridiculous as the Medaglia d'Oro. It's not a 1.25 mile argument, which was always just monumentally dumb. I wonder if Journalism's just showing the effects of a long campaign. And I did not like how he just dropped so badly out of the race in the beginning, because it's not like he's ever been that slow before. And I'm just wondering, I wonder a little if he needs a rider change, to be honest with you, but I also wonder a little bit if he's just showing the effects of a very long campaign.
I agree with everything you just said. I was really confused as to why he wasn't more tactical in that race, especially at Del Mar. And he was kind of a Fierceness returned to the location of his best effort. This horse was absolutely fantastic in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Those fractions were just lethal and perfectly set up for Sierra Leone that day. I think Fierceness was the better horse on the day, and he's showing us that he is right there in this older horse division. He's not going anywhere, and it could be a really, really special day. Can't think of another owner that did the Pacific Classic and Jockey Club Gold Cup double on the same weekend as far as Rapoli is concerned. So he ran his race, and Journalism, as Andy mentioned, could be feeling the effects, as any horse would, of a strong campaign.
I'm just glad he's back and had that kind of performance. Former 2-year-old champ, former Travers winner, who, yeah, arguably to some ran the better race in the Classic, whether you believe that or not. Just good to have him back in the picture as we get set for that big showdown in November.
Yeah, I don't agree with that narrative, because the problem is that even though the pace was quick, it didn't fall apart. And to me, race dynamics supersede pace in a lot of cases. But regardless, he ran really well. And when things go his own way, he's a good horse. And he did overcome a lousy start. After that, it was smooth sailing, but he was impressive.
See what happens later today in the big one to come in this division with his stablemate Mindframe trying to keep his perfect 4-year-old season intact. That'll be on Fox Saratoga Sunday, 1 Eastern start time. Funny factor, 9-1. Here in race 2, Jimmy Ryerson, Javier Castellano in the irons, 3rd start overall, 2nd on the lawn. From the outside posts, had a bit of a surprise here at 9-1.
Yeah, 2 with experience. This one ended up forward. I thought our 1 would be more forward. He was last early. This horse was on top of the moderate pace.
Switched it up there for us, Andy, but $21.20 winner kicking off as far as your early pick 5 tickets are concerned. It's gonna be a fun one today. I think there's a lot of opportunities as far as wagering is concerned.
3rd race out of the Wilson Chute, 1 mile distance, allowance optional claiming field. And Echo again, Norm Cassie. Pilot of Fierceness, John Velasquez, already back in town. He's logged some miles last 24 hours. This one just missed by a neck at 7 furlongs last start from off the pace.
And he ran well in there. The winner wired the field, you know. But that was an interesting day because the running in that race was done inside. It was the only race on Whitney Day where horses were effective down the inside, which is why I don't think there's anything wrong with the rail. Can he run back to that figure? Though I think the Dilger is going to be very tough on the front end in here. We'll see how it plays out.
So the 2-year-old fillies get their chance Saturday, Monday, closing day. It's the boys' turn. And if you call Ted Noffey Ned Toffee, don't worry, Todd Pletcher's been doing the same thing. Impressive first time out. Expensive son of Into Mischief for Spendthrift Farm gets his hopeful moment. We'll have a preview next.
Chancer McPatrick proves best. Chancer McPatrick wins the Champagne impressively. It is going to be all Scottish Lassie.
What an amazing effort from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
It is Gunite. Witt now moving up. Kevin's Folly is down at the rail. High Oak is on the outside. It is Gunite with the lead with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Witt is all out in second. Gunite has a 3-length lead, and Witt is in second. They pass the 16th pole now, and it is Gunite, and he's going to win the 117th running of the Hopeful, and he did it impressively, won by 5.
Three Chimneys this week in history, and it's Gunite in the hopeful back in 2021. He's going to have a great rivalry in this sport with Elite Power.
A little one-sided, but a good rivalry.
He got one of them.
Yes, he did. The only race that Elite Power lost in that streak was the Forgo at 7 furlongs because he was a little bit of a pace victim that day.
I was a fan, though.
Oh, I liked him a lot, too. I agree. I'm with you.
Now, this year's edition of the Grade 1 Hopeful on closing day, race 9, 4:42 Eastern, and Bob Baffert making an appearance here in a race he has not come to a whole lot. He'll send Butane, who won impressively in the debut out of Del Mar in early August.
My biggest question is why the odd spelling of butane, but other than that, he ran well, you know, and you always want to respect these Bob Baffert horses, and there's a reason to respect him because Bob wins a lot of big races, especially with 2-year-olds, and coming here, I imagine he's going to take a lot of money, and he's probably going to take some beating.
The thing is, he's actually got a lot of turf pedigree. I mean, he was a $1.15 million purchase at OBS earlier this year, obviously has those impressive works, and Bob has them so cranked up to win, as you see here on debut. And look, they target these kinds of races. They have a hierarchy of juveniles as far as the barn and kind of where they stand. We know Brant's going to be one of those really impressive horses. Hopefully later on we get to see. But this was kind of the horse that fell into the hopeful. And as Greg had mentioned, it's a really positive signal that he's deciding to shift here in order to potentially get a Grade 1 at Saratoga, as he did with Hope Road earlier in the meet. But I really like Soldier and Diplomat in this race. He's a horse that I've had my eye on since I live right down the road from Keeneland, and I watched him work earlier in the year, and I thought, wow. And to me, looks like one that could possibly give Steve Asmussen another win here in this hopeful.
Let's get to Romeo. So Steve Asmussen running an 85 buyer, Andy, in late June as a 2-year-old. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I would love to know the story of how this horse was bought for $1.7 million subsequent to this race, because nothing about him says $1.7 million, at least to me. And these are connections that have paid a lot of money for the horses that have not delivered at short prices of this meet. I don't know what to make of this horse. Obviously, you're right. This was a fast race. He drew away from the field impressively. I'm very curious what we see from this horse. I'm just wondering what it was that made them pay 1.7 and if it's ever going to turn out to be worth it.
Beat by the filly Mythical in the Tremont, who got beat yesterday, first defeat of her career in that spin away. Meanwhile, Curtain Call Marcassi Barn will have the rail in this race, faced one who was meant to be very, very good. First time out of Obliteration, then comes back, breaks the maiden as we go to Maggie.
That's right. And this hopeful, Greg, is shaping up to be, a really strong race, I think, overall. Yesterday with the spinaway, it felt like maybe a 1.5 horse race, especially when Ornelia came out of there earlier on in the day. But this hopeful, I think you can make a case for several runners in here, as Curtain Call, with that second win, or I should say second time out with the win, showed a dimension of maturity that I really liked, that he waited, sat in the pocket, and once we saw Jose Ortiz tip him out, he really powered home. I like the way that he's been training up to this Grade 1 hopeful. And, talking with Mark Cassie afterwards, he really felt as though he's a horse that the more ground he gets to cover, the better he will become. He's a big son of Tiz the Law. And, we've seen a lot of his progeny be better on the turf, but this one's definitely a dirt horse. So looking forward to tomorrow's hopeful, as I always am. It's always about the future with these juveniles. Greg?
Who will step forward? We will see it. Obviously, the spin away, such a professional effort from Tommy Joe. A lot of people expected that, just looked the part. Pedigree as well. This race, a little more of a guessing game. Who's going to take that step forward?
I don't think there is a clear-cut favorite, clear-cut horse to beat in this race. I think there are a lot of horses that have a chance. I'm taking a shot, actually the long shot in that race for Butch Reed, because I just think it's that kind of race that you might want somebody to price, because I don't think you look at this race and go, this is the one I definitively think is the horse to beat. Makes it more interesting.
Todd Pletcher won the spin away. He's got a chance to win the hopeful as well, with a horse named after the general manager of Spendthrift, who was the farm manager of the year back in 2024. His name, Ned Toffee. This one named Ted Noffee.
Yeah,
Yes.
and this horse also a lot of turf pedigree underneath there as well. He's a son of Intimishtif. They paid a lot of money for him. And he was in a race with a lot of highly thought of horses. I mean, Blinging It Back actually took a lot of money that day, Tagermine, and he just powered away from the stretch there and ran so impressively. But the thing that Andy mentioned, I mean, so many of these horses have run so impressively. It's such an evenly matched field in terms of everybody's kind of put in those visually impressive. We saw Butane do the same thing. Where are you going to go? Where's that improvement going to come from? It's kind of that intangible that you're certainly looking for in this hopeful.
I would actually argue that none of these horses have run so impressively that they're towering over anybody. And I think the most impressive 2-year-olds probably we saw were 2 horses from Tom Amis this meet. And I think a lot of those horses got started later. I think the horse for Dean Reeves, he won it with a 2-year-old yesterday. He had that very nice winner earlier in the meet. I think he's pointing towards the Champagne. So I think these horses are already looking to get a grade 1 while they can, because I think there are tougher 2-year-old colts out there than the ones entered. They just got started a little too late.
Big Dom, It's Our Time, the 2 from the Tom Amis barn you've mentioned, they're both incredibly impressive. And on to preps now for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. Big moment, heading out west, getting a win of the Pacific Classic. John Velasquez on Fierceness. He's back in town. Let's go to Maggie.
That's right. Always a pleasure to catch up with the Hall of Famer. And Johnny, it was quite an eventful Pacific Classic yesterday with Fierceness. Talk about the start and him ducking in.
Yeah, it's very unexpected out of him, though, you know, obviously. So, the whole thing with him was trying to stay out of his mouth, break him, whatever he landed was going to be okay. And he broke okay in the second jump, like he tried to accelerate, but all of a sudden he went and make it left. And he almost got me because, I had loose reins on him, though, so it took me 2 jumps to get him straight out of it. But finally I got it there, and once we passed the chute, he kind of settled down, and it was very good, yeah.
Well, then talk about what happened after the fact. Making a somewhat early move, as you said, you can't really, tell this horse to whoa. You have to let him go when he wants.
Yeah, once I got to the first turn and I got him really close to the heels, he was pulling, but not crazy, though. By the time we got to the back stretch, the hole opened up there, and he got aggressive, and I couldn't wait for that horse to come back in, though. So it's like, or I have to really check him, or I have to give him the head. And I give him the head, and then he relaxed, though. Once he got there, he relaxed, so he gave me a lot of confidence from there on. So very nicely done. I was expecting some run out of him, and he did it.
He did it. He showed up. Well done, you. I'm sure not the easiest horse to ride, but you got the win.
Yes, he's a big, hard horse, so I'm hoping that he continue doing that for the next race.
On to the Breeders' Cup Classic. Greg?
Thank you.
Well, as we said, just good to see Fierceness back in the picture. On his best, he's one of the best in the sport.
The more good horses, the merrier, and a lot of the reasons, last year, let's be honest, the older division was in shambles, and that's why the 3-year-olds were able to dominate, and they were good, but they were able to dominate. It's a completely different story. You've got Mindframe and Fierceness staying in training, Sierra Leone staying in training, even Highland Falls coming back and potentially better than ever, who won the Jockey Club last year. So these races are good because these horses stuck around, and it's credit the connections, too, to keep racing these horses. There is a lot of lure to retire them and take the money, and I get it, but I credit the owners of these horses for keeping them in training.
We're taking time out. We'll be back. John Velasquez off that Pacific Classic win with a little drama early. Back here to ride at Saratoga. He'll be on board this one. Echo again in this third, the current 9-5 favorite when we come back.
He's a running son of a gun.
Papa Cap now has the advantage.
A graded stakes winning 2-year-old. Grade 1 Breeders' Cup Juvenile runner-up at 2. Multiple Grade 1 placings at 3. Finished in the top 4 in 11 out of 12 starts.
And from here on in, it's just a matter of how far. Papa Cap, an easy winner of the best pal.
Papa Cap, standing at Walmack.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire. making his mark as a sire with Rattle and Roll, a Grade 1 winning 2-year-old. Graded stakes winners Whitwaters Ran, Implicated, Apple Picker, and Forever After All. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
At Saratoga Racecourse, the history runs beyond the racetrack itself. Behind the grandstand lies the backyard. It's a shaded area filled with picnic tables. It's been a fan favorite for generations. Early morning, the ritual begins. When the gates open, fans rush inside, not for seats in the clubhouse or the grandstand, but for one of these 700 picnic tables throughout the backyard. Tablecloth, a blanket, even a chair thrown on top is enough to claim it for the day. Shortly after the gates open for the races, the backyard is buzzing. The tables are ready for the action ahead. They're filled with families, friends, and celebrations galore. Now, as post time approaches, fans make the short walk to the paddock to see the athletes prepare for their chance at history. The gates open, the backyard comes alive, and cheers move through these hallowed grounds. The backyard isn't just where people watch races, it's where they build memories. At Saratoga, the backyard is more than tradition. It's home.
Welcome to Saratoga!
That is coveted grounds right there. Got to get here early, especially on big days, to get those picnic tables. And that's the path to our paddock set.
You know, I was talking to a woman the other night at dinner named Donna, who comes from Boston, and she had been coming here for many, many years with her dad. And they hung out in the picnic area and was talking about doing that. And I guess her father passed away this past year, but she came with her son to enjoy the races yesterday and somewhat in memory of her dad. And I think that's one of the great things about Saratoga. There's so many stories like that around here. People with family, making friends in Saratoga, friends you see year after year. My friend Bob Zancali, who's been unable to come the last couple of years. His kids came, though, the last years. He's in Chicago, and I miss seeing him. And Bob and I met back in the 70s and have known each other ever since. And that's one of the great things about Saratoga, bringing people together. And year after year, those same people get a chance to see each other when many of them just don't see each other during the year.
Are you trying to make me cry, Andy?
Well, it's true. I mean, it's the beauty of Saratoga.
Passing of her late father?
I mean, even for us.
Saw some pictures. It was very nice.
We're up, tucked away upstairs, and don't get to interact with a lot of the owners, trainers, and this is a place where we really do get to see everybody all summer long.
No question about it. You know, you don't get the crowds in New York. We love the fans that do come to Aqueduct. I miss all my Jamaican friends particularly, and I'll be seeing them when I head back down there this week. But, you know, you're right. Everybody comes here, and it's we're all extremely fortunate. We're extremely fortunate to have these jobs, but also the fans are so unbelievably nice to us, probably nicer to us than we deserve. And there's so many compliments to the show and different things, and don't think people around here don't appreciate it. And if any of us don't have the time for you, shame on us, because these are the people that pay our salaries, and they couldn't possibly be nicer. And I think sometimes you lose sight of that. You come to Saratoga, it's just a blessing to be here for all of us.
It really is. We all feel that way, and we all appreciate everyone who's watched with us all summer long and beyond. We wouldn't be here without you. As we get set for this third race here coming up, there's a lot of attention here on Echo again for the Norm Cassie barn. John Velasquez right back off that win of the Pacific Classic on Fierceness. We start though with Top Gun Rocket, who will break middle of the field.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he's got some credentials. His last race was his best figure yet. I preferred others, but he could be forward in a race without a lot of pace.
Here is Johnny V on Echo again with a rail.
Ran incredibly last out to lose, set a new career buyer speed figure best, and gets an extra furlong here.
I thought this was a major player. Bill Mott, Capital Idea.
Listen, this horse always had the credential to be a good horse. I feel like he's a last time was the time horse, but he's a good price today, but it's a tougher field. I think this horse has the potential to move forward.
Society Man went by.
Yeah, Society Man's a horse that ran in the Kentucky Derby, came back to win a Grade 3 after that, and I do think that he's extremely logical here. You can make a case for him as well.
Dilger. Big performance last start for Saffie Joseph Jr. behind Echo again.
Well, I'm married to Society Man, so picked him, bet a few bucks. I think Dilger's the one to catch and the one to beat.
And there is crushed it. Kendra Carmouche for Linda Rice.
Interesting coming off the freshening from the Cherie DeVoe barn, but faces an uphill battle against some horses that are working along well and kind of those informed types.
We skipped over Legree, the 6. Any shot at all?
Well, they all have a chance, but this horse beat a very weak 4-horse field last time. We'll see. Rui Rodriguez has had a very tough meet, an unlucky meet in some ways.
Well, we know John Velasquez knows how to handle the rail. After what we saw at Fierceness in the Pacific Classic, he'll have the rail again here. Let's go back to August 2nd, and Echo again out finishing Dilger, who was 3.5 lengths behind him.
Yeah, listen, I'm not going to deny that in a lot of ways Echo again ran the better race, but in this race, Dilger was forced to chase his stablemate through a fairly strong pace, and he succumbed to the other one who got a good trip behind him and did run well. I don't deny it. But the thing is, today is a different scenario. The possibility exists for Dilger to be able to control this race depending on what Dylan Davis does with Top Gun Rocket. And I think if he's able to control, he could easily close that gap, the 3+ lengths. And the other thing is Echo again, he jumped up last time. Can he run another good race second in a row? If he does, he'll be tough.
Pace makes the race, as Andy had mentioned. I found it really troublesome, or not troublesome, but I found it hard to find a horse that really wanted to go to the lead. With the scratch of passing game, it really left it wide open. I also thought Capital Idea could maybe be a potentially more forward horse. I do think Andy's right, though, as far as identifying Dilger as the speed who could get away from them here. But Andy mentioned this, the track trends as far as the rail on Whitney Day maybe didn't look as good, and then you get to race number 7 where Echo again came out of that same race with, we saw Dilger, and he just ran so well to get beat that day. He chased that gate to wire leader home, and I just think that if he kind of is, he's anything like he was last time out, I think he's going to be extremely tough to beat here.
So Andy, Society Man, here he is 9-1 for Danny Gargan. What'd you like with him?
Believe me, I'm not in love with him, but he's a horse that I bet last time because I thought he ran a credible race 2 back, and he's a horse that has very good back form. So I thought there was a chance he was rounding into form. I don't like to throw races out, and I don't always like to use wet tracks as excuses, but it seemed to me that he just could not handle the surface last time. He never got into the race at all, and my feeling is if I bet him last time, I'm going to have to go down with the ship for a second time in a row. This might just be a bad opinion on my part on a horse I was trying to wake up not good enough, and the lack of pace bothers me. I bet him to win, and I bet a 5-4 exacta, thinking the 5 length one to beat. I think it's 6-5. Echo again is an underlay. Not that he can't win.
Meanwhile, Capital Idea 7-1. Mott, Junior Alvarado, and a horse who briefly, when he was with a different barn, tested the Triple Crown Trail. Let's go to Maggie.
That's right, Greg. And Capital Idea, I was not in the paddock for his last comeback race, so I don't know how he looked, but he ran very well. And the thing with him that's a positive is that he has tactical speed, and he certainly is sharp. He was on it in the paddock. We do see Junior Alvarado giving him a big warm-up out on the racetrack, but he's also gotten a little bit hot. It's absolutely lovely, and there's no humidity, and gosh, I have to thank Mother Nature for just an excellent meet. So we'll see what he does here. I just wish he wasn't as washy, and furthermore, you know, it's odd that he's a horse that in 7 starts so far, 4 of them have been on a wet track, so only the 4th time that he's on a fast track here today, as I'm gonna swing for the fences here. I'm going to go with the second longest shot currently on the board, and that's number 7, Crushed It. So while we have extensively talked about the fact that they have changed the rules for Linda Rice when it comes to claiming horses in Kentucky, where you have to wait a certain amount of time before you can take them out of Kentucky and run them somewhere else. But the weird thing about Kentucky, when they're claiming rules as opposed to here in New York, is that you can take 2 horses out of a race. Here in New York, you can only, as a entity, a trainer or owner, can drop on 1 horse. Well, Linda claimed 2 out of there, including the second place finisher Passing Game, who she would run back straight back for the 50 win, and obviously he got claimed that day. But Crushed It, who I thought ran worse than Passing Game in that affair as the beaten favorite, she chooses to protect. And we've seen it time and time again where Linda, swings for the fences. We're in a spot that the horse looks overmatched in, and they generally outrun their odds. And I like what I've seen from this guy in his preparations, breezing up into this race. I mean, the only one I could watch was back on July 17th with V Cruiser, who would win first time out off that breeze, and he was going way better than him throughout. Of course, he's a more accomplished horse, but I've also seen him in his Oaklawn Park appearances, and he looks better than ever. He has grown, he has filled out, he's moving incredibly well out there, and he's not a horse that's devoid of speed either. And we saw Kendrick, not give him a super aggressive warm-up, but really get him moving and moving well. And from that outside post, he's able to play the break and put Crushed It where he would like. So I'm going to take Crushed It here with the raise in class. Craig?
Thank you, Maggie. Meanwhile, even money. Echo again, who used to be a little bit more handy and tactical early. That's not the case anymore.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny's going to have to try to find a way to get better position with him early, and you're right. He seems to have lost his speed. We'll see if he can get it back a little today. I think it's
short price. Mandatory pay pick 5, by the way, starts here.
I mean, there's a lot. I think Maggie's bringing up a point, and it's a point I've made quite a few times, and we saw it yesterday, as she alluded to, with Linda winning with a horse. When Linda, as we know, Linda's not afraid to scratch. You might have noticed that. And when Linda runs a horse seemingly over its head, beware. That means that she thinks the horse probably belongs. Now, I guess the only counter to that would be, well, maybe this horse, needs a race, hasn't run a little while, and she's got the spot to win in New York. But I don't know. Linda is extremely crafty.
9-1 outside with her Crushed It.
And Maggie made a really good point about this horse's works. And the DRF Quacker report rated this horse extremely high and arguably the best before the Reno break that day last weekend. And when horses are training like this for Linda, it's pretty intriguing, especially coming off a bit of time away. So honestly, Maggie, you just convinced me on the number 7. I know I'm still sticking with the 2, but at 8-1 up there, it's pretty interesting.
Andy, you look at this board. 9-1 on Capital Idea, the 3 looks incredibly enticing.
I don't disagree that he is a player in this race and is too big a price. I bet him last time, so I'm not inclined to go back to him, but I don't disagree. I think this horse has a right to be a pretty good horse, and he could really start to show that for Bill Mott.
Echo again, though, the big favorite from the rail with Johnny V for Norm Cassie, the 2. Let's go to Frank Miramati for the call.
Crushed It to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it was a very even start. In the center, Dilger is very prominent. Crushed It on the outside is flashing plenty of early speed. And Crushed It is up to take the lead over Dilger, who will now relax in second. They're followed by Legree in third. Echo again, the favorite, broke well and has settled along the inside in fourth, right next to Capital Idea, who's in between horses. They swing on to the backstretch. Top Gun Rocket second to last, and Society Man is at the back of the field. The opening quarter went in 24 1/5 seconds. Crushed It is the leader on the inside by 1.5 lengths. Dilger second, Legree in the clear while third. Then Echo again, still racing in fourth, but only 3 lengths off the pace. Capital Idea is just behind him with less than a half mile to go. Top Gun Rocket second to last. Society Man trails the half in 47 3/5 seconds. Crushed It has been there every step of the way. Dilger applying mild pressure, and Echo again gets some breathing room and is angled out for the drive. Here's Echo again within 1.5 lengths of the top pair as Dilger puts his head in front with 1/4 mile to go. Echo again on the outside. Crushed It is down on the fence. Legree is next, followed by Capital Idea. There's 1 furlong to go. Dilger and Echo again. Echo again with a sweet trip gets to the front, followed by Capital Idea and Legree. Capital Idea is closing fast. He's coming after Echo again. Here's Capital Idea. Capital Idea got up under Junior Alvarado, nailing Echo again right on the money. Stilger third, Legree finished fourth.
Capital Idea wearing down the horse on the front end. Junior Alvarado, Bill Mott, 8-1 here.
And, you know, you pointed out right before the race, this is a horse that had some real potential to be good. And, you know, it became a very different race than it looked on paper because of the aggressive ride by the 7. So in doing so, it somewhat mitigated the advantage the 5 could have had. It ran very well to be third. It also forced Echo again to maybe move a little soon. And there was Junior just being patient with Capital Idea, who also showed that it's not a wet track. He's a horse that can run well on any surface. It's a good effort by him. Good effort by all 3 that ran 1, 2, 3, I would say.
For sure, I think you're exactly right as far as the tail of the timing that Junior had here. That he kind of let him go up front. We anticipated it the pace was going to be a little bit murky as far as who was going to go. So he really played the break and read this race right as in the moment. And kudos to Echo again. He took a little bit more pressure on the front end, and he just closed right by him late, 8-1 there. I mentioned earlier that there were some wagering opportunities on this card, and there you have it. As far as a horse that comes off a win and was incredibly logical here.
Really surprised he went off of that price, 8-1. Mott and Junior team up again.
Sometimes horses get lost, and this horse got lost in here. This is a horse that I always really liked. I didn't even think he ran that badly in the Gotham behind Just a Touch and Deterministic, and things just sort of went the wrong way. But given a chance now with Bill Mott with this horse, he is completely turning this horse's career back around. I think his potential to move forward. He better, because after this race, he's going to have to try tougher company.
Indeed. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with Bill Mott as this guy, Capital Idea, Bill, 2 for 2 with the trainer change and really got a nice setup today.
Right. He had some time off over the winter and they brought him back and he was a fresh horse, and Mr. Woosley purchased him, and he's 2 for 2 with his new horse. So he's doing well. Very lucky guy.
I was going to say, how much does that mean to an owner?
Well, I think he's pretty excited right now. I mean, he bought the horse himself, and he's obviously picked out a good one.
He has, and he showed potential as a early 3-year-old, I should say. And it's good that patience is paying off, and it's kind of coming to fruition now.
Right. I mean, the previous owners gave him time and laid him up, and he bought him back on the comeback trail, and it's worked out very good. I tell you what, they kind of ran away from him leaving the 3/8 pole, and I didn't know if we had any chance at that point, but, you know, when he tipped him out and turned for home, I mean, he put in a really nice stretch run.
Well, congratulations here. Well done getting this guy back to the winner's circle twice.
Thank you. Thank
you.
Guys.
Capital Idea, they had some, different barn. It used to be with Christophe Clement, but they had expectations for this horse. Second start in the Bill Mott barn. He's 2 for 2 with Mott.
Now, this horse has a lot of talent. And you have to be careful. A lot of times there's a knee-jerk reaction. They look at the horse and they see his only 2 wins came on wet tracks. But I think that's one of the reasons the way speed figures can be valuable. And despite some, silly criticisms, the buyer figures are extremely good and extremely useful. Look at this horse's race 3 back at Monmouth. He ran a 79 buyer. He's running pretty much the same kind of figures on a dry track, just different circumstance. And he's a horse that's clearly improving, and he does not need a different kind of track to be effective.
The thing also about this horse is he managed to win and set a new career best speed figure off of a layoff, and that's extremely difficult to do for any horse. So to see him come back now second off the layoff, even better. This horse has a promising future, kind of runs through this condition. It'll be interesting to see where they put him next.
Later today, Disco Partner, 5.5 furlongs on the grass. What a horse.
We loved him.
105 and change for Christophe Clement in the Jaipur.
The other thing I think was so cool about him is his remarkable consistency, despite the fact that he came from dead last every time he ran. And it's one of the things I like about good turf sprinters. There's a notion they need to have speed. They don't. Look at Big Invasion. There have been a lot of great turf sprinters that didn't have speed, and Disco Partner was one of them.
Well, this year's edition, a big name on there, making his return. 6-year-old first start back for an incredibly talented sprinter millionaire, Big Invasion.
What's the problem is with the scratches, the race became very, very much a paceless race. And that's going to help the layoff horse Dancing Buck on the inside, and it's going to hurt Big Invasion. He got a very fast pace in the last year's Harvey pack. This is my friend Harvey, and was able to get it done. He's going to have to overcome what could be a fairly moderate pace for this kind of field.
Exactly, Andy. I thought the pace was extremely interesting and murky. I thought step forward maybe on the outside there for Mark Casse could be a little bit more forward. He's coming off some solid form, ran a good race here back in July to miss to Twisted Filigree, who didn't quite run yesterday, I believe. But no, you're right. I think that it really leaves a door open for a horse to kind of come back. There's a couple of different layoff horses and contenders. You mentioned Dancing Buck that's coming off an extended layoff, last seen in the Grade 1 Jaipur last year. So very interesting race. I don't personally wouldn't accept an overly short price on anybody here.
Who is that? Bring the Band Home? That looks like Bring the Band Home to me. Those are the Live Oak Plantation, not Dean Reeves colors for Big Invasion, but you know,
they're lucky that horse
but he's
didn't
pretty
show
good
up here.
too.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
That horse is incredible. 26 Black, of course, just ran second to him in the Troy off that performance and the recency. Is he sort of the now horse to beat? Or not necessarily?
Let me get to that race. Is it race 17 on our 63
Race
race card?
Race 10.
Is 26 Black horse beat? Yeah. He is, but he's another horse that doesn't have much speed, and I think he's hurt too by that situation. So we'll see if Flavien can work his magic and get him in the race, but I think Dancing Buck becomes much more dangerous. The horse that I like, Outlaw Kid, can sit right behind him. If you haven't watched Outlaw Kid's race, and we showed it in the handicapping show earlier today, I suggest you take a look at his race because he had about as ridiculous a trip as you can get.
You're right about that. And Michelle Nevin, as far as the #1 Dancing Buck is concerned, really gets her horses right. And is a huge question coming off of a layoff for any type of horse, especially the extended layoff. But those two horses, to me, this race, from a handicapping perspective, as I agree with you on the two, but I'm going to have to probably swallow a short price on the #5, 26 Black. But to me, it's the kind of race that I kind of want to see a now horse, especially with the murkiness of the pace. And while the #5 isn't exactly reliable as far as being able to be a bit more forward, I just thought that it kind of got a little bit interesting. I'm between the 1 and the 5 here.
Got a little more difficult with the scratches, didn't it?
Yeah, it really changed the complexion of the race. And you talk about Michelle, not a trainer known to have them that sharp off long layoffs, but that's one of the reasons she's as good a trainer as she is. She's not pushing them too much off a layoff. And as Greg is probably sick of hearing over the last almost 10 years, I am the president of the Michelle Nevin fan club. I think she's just a sensational trainer.
Yeah, we all agree. Back to race 3, Capital Idea. 2 starts at the Bill Mott Barn and 2 times getting his picture taken. Junior Alvarado aboard for both. 8-1 here in race 3.
Yeah, this is another one. A little bit of a tricky race looking at this one going forward. And listen, these races, man, all I know with these races is they're never run the way I expect them to be run. Some horse that I didn't see going to lead ends up walking on the front end. And I view these 2-year-old turf distance races we're going to make money by taking horse going forward. Sorry, you're talking about Capital Idea. I think he's good, you know, and Junior's just riding. He's just riding with such confidence, right?
Really is. What a year it's been for him. Sovereignty, of course, training up to the Breeders' Cup Classic, as Sierra Leone and Fierceness did last year, running 1-2. Race 4 starts a middle pick 4 mile and a 16th on the lawn. New York Preds, maiden special weight. And what do you do in a race like this? Well, default Chad Brown, Flavien Prat, 9-5 favorite.
I'm thinking Chad must have named this one. Huge opera fan that he is.
Oh, yes,
I'm thinking,
well known, right?
This one was entered earlier at the meet, actually, and was scratched when the rain came off the turf. The entry made his run for Bill Mott and not run as well. I don't know if there's a story on this horse at all. I don't know. These races, man, they're tough. I guess with Boomington. How about the money, by the way, for the 8, Cosmic Candy Girl? Is it Jimmy Ryerson? Somebody make a big Jimmy Ryerson parlay from the second race?
Maybe.
It's a little crazy, right?
Got in the winner's circle earlier today. Could see it again.
Love the swirling candies.
Yeah,
and
me too.
Do not forget, Rose Lisa gets into this race. Also eligible, Jorge Abreu, first-time starter.
This horse did not have a particularly fast breeze at the March sales at OBS, but you never know.
Haven't really been tempted by his turf works either as of late, but interesting.
We'll take a timeout. We'll be back. Still to come. The big one. Jockey Club Gold Cup. Can Highland Falls go back-to-back? Much more difficult group he'll have to knock off this time, but he was right there with Sierra Leone in the Whitney. Stay with us. We'll be back.
Greatest Honor has taken the lead now. Less than a quarter of a mile to go, and Greatest Honor starts to get away. Greatest Honor, he's an easy winner in the Holy Bull.
and here he comes now. Greatest honor, finding his best stride right when he needs to, and he's going to run down, drain the clock to win the Fountain of Youth.
Alapa means everything to me and my family. We moved out here about 5 years ago. Since then, every waking day and hour has been spent building this place into what it is now. It's really a spiritual, amazing place where we try to raise the best horses in the world. My brothers, me, my mom, my dad have such a passion for this place, and we're continuing to try to better it every day. Selling's a huge part of our business. This September we have a really big, great consignment of horses. Backing off of a very successful Saratoga season, it is hugely important and fulfilling for us to be able to help people achieve their dreams of selling a high-dollar horse or buying a high-dollar thoroughbred.
It's just so peaceful out here. It's a great environment for these horses. They really stay calm and relaxed out here. I grew up as a kid, you know, watching Curlin, and he was like a superhero to me. So definitely a special opportunity to be able to work with a horse like him. Curlin obviously is taking on the torch for Smart Strike and Mr. Prospector. So it's great to have, you know, a son like Good Magic here who we think is his best son. You know, the quality of mares that Good Magic has bred in such a short career already is just second to none. One of the most exciting things for us right now is this really good core group of young horses that we have that have came in here over the last few years. You know, you go back and look at Charlatan, who has 2-year-olds this year. You know, they've sold extremely well. Arabian Night, who we just got last year, just finished his first season with us. Just a super classy, impressive son of Uncle Mo. We're really combining the history of this place along with building up for a new future.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As we're 19 minutes away from race 4, and then what is after that?
Might be a big
Jockey
one.
Club Gold Cup, that's right.
Yeah, the fifth race, I think.
think
Otherwise
so.
known as the fifth race. Just another fifth race on a Sunday in Saratoga.
Mind Frame, Sierra Leone, last year's winner Highland Falls, former Classic winner White Barrio.
If you aren't excited about this race, this is not the game for you. because this is just as good as it gets. And what a way to close out what's been a spectacular Saratoga meet with a race like that this weekend.
Going to be some fireworks to come. Meanwhile, race 4, mile and a 16th on the grass, 8-5 favorite. Chad Brown, first-time starter with Flavia Pratt here, daughter of Caravaggio. Is this default money going where people don't know where to go, or is this one reportedly at big talent?
I mean, could be default money. This horse has been working well, kind of steadily, very much typical Chad Brown-esque works in the bridle, carrying along evenly. I mean, he always has his horses ready to go. He's not going to crank them up to make sure they win first time out all the time. That's not his style. He likes to see his horses run their races, and oftentimes we see them explode and as they run those races. But this filly by Caravaggio, who's a very strong 15% overall with his 2-year-olds, and excuse me, 16%, 15% as far as the turf routes are concerned, doesn't have a ton of pedigree on the bottom half. This is the first foal to race out of the mare, but I kind of think this is some default Chad money, but very competitive here, as he always is with these types.
I don't think 8-5 is default Chad money. You know, I think this horse, and maybe they just don't find anywhere else to go, and maybe you're right in that certain respect. This horse, I'm looking at multi-race bets. This horse is an overwhelming favorite. Now, I have no information on this horse at all. One thing I'll say, owner and breeder Larry Goichman, that guy knows how to breed a good horse, and he's had a special success on the turf. So I wonder if that's part of the equation as well. But I don't think this is. I could be wrong, Megan. I get it, but I don't. This feels like more than default Chad Brown money. This horse is an overwhelming favorite everywhere.
And then you have the number 4, Live in the Breeze, which is a half to a strong turf runner, and Smooth Breeze, who we saw finish second in that Rick Violet, that I thought was interesting. The works, you know, maybe not as strong, but I thought the pedigree was there for that horse by Classic Empire. It could be interesting there as another default, not a default choice, but 5-1 right now could be a cool price on that horse.
The one thing that worried me with this horse, and I picked her third, I'm certainly not going to be surprised she runs, is that Smooth Breeze is a more than ready. And while Classic Empire is sort of unproven at this point, and he has 10% with his turf runners, he's not as effective a sire as more than ready as with turf horses. That's what turned me off a little with this horse, but you're absolutely right, and TT can get a horse ready to go first time out going long.
Our time is winding down on this show. Before we send it over to Fox Saratoga Sunday, before we leave, you have a couple plays coming up for us?
First of all, I got to gather myself. I'm so upset that the show is coming to an end. I'm not going to get to work.
We'll get more later, by the way.
Until we get back to New York or wherever I see you down the road. You, Greg, you're stuck with me for the rest of your life. I'm going to make a couple of bets. I'm going to bet the number 4 Burning Glory in the 8th race for Bill Mott. This is a horse that this is the kind of Bill Mott horse I like. I thought won a much better than looks maiden race down at Churchill Downs. Bill thought enough of this horse along with Judd Mott to take a shot and get him on the Triple Crown Trail. It obviously didn't work out, but he's no Tapan Street, nor is he as good as Burnham Square. Now he comes off the layoff, and I thought he was going to be very, very dangerous. So I'll bet 100 to win on him. And I have a bit of a pricey idea in race 13. Don't worry, there are 14, so after you get blown out my horse there, you can come back in the 14th. I took a chalk there. Enigmatic in the 13th. Louis Rivera, send her from the rail, Louis. I think her last race, better than it looks. She's got back form good enough to win it. Should be a decent price.
She is very interesting in that race. Yeah, I think that's a horse you got to use.
Greg just lit up. I saw you over there.
Yeah. I lit up knowing Greg likes the horse as well, so that's good.
All right, it is time. Fox Saratoga Sunday. About to kick off. We're on the clock for the big rematch. Mindframe, undefeated as a 4-year-old, beat Sierra Leone in the Stephen Foster. Of course, Sierra Leone comes back, wins the Whitney, last year's Breeders' Cup Classic winner, last year's winner of this race, Highland Falls, former Classic winner, White Barrio as well. What a group who will line up, not to mention Antiquarian just ran massive in a near miss against Phileas Fogg, who ran a big race.
You want a fuzzy horse in here at a price. I'm with you on Antiquarian. I think he's a little bit interesting, the big price. But, man, this is such an incredibly tough race. Sierra Leone goes from being the hunter last time with fierceness getting all the attention to being the hunted in this race. But I still feel he's the horse to beat in here. And I like him to repeat in here. I believe Sierra Leone is the best older horse, and all he needs is an honest pace, and he's the best horse. I am scared, however, of Highland Falls, who won this race last year and, in my opinion, ran very well, went second behind Sierra Leone last time. But I got to tell you something, win or lose, I'm just looking forward to this race. This is a sensational race.
Megan?
This is the kind of race that you wake up and you're like, I'm ready to watch this race today. And I've thought that for a while now. You know, sometimes the Whitney can dilute the field, especially when it comes to these older horses pointing to this race. We kind of saw that last year where Highland Falls did win and ran well, but he kind of faced a much weaker field. I think that he has certainly come on and ran the race of his life last time out in the Whitney. But I'm going with Mind Frame here. He's a horse that, honestly, back in March, I didn't think he was going to be this type of horse as far as his performance in that Gulfstream Park Mile. When I saw him at Churchill Downs come alive in the Stephen Foster, and I agree with Andy's point about the dynamics of that race being in his favor, and he tripped out beautifully there. He's a tactical, proven commodity, and I think that he is going to be absolutely dangerous in this spot.
I think Sierra Leone is going to be incredibly difficult to beat. I think he's way the horse to beat, especially at 1.25 miles. Having said that, it's going to be a very short price, so I'm going to take a shot, White Barrio, that this former Classic winner can get back to some of that good form. Safi Joseph Jr. says he is training as good as he has ever been in his career, so he's at his best. Is he good enough to beat this group? We will find out. But I don't think his race is all that bad. He was incredibly wide, too, in that Whitney. Better trip today, I think he can be in the mix, and he's sort of the forgotten horse who's going to be a price.
Whoever you like, whatever you think, tune into Fox next. Do not miss this race.
Fox Saratoga Saturday with a Jockey Club Gold Cup starts in just a few moments. Enjoy it, everybody. Chad Brown, his Classic winner, his Whitney winner, says he's doing so good. Decided to bring him back for one more stop here at this Saratoga summer season in this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Can he beat Mind Frame for Todd Pletcher in the rematch? They met in late June. Mind Frame trying to remain perfect. It all starts in moments over on Big Fox.
How magnificent was Full Count Felicia. Never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish. First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It all comes down to this.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
The moment that defines the year, when the world's most influential buyers gather, and every decision, every bid, every opportunity shapes the future. At a marketplace that brings the thoroughbred world together, and where futures are forged, because every moment matters. At the World's Yearling Sale, Keeneland, September.
He possessed such natural athleticism.
It is Golden Pal winning the Juvenile Turf Sprint.
He's very, very agile and quick.
Golden Pal has repelled the challenges.
Each and every race, he just got better and better.
Golden Pal broke like a rocket. Golden Pal, wire to wire.
He's a very confident horse.
Golden Pal, the lead is out to 5 lengths in deep stretch.
He's just got a brilliant mind.
They're all behind Golden Pal.
I'm going to be breeding everything I have to him.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Zel Cordovan will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller photo! In Italian to win it.
Starlust.
Domestic spending.
Ocean Road.
Big M's.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
This weekend, we've seen the top-ranked teams go toe-to-toe from South Carolina to Columbus, Ohio. Today, we turn our attention to upstate New York and historic Saratoga, where the top-ranked older horses square off in just a few minutes. One is a champion.
Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
The other wants what the champion has.
Mindframe has taken charge. Sierra Leone's hanging tough, but it's Mindframe's Foster.
Standing in their way, 6 horses, including the guy who crashed last year's party.
Now Highland Falls has put away Arthur's Ride. It is Highland Falls.
So who will secure the #1 spot? The Jockey Club Gold Cup is next on Fox. That storied venue has seen it all. Saratoga Racecourse in Saratoga Springs, New York on this Sunday afternoon. A different kind of energy. One final summer blowout. Before we say goodbye and say hello to Sierra Leone, highly decorated champion, the favorite in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Whitney winner a few weeks back. Standing in his way, Mindframe faced Sierra Leone earlier this year, defeated Sierra Leone earlier this year. Welcome everyone, just outside the paddock. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. This Jockey Club Gold Cup, typically a final prep for the Breeders' Cup Classic. The Breeders' Cup Classic, North America's most richest horse race, worth $7 million. It's where championships are decided, horse of the year, etc. To lend perspective to just how good this Gold Cup field is, the last 2 Breeders' Cup Classic winners are in the race, with White Abario, with Sierra Leone. You toss in defending champ Highland Falls, and a star on the ascend like Mindframe. We have one of the best Jockey Club Gold Cups in recent memory. There's the field, just like the Kentucky Derby $1.25 million purse Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. #3 Sierra Leone, 8-5 morning line favorite. So welcome in my co-host. He's a champion jockey, Richie Migliori. He trained the 2019 Kentucky Oaks winner, Tom Amoss, handicapper Jonathan Kinchin. Guys, great to be on set with you on this exciting Sunday, this exciting Jockey Club Gold Cup. Richie, let's start big picture and what's at stake this afternoon.
Well, in a very deep and contentious older horse division, we're still looking for a clear-cut leader in the clubhouse, and I think today's field will go a long way. Today's winner will go a long way into pointing out who is actually the leader of this division.
Yeah, I think the most likely candidate is Sierra Leone, our #3 horse in this race. He's going to get his distance. He is made for this 1.25 mile distance. Lafitte, you mentioned that's the distance of the Kentucky Derby. It's also the distance of the race they're all shooting for championship honors, the Breeders' Cup Classic. Using that late kick, as you see there, is what he likes to do.
Well, Sierra Leone's certainly going to appreciate this distance. Both Sierra Leone and Mindframe have both had 3 tests this year. Sierra Leone's only passed 1 of them, while Mindframe has passed all 3, and one of those tests he passed was beating Sierra Leone.
That was at Churchill Downs, the Grade 1 Foster. Mindframe here denying Sierra Leone in deep stretch.
He was, and look, Mindframe got a nice trip, but he made his own trip, right? He was forward on a pace that wasn't all that fast, while Sierra Leone was attempting to close into a horse in Mindframe that had a little bit left in the stretch.
Yeah, and remember, this is a little shorter in distance. That's 1.125 miles. We're going 1.25 miles today, Richie. That's a couple of football fields further. That plays to Sierra Leone's deep close.
Well, it does in the fact that there is more speed signed on, but how tactical Mindframe is. He's a horse that can place himself close if they go slow, or be a little further back if they go fast.
Can't wait for this one. Mindframe, there he is. What a matchup. Feels like a prize fight going in. Let's treat it like one. Sierra Leone and Mindframe, the tail of the tape. They're the same age. Sierra Leone, more experience, bigger bankroll. Mindframe having the better year. Both arrive with momentum. Tail of the tape, Mindframe. Sierra Leone, terrific addition of this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Mindframe, who's owned by Mike Rapoli, as we welcome in Acacia Clement to the broadcast. Acacia, for Rapoli, not the only classic contender he owns, however.
That's right, Lafitte. It could be a very big weekend for owner Mike Rapoli, who is also the owner of Fierceness, who we saw disappoint in the Whitney last time out at Saratoga, but made the decision to keep Fierceness and Mindframe separate, opting to ship Fierceness to California yesterday to run in the Pacific Classic. That resulted in a win. Mike told me last week he wanted to keep these two separate because he felt that Mindframe arguably is the best older horse in training right now. And of course, he is coming into this Jockey Club Gold Cup today with a record that boasts undefeated this year, including beating Sierra Leone, winner of that Whitney last time out. So Mike, very bullish on his charges chances with Mindframe coming into today. He is a horse that's stretching out in distance, but when we saw last year when he ran the 1.25 miles, still lightly raced, he was able to handle it in that Belmont Stakes, finishing second that day. It could be a massive weekend for Mike Rapoli Lafitte trying to pull off that impressive double of Pacific Classic to Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, productive 24 hours, Acacia, to say the least. Potentially Fierceness out west, Mindframe here today. Could be a productive day for our viewers playing today's races, especially when our friends at NYRA Bets are giving them $25 to play with. $25 free play. All you have to do, sign up now, NYRABets.com. Just like that, you have $25 to bet. Win it, you keep it. Lose it's on us. That's simple. Sign up now, NYRABets.com.
3-7 here.
Another layer to this Gold Cup. There's a rabbit competing in a horse race. His name is Contrary Thinking. Brandon the Whitney, Tom. What's this rabbit all about?
Well, he stablemates with Sierra Leone, and his job is to do one thing right out of the gate, and that is go, to ensure there's a fast pace. And a fast pace up front will really hurt contenders that want to be up front as well, but it'll help the ones that come from behind, and that is the favorite, Sierra Leone's game.
Yeah, and listen, rabbits have been employed for as long as there's been horse racing. In Europe, they employ multiple rabbits, sometimes pacemakers, and you want to play to your more fancied entry strength. And Sierra Leone's a closer, so they want to ensure a fast pace.
Impacted Fierceness in the Whitney when he kind of buzzed the tower, came to his outside, and he got Fierceness to get aggressive, jump into the bridle, and kind of threw him off his game.
Yeah, actually, he broke a step slow, Contrary Thinking, and that's what set up him being outside of Fierceness and kind of set him off. I think he'd rather just get away clean and go from the start.
Those rabbit tactics utilized everywhere around the world for decades. Something to watch for early on in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. First things first, live racing coming up. Fourth of 14 races on the Sunday at Saratoga. New York bred maidens, 2-year-old fillies who've never won, all bred in the great state of New York. 1.16 on grass. Number 3, Maria Callas, 6-5 favorite. As we say hello to Maggie Wolfendale on track horseback. Maggie, these 2-year-old fillies, what are you seeing?
Well, Lafitte, for that marathon card that we have on tap today, we cannot ask for any better weather. And on top of that, a fabulous crowd, too, as we do have these fillies here on the racetrack. And Maria Callas is your favorite, and rightfully so. Now, she is a Larry Goichman, a homebred in here, and she's not out of one of those families that has done nothing but produce stakes winners. She is a little bit of a kind of unknown commodity when it comes to pedigree, but she is by Caravaggio, who does carry a hefty 20% with his first time starting juveniles, and she's done everything right in the preliminaries. And furthermore, watching her preparations for this race, which have mostly taken part on the main track, she is working well with open company horses, if not better than them. And she has been poised and classy here in her debut. She looks incredibly fit, and as her pedigree would suggest, really well suited physically to these conditions. Now, number 7, that's at Boomington, as we saw George Weaver scratch his other horse in here, make a little love, and opting to run Boomington in here instead. And she is a daughter of Maxfield, who in his freshman crop, we've seen them perform well. Now he's I believe, a little bit more potent on the main track as opposed to the turf. But looking at her here, it might be more of a distance factor, if anything. She might handle the turf, yes, but she has a little bit more of a dirt met hoof. But she's beautiful. She's elegant. She's a little bit naughty when she came out on track here. But Johnny Velasquez expelled that nervous energy, gave her a beautiful solo warm-up, and she just makes a really nice impression physically, Lafitte.
6-1. Johnny Velasquez back from the West Coast. Rode Fierceness yesterday in the Pacific Classic. You see our handicapper selections while you look at Maria Callas, JK, all set for her career debut.
Yeah, she's certainly the horse to beat in here, especially when it comes from such a potent barn as Chad Brown's, a homebred for Larry Goichman. You get one of the best riders in the world in Flavian Pratt, but in my opinion, for a horse who's never run, just a little bit over bet. That's why I went with the 1. The horse has been practicing well in the morning on the grass, and at a big price, you're taking a big shot.
And Flavian Pratt teaming up with Chad Brown, just like they will a little bit later on with Sierra Leone in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Yeah, kind of got a chance to set the tone for their day. Flavian Pratt also rode in California yesterday. I'm always marvel at these guys, these cross-country fights, and they come up here and are able to do their job.
Helps when you go out and win $1 million race, naturally, and go right back to work the following day. Living the breeze, pictured there, and Tom Arad Ortiz, leading rider, looking for a 5th consecutive riding title here at Saratoga and a date with Mindframe in the Gold Cup.
Leading rider, and rightfully so. He is the best rider in the country. He's got a great mind. He understands pace, which is so important as we get ready to run this Jockey Club Gold Cup, going 1.25 miles. You have to recognize how fast or how slow your horse is going, as well as the rest of the field, and how to take advantage of it.
Ortiz on Living the Breeze, as these 2-year-old fillies of the New York bred variety have reached the starting gate. 1 1/16 on this permanent turf course. Boomington, Johnny Velasquez, coached forward, and this is what we look for. 2-year-olds, Richie, the inexperience and how different things are in the afternoon as opposed to how they've been trained in the morning for this moment.
Yeah, they go to the gate in the morning, maybe with another horse or 2, and they're working together. Now they're going with multiple horses, and they're all working against each other.
Anxious moment for a trainer watching the horse you train do this for a first time?
Absolutely. You think you've dotted your I's and crossed your T's, but you're watching your horse perform. And, you know, if they do something incorrect on the racetrack, you're making a note of it. A lot of these horses, they're beginners. You want to take notes because oftentimes that big change between first and second start can make a huge difference.
We were just looking at Arad Ortiz on Living the Breeze and what you were just discussing, and I'm sure Jorge Abreu, trainer, didn't love what he just saw, Rich, as she really reacted, and Ortiz, good to see him on his feet and trying to coax her forward. She's in now, Living the Breeze. Hopefully she'll behave herself in the gate. As we turn things over to Frank Miramati, the voice of Saratoga, for a 3rd full summer. He'll call the Jockey Club Gold Cup in about half an hour. First things first, this 4th on this Jockey Club Gold Cup Sunday, live on Fox.
Thank you, Lafitte. Solemn Beauty. Understandably, some of these 2-year-old fillies taking a little bit more time.
Well, not on the regular.
Rose Lisa to the outside, going in. They're in the gate.
All right. What? Yes.
And they're off. A very clean start. And a quick one for Roseburns Dream. Maria Callas is prominent in the opening stages, and they're joined by Cosmic Candy Girl. Rose Lisa on the outside moves up now as Cosmic Candy Girl backs off that battle on the front end. Around the first turn, and the pace appears quick. It is Roseburns Dream, heavily favored Maria Callas right off her flank in 2nd. Rose Lisa is now able to settle in 3rd, 3.5 or 4 off the pace. Then Cosmic Candy Girl, followed by Athena's Fury. That pair followed by Boomington. Spectacular Bell is next as they swing on to the backstretch. A length in front of Livin' the Breeze. Then comes Solemn Beauty, and at the back of the field is Haropo. The opening quarter went in 23-1. It's Roseburns Dream over Maria Callas by 3 lengths to half and 48-3. Rose Lisa clearly into 3rd, followed by Cosmic Candy Girl, who's 4th, moving into the far turn. That group is followed by Athena's Fury. Boomington on the inside. Spectacular Bell is now called on, asked for a little bit more, pushed along. Then comes Livin' the Breeze along the inside, 4 lengths in front of Solemn Beauty and Haropo. They're coming to the quarter pole, Maria Callas, and on the outside, Rose Lisa. These two go on at the top of the stretch. It's Maria Callas just in front. Some traffic issues in behind horses for Cosmic Candy Girl, who's now coming through on the inside. And here's Livin' the Breeze. Livin' the Breeze and Cosmic Candy Girl. Maria Callas drops out of it, and from the back of the field, Boomington is going to fly home. Photo finish. Boomington and Cosmic Candy Girl. Livin' the Breeze finished 3rd.
Okay, no interview though, buddy.
Fireworks in the stretch. In the 4th at Saratoga, Boomington driving, Cosmic Candy Girl right there, hitting the wire simultaneously.
And Johnny Velasquez on Boomington with the last run. And it was pretty disputed, the pace early on. 4 of them running into the first turn. Young horses, the first quarter was fast. Patient tack from your Pacific Classic winning jockey jumps off a plane and jumps on this filly and gets it done.
Looks like he got it done. It's very, very tight at the finish there. And, you know, they went fast early, you guys. It's set up. We talked about pace before this race. We're certainly going to talk about it more as we lead in our next race. But quick early advantage to the closers, and that's what these guys did.
Boomington's trainer, George Weaver, looking on. Terrific summer at Saratoga. Another look, deep stretch, living the breeze, who acted up pre-race, unleashed a furious rally. She didn't have it late. Cosmic Candy Girl to the rail. JK and Boomington with Johnny V coming with giant strides.
I mean, it's just George Weaver has had an outstanding summer with 2-year-olds. In the last 3 months, he's 5 for 18 with his 2-year-olds. This would make him 6 for 19. Unbelievable to win that many races at that kind of clip.
He's a good trainer. He can do it all. As you see it there, 7, 8, 4, 9. Boomington, and we'll get back to Weaver, but what are we looking at here in the stretch with these 2-year-old fillies?
Well, look at that white shadow roll against the rail. That's the horse that runs second here in Cosmic Candy Girl. At the top of the stretch, that horse lacked room, had to check pretty good, Rich.
Yep.
And we look at how close this finish was and having to restart your horse, which you had to do down the inside. You wonder, did it make a difference?
Yeah, if she had gotten through that spot clean without having to tap on the brakes hard like that. But boy, she was brave too, Tom, to negotiate her way through traffic.
What a finish. And that's how we start the show. Boomington. Pacific Classic winning jockey, Johnny Velasquez. Saratoga's all-time leading jockey, Johnny Velasquez. 7, 8, 4, 9 in the 4th. And look who's on his way over. That's a champion, Sierra Leone, Whitney winner, Jockey Club Gold Cup favorite. Headed for the Saratoga Paddock. And right behind him, also on the march, Mind Frame. Last time he made this walk, last year's Belmont Stakes, ran second, but he's just better now. What will he do in the Jockey Club Gold Cup? Our Fox Saratoga Sunday coverage is brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook, where everybody earns more with Caesars Rewards.
He's gonna say hi. He's like, I'll take your cookie.
Feed him the cookie.
He'd eat it.
I got him.
Hi. Okay, I gotta go get out of the queue. I don't know. I don't want to get run over though. Have a good day, guys. Look. Thanos, don't even think about it. He totally bombarded the crepes session. Come on, Thanos. Hey, how are you? Oh, baby. Oh, there. He's such a character. He's such a character.
1970 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Belmont Park, original home. Great mare Chuvie defeating the boys, and she did it twice. Her jockey the first time, Canadian-born Hall of Famer Ron Turcotte, who very sadly passed away August 22nd. He was 84 years old. Turcotte, two-time Kentucky Derby winning jockey, best known for riding the immortal Secretariat, as Tom Rinaldi explains.
On the verge of racing's first Triple Crown in 25 years, Turcotte's confidence never wavered.
I said, if this horse gets beat in this race, I'm going to hang up my tag. Quit riding. That's how positive I was. I was going to win the Belmont.
They're on the turn, and Secretariat is blazing along.
Can hear the announcer, calling how far in front I was.
He is moving like a tremendous machine.
They said he was a tremendous machine. Believe me.
Secretariat, he is going to be the Triple Crown winner. An amazing performance.
31 lengths. Looking at the clock, how fast I was going, and I was breaking track record all the way down the lane. Besides my family, he's my first love.
Besides his family, his first love, Ron Turcotte on Secretariat. And then just 5 years later, tragedy struck. Turcotte, injured in a fall at Belmont Park, left paralyzed from the waist down. Richie, you got to know Ron very well after his injury. In that regard, how should Ron Turcotte be remembered?
Ron should be remembered for how tirelessly he worked for the Permanently Disabled Jockey Fund, as well as promoting thoroughbred racing. He loved racing, and he wanted people to see the best of it. And he never spent one moment ever feeling sorry for himself because of that injury. He just didn't have time for that. He was a man amongst men.
Incredible inner strength. Ron Turcotte gone at the age of 84. And here at Secretariat, or here at Saratoga, where he and Secretariat won 3 races together. Knew all about that winner's circle. In the 4th race we just watched, Johnny V knows all about the winner's circle at Saratoga. Again, all-time leading rider here. Bloomington, impressive on debut.
An exciting race, exciting finish. Look how tight that finish is there. Lafitte, as you said, we start the races with a boom.
Bloomington, Cosmic Candy Girl, Living the Breeze 7-8-4 here at Saratoga in the 4th race, with the main event just ahead with Fox Saratoga Sunday, brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. New users can bet $1 to boost the winnings over the next 20 bets by 100%. Must be 21 or older. See Caesars.com/promos for full terms. Looking forward to seeing what the wagering would look like early. Updated odds here. Current odds, Jockey Club Gold Cup, Grade 1, highest level of competition in the sport, $1 million purse. Sierra Leone, even money, mind frame 6-5.
It tells the whole story right there, doesn't it? They're having a hard time separating the 2 big names in here, and there's other contenders in here as well.
There is Mike Rapoli's mind frame, flawless this year, 3 for 3, 2 wins at the Grade 1 level. Jonathan and the horses he beat in those races.
Absolutely. I mean, look, he beat Sierra Leone at his game, going 2 turns. He beat a sprinter, if you were with us last week, in Bookham Dano, playing his game 1 turn. He's beat everyone that they've thrown at him this year. He's passed every test. We'll see if he can pass this next test in 21 minutes.
As we hand things over to Frank Mirmati.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time we ask that you please rise and remove your hats for a very special rendition of our national anthem, performed today by Bay Melnick Virgolino, a 10-year-old rock and blues guitarist from New York City, who is a current semifinalist on America's Got Talent.
up Saratoga, why don't you? Bay Melnick Virgilino, he's 10 years old from New York City. That was awesome. When we come back, Sierra Leone, he's only 4 years old, and he's a monster, among the very best in the sport. Today's mission, Jockey Club Gold Cup, and then a Breeders' Cup Classic title defense. You're watching Fox Saratoga Sunday.
Here comes Cigar uncorking his rally, unaccounted for third, and Thunder Gulch will be defeated today. Cigar explodes! Cigar opening up in mid-stretch. Cigar there by a length. Unaccounted for will make him work for it today. It's Cigar past the 16th pole, a length and a half lead. Unaccounted for, second best to the sensational Cigar. One of the great ones indeed.
30 years ago, Cigar in the 95 Jockey Club Gold Cup. Next start, he'd capture the Breeders' Cup Classic. Just like Travers winner Sovereignty, trained by Bill Mott. Eventually, Cigar's winning streak would reach 16. That was then. This is now. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. What's at stake? You have the entry fees covered, $10,000 nominator, $10,000 travel allowance, not to mention a spot in the Breeders' Cup Classic starting gate. Sierra Leone knows all about the Breeders' Cup Classic starting gate. There he is, expensive to begin with. He cost $2.3 million, but he's earned $6.8 million, Tom. More than half of that raked in last fall's Breeders' Cup Classic.
Yeah, he did indeed. And, you know, look, the great thing about Sierra Leone as the defending champ of the Breeders' Cup Classic from last year, which he beat older horses at age 3, is that he finally got his distance. This is what he loves, this 1.25 mile distance. Jonathan mentioned he hasn't passed all his tests this year, but all those tests were at 1.1 miles. Today, he gets back to that Breeders' Cup distance of 1.25 miles, and that's about 2 football fields further, and that's what he wants to do.
Yesterday out west, Richie, fierceness. What happens at the start in the Pacific Classic?
Watch him duck into the gap here. There's a lot of empty space.
Whoa.
He went right for that temporary rail. Johnny Velasquez did a good job righting the ship there, but it cost him position. And we have never seen fierceness overcome adversity. Well, we can't say that anymore. He overcame adversity yesterday.
Oh, he sure did. He middle moved in the middle of this race. He had every excuse. I looked over in the middle of the race and said, oh, he's not going to run well here. He's never really run that great when he's had adversity. But something about him, he's grown up. Todd worked him inside of horses his last 2 works, and it showed. When this fierceness shows up, he's one of the best horses in the world. This division is so much fun, Lafitte.
Racing fans all over the world that know this horse said the same thing, Jonathan. He's not going to run well today. Trapped behind horses, Richie, down on the rail. He showed a new dimension. This is a horse that's going to have to be dealt with.
Sustained success. Fierceness, champion at 2, Travers winner at 3, Grade 1 winner as an older horse. And after we saw that, because he's had trouble overcoming that adversity, many were thinking lights out, game over.
Yeah, I mean, because he's never been able to sit in behind horses and finish the way he did. He's brilliant. Forget the adversity thing. It's just when he shows up and gives you his A game, he's tough for anybody to beat.
What a Breeders' Cup Classic. Now the picture coming into clarity. Sovereignty last week, Travers, what Fierceness did yesterday, and White Abarrio. Live look at times as dominant as he is easy to spot. 2023 Whitney winner, 2023 Breeders' Cup Classic winner. Will he fire his best fastball in the Jockey Club Gold Cup? That's next. Welcome back, Fox Saratoga Sunday. Gorgeous aerials and scenics, all the activity in the paddock as we get closer to the main event. Jockey Club Gold Cup in 11 minutes. We check in with Acacia.
Well, there are, as is always the case in these big races, some really special stories to follow, one of which is the number 7, Phileas Fogg, who last time out, when wiring the field in the Suburban, did give his trainer, Gustavo Rodriguez, his first graded stakes victory. It was a really emotional moment, and for those of us who follow New York racing year-round, know all of the work and have seen firsthand what Gus has done, bringing this horse along and getting that victory in the Suburban. As I said, so many emotions and such a big win. So now going into this Jockey Club Gold Cup, looking for the first Grade 1 victory here with a horse who has shown in that win that he can handle the 1.25 mile distance. Jockey Kendrick Carmouche has been aboard him in the mornings, and when I asked the other day how he was working, Kendrick's face just lit up. Now there is other pace in here with Contrary Thinking, who's there to keep things honest for Sierra Leone. We'll see what kind of trip Phileas Fogg can get, but I know one thing for sure, for his trainer, this is an incredibly special moment as he does go head-to-head with some of the best older horses in training. And speaking of those, Mindframe in the paddock, we check in with Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, Mindframe, he's on the muscle today.
He's on the muscle, that's for sure, Acacia. And it's the same thing that we saw actually with Fierceness last year in the Jim Dandy when he acted up incredibly bad in the paddock. And it was because they have the lip chain on him. So once they took that off with Fierceness, he's been quiet as a lamb. And with Mindframe here today, he was so agitated until they took that off. And they took the halter off and just put the shank over his nose, and he has settled right down and has given them the opportunity to comfortably get the tack on him. But I have always maintained that this is a horse that is built for the 1.25 mile distance. Yes, there's a fire in his belly today, so I would suspect that he will be forwardly placed in the running of this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Same thing could be said for number 5, White Abarrio, as he's third off the layoff. Now, do note that Edgar Zayas does get on him here today. And looking at White Abarrio in the paddock, compared to what I saw from him for the Grade 1 Whitney, I'm looking at a fitter horse. This guy is way more tucked up throughout his barrel, throughout his flank. I admit I've never been necessarily his biggest fan, and I know he's run well at 1.25 miles in the past, but I can never kind of mentally grasp that because he is a bit of a smaller, shorter couple type, but he does have the right disposition. He is laid back, but content and happy as well here in the paddock. So maybe he's moved forward after that Whitney try, Lafitte.
Named to ride was Ricardo Santana, Richie, but Edgar Zayas will ride. What's the story?
Yeah, I spoke with Safi Joseph, White Abarrio's trainer, earlier, and he said that he and the owner decided they were more confident with Edgar Zayas because they felt like they had better communication, that he understood how they want the horse ridden better. I honestly don't think it was a fair thing to do to Ricardo Santana, who's been riding maybe as well, if not better than anybody else at this meet, but they own the horse. They have the right to make that decision. Now they have to pay both jockeys if he wins, though.
How uncommon is that, this scenario unfolding?
It's very uncommon to see a late switch like this in a major race. It's happened in the past. It's very uncommon. But in my estimation, it's common.
I hear you. In the paddock, these horses, top-class older runners, looking at Highland Falls. The defending champ, 10-1. Tom, and arrives with momentum, a bang-up second-place finish behind Sierra Leone in the Whitney.
He had a great trip along the rail in this race, as you'll see, and you know, he comes out down the stretch to make his move, and he had a strong finish. Just got out-muscled by a very, very good horse here.
Yeah, but like you said, Tom, he got a great trip. I don't like taking horses out of races where they got great trips, because he's going to get another great trip here today, and I think the waters might be a little bit deeper for him.
He's one of those horses that creates his own luck, creates his own trip, puts himself in a place to maximize his potential. That's part of what makes him good, Richie.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we talk about that a lot. Well, horses, you know, he got a perfect trip. Yeah, sometimes you got to look at what the horse did to create that perfect trip, and a lot of it's just about raw ability.
Post parade shortly. 1.25 mile Jockey Club Gold Cup, Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Win and you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Even money. Sierra Leone, last year's Classic winner. Whitney winner a few weeks ago. And what should be, what figures to be his final tune-up for the Breeders' Cup Classic. Long shot there, and contrary thinking, the Rabbit. Expect him to make his presence felt early as we go back to the paddock and Acacia.
A good second's good here, Johnny. Be happy. Don't be greedy. Let the other guys win, too.
Mike Rapoli with me. You're giving instructions to John Velasquez here as, of course, he won aboard Fierceness yesterday in the Pacific Classic for you. Now you have a chance with Mindframe here. What a weekend.
Oh, it's been so special. I mean, this is why I got into horse racing, and last night's race, watching it in my Saratoga house, you know, felt like a kid just watching a race at home with my friends. And it was Todd and I just enjoyed ourselves. My family was there, his family, and it was a lot of fun.
Mindframe, undefeated this year. You've called him the best older horse in training. Why do you believe that?
I really think Fierceness today is the best older horse in training, but in about 10 minutes it could change. But listen, he's 3 for 3. He's won at 7 furlongs, a grade 1 at 7. He beat Sierra Leone last time in Kentucky. He's well rested. Todd's done an unbelievable job with him for both me, Maria, Vinny, and Teresa. And he's a special horse. And you know, own both of these horses together is I'm so blessed. It's unbelievable.
Can't wait to see him today. Best of luck and thanks for the time.
Thanks so much, Acacia.
Lafitte?
Cool, calm, collected, relaxed. Mike Rapoli.
He needs to make up his mind. What a great problem to have.
Fierceness yesterday, Mindframe today. Let's meet the field. Jockey Club Gold Cup. There's Disarm, who was third to Sierra Leone, and that Whitney at 46-1.
He got second in the Travers in 2023. I've been waiting for that race. It came last time.
Island Falls, defending champ.
Defending champ, and a horse that is going to be well-placed and needs a good trip to get there.
He's a superstar. Sierra Leone, even money favorite.
He's going to love this 1.25 miles. He always has. The defending 3-year-old champion.
Mindframe, perfect this year. Back-to-back grade 1 wins.
Yeah, and I mean, a horse that was so good at 3, you hate to call him the new kid on the block, the new kid in town, but he really has stamped himself as a horse that can compete with the older horses.
White Barrio, Edgar Zayas, 2023 Whitney Breeders' Cup Classic winner.
Yeah, White Barrio, throughout his career, he's probably had about 4 brilliant races, but he's had 19 that weren't good enough to win this one.
Contrary thinking, the Rabbit, pedal to the metal.
Right, so he is stablemates with Sierra Leone, our favorite, the 3-horse, and the instruction in the paddock from Chad Brown. I read his lips. Go.
Figures to impact the quick Phileas Fogg.
Much deeper waters. This horse got loose against lesser. He's not going to get loose against better.
He won the Suburban. Antiquarian just missed in the Suburban. The other Todd Fletcher.
That's right. He's stablemates with Mindframe. They actually worked together. Mindframe got the best of him.
Top class older horses, Jockey Club Gold Cup in moments. And a reminder to our viewers to get involved, sign up NYRABets.com. The good friends at NYRA Bets giving you $25 to play with. $25. All you have to do, sign up now, NYRABets.com. Just like that, you have $25 to bet. Win it, you keep it. Lose, it's on us. That simple. Sign up now, NYRABets.com. Jonathan, how are we playing the race?
I'm going to play a trifecta here with Mindframe, the 4 on top. I need him to win the race. And then I need 1, 3, 5, or 8 to run second and or third. In any order, it doesn't matter. I need that to happen, but I need the 4 to be on top, the 1, 3, 5, 8 to fill in that second and third spot.
Our viewers, with that $25 free play, your ticket $12, scan the QR code and ride with JK with this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Coming up next with a trip to the Breeders' Cup Classic on the line. You're watching Fox Saratoga Sunday.
Sure. Let's go 2-1, pick 2.
Our Fox Saratoga Sunday coverage brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook, where every bet earns more with Caesars Rewards. The colors of last year's Jockey Club Gold Cup winner, Godolphin, just like Sovereignty, Travers winner, Highland Falls. Can he go back-to-back? Currently 7-1, as Sierra Leone continues to reign as the favorite. 6-5 in this gorgeous late summer afternoon in upstate New York. Just 2 days left at Saratoga, but 2 exciting days of thoroughbred racing and this marquee event, this Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup. You see the selections from our handicappers, and we check in with Maggie Horseback.
Thanks, Lafitte. And horses commencing their warm-ups here as we'll start with the horse who I'm going to actually land on. That's the horse defending his Jockey Club Gold Cup title in number 2, Highland Falls, as he ran very well, I thought, in the Whitney. He was closer to the pace than the eventual winner, who will face off again here with Sierra Leone. Looks fantastic, Sierra Leone, by the way. But Highland Falls, just now third off the layoff, looks so well muscled. Every muscle is chiseled and highlighted, and I think we're going to see the best of him in this affair here, as there is pace, but I know Connections want him to be forward. Number 1, Disarm, he was third behind Highland Falls in that Whitney, and they have done so well with this guy, trying to assuage his bad behavior. They bring him over early to the paddock, they keep him away from everybody else, and he is responding beautifully. I think this is the best that Disarm has ever acted for a race. Acacia.
Such a qualified group going postward, Maggie. I land on Mindframe. I do think the fact that he is fresh, he is tactical, he's going to sit a great trip just behind the pace setters in this race. He warmed up beautifully as the crowd, the energy is buzzing as they load in for the gate. Lafitte?
At the gate, Acacia, for this Jockey Club Gold Cup. Richie, early on, tactic, strategy, what are you looking for?
Contrary thinking to jet out to the lead. Phileas Fogg needs to set up shop second in the clear and ride the race like he's not there. Antiquarian will be stalking. Mindframe will be sitting directly in behind him.
Chad Brown looking on. Trains the favorite Sierra Leone. Won the Whitney earlier this summer. Very subdued, laid back, relaxed. Mike Rapoli. What a 24 hours this could be. Sensational performance, fierceness, Pacific Classic. And Mindframe here to Frank Mirmati with the call. The Grade 1 Jockey Club Gold Cup live on Fox.
Antiquarian will be the last one to load. Going up. Antiquarian just makes a little circle behind the starting gate. The others standing still. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And White Abario out quickly. Phileas Fogg fast, but drifted in. And he and Contrary Thinking were right next to one another. And now Mindframe has lost the rider. Mindframe has lost the rider in the early stages of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And so it is Contrary Thinking who sprints clear. Phileas Fogg is 7 lengths back in second. White Abario third. Antiquarian is in fourth. It's another 4 lengths back to Highland Falls, Disarm, and Sierra Leone. The opening quarter in 23 seconds flat. And it's Contrary Thinking as they're tending to John Velasquez, rather to Erad Ortiz Jr.
Iron or something.
On the stretch here. It is Contrary Thinking clear by 6 lengths. Phileas Fogg is in second, and White Abario is racing by himself in third. It's another length and a half back to Antiquarian. Highland Falls, Disarm is inside of him, and another 3 back to Sierra Leone. The half went in 46-4. Contrary Thinking has a 4-length lead. Phileas Fogg in second. White Abario third. Antiquarian is racing in fourth. Highland Falls gets a nudge now to try and make up some ground. Disarm is next. And Sierra Leone The new leader is Phileas Fogg through 3 quarters in 1:11.4. It's Phileas Fogg opening up a 4-length lead at the top of the stretch. Highland Falls on the outside. White Barrio, Sierra Leone angles to the center of the racetrack, has 7 lengths to make up on Phileas Fogg as Antiquarian has taken up the chase. Phileas Fogg 1.5 lengths. Antiquarian, Sierra Leone 5 lengths back. It's either Phileas Fogg or Antiquarian, or Sierra Leone coming late. Antiquarian, Sierra Leone. Antiquarian has won the Jockey Club Gold Cup under John Velasquez. Sierra Leone finished second, and in behind them it was Phileas Fogg and Highland Falls.
A Jockey Club Gold Cup turned upside down right from the start. Mindframe loses his rider, Arad Ortiz. Antiquarian, John Velasquez, who won yesterday's Pacific Classic with fierceness, back here today aboard Antiquarian in an upset in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. So much to unpack, Richie. What happened at the start?
Yeah, keep your eye on the 7-horse, Phileas Fogg. The rabbits inside of him. Kendrick Carmouche veers over to try to make it tough on him, and chain reaction knocked Irad. He was actually on top of White Barrio at one point, and he was trying so hard to get back in the middle of his horse, and then it looked like he might have been stepped on by the horse directly in behind him, which actually was Sierra Leone.
How did Edgar Zayas stay aboard White Barrio? I'll never understand. Awaiting an update regarding fallen jockey's Arad Ortiz condition.
Oh, buddy.
Shortly after the start, Phileas Fogg making a sharp left-handed turn. Again, awaiting an update on the condition of Arad Ortiz. We go to Maggie with winning jockey John Velasquez. Maggie.
Guys, I can tell you with Arad Ortiz, the attending EMTs did lift him over to the outside rail and to the ambulance. We will get an update with regards to Irad. But Johnny, Antiquarian here for Centennial Farm, this is their race. They have won it in the past, and this is a horse that does feel as though he's getting good when the time is right.
Every race, he get better and better. Today was perfect. You know, he allowed me to get him back a little bit the first part of the race. But the 3-8 pole, I was fully comfortable where I was, following, obviously, Kendrick. And after that, pulled out the 3-16 pole, and he gave me a good run.
And Johnny, we saw you in California last night. You're not slowing down. You're a Hall of Famer. You're the venerable veteran of this game, and you're winning at the highest level.
Well, riding these kind of horses is going to keep you young. You know, they keep you in mind and running and be competitive. And thankful, you know, for the whole team. Obviously, we tapped the whole team and the owners that were giving me the opportunity to ride him, though.
Well, Johnny, congratulations to you. And guys, this is truly kind of the ups and downs of racing, where Todd Pletcher wins here with Antiquarian, and unfortunately, Mindframe eliminated it at the start.
Microcosm in the sport. It's not often a Jockey Club Gold Cup is contested, and the headline won't be about the winner. It won't be about Antiquarian. It'll be about what happened at the start. Phileas Fogg, Kendrick Carmouche, hard left-hand turn, and the horses that were all impacted and are concerned about the health of jockey Arad Ortiz.
Now, I believe that Kendrick was thinking he could get the drop on the rabbit. Now, he never made contact with the rabbit, but he veered in so significantly towards him that it made contrary thinking step away from him, and it accordioned the horses inside of him. So the contact then that Mindframe incurred knocked Irad Ortiz sideways off of his horse, essentially, and he landed on the hindquarters of White Barrio.
Yeah.
And he was still trying to right himself, pull himself back to the middle of his horse. This was an ugly incident.
Tom, first look from the drone. There is an inquiry naturally, 8372. Phileas Fogg looking at the third place finisher. Live look there, Todd Pletcher. Tom looking at that from the drone. What stood out?
Well, look, you know, we have 3 stewards here that are going to be looking at this and deciding who was at fault and just how flagrant it was. The important thing to note is these guys all are in the same room together between every race. No one wanted to have that happen, including who I think is at fault and is going to suffer a serious penalty, and that's Kendrick Carmouche, who was aboard Phineas Fogg, the 7-horse.
I'm with you, Tom. I don't think Kendrick obviously didn't mean for this kind of incident to happen, but he was trying to take advantage of contrary thinking, not being the quickest out of the gate, that maybe eliminate that rabbit factor. It's kind of like in hockey. A guy's heading to the boards, somebody turns, and they run them head first into the boards. They didn't really want to hit them from behind. It was just circumstance, but you have to be more responsible than that.
And here's the reason for that. So Phineas Fogg and contrary thinking have the same style. They both want to be in front, and they're in the gate right next to each other. So Kendrick knows if my horse breaks sharp and I can move over and take contrary thinking spot, I can eliminate him from being a pace setter, and I can be the pace setter.
Yeah. Priority, the condition of fallen rider Rod Ortiz. As you see, 8-3-7-2. Stewards looking at what took place at the start of the race as John Velasquez enters the winner's circle with Antiquarian Centennial Farm, trained by Todd Pletcher. Sadly, this takes away from his moment and everybody associated with Antiquarian, not to mention all those impacted, including the defeated favorite, closing fastest of all, Sierra Leone, who was impacted.
Absolutely. I mean, Flavian was back there, trying to avoid as best he could Irad, who was laying on the ground. Yeah, it's unfortunate because Antiquarian ran well, but the focus obviously is Mindframe losing his rider. Like you mentioned, the health of Irad. And then Sierra Leone obviously didn't get a fair shake either to run his best race.
Acacia with an update regarding fallen rider Rod Ortiz. Acacia.
Yes, I did have a chance to speak to NYRA Communications Director Pat McKenna in regards to Irad Ortiz. He was assessed immediately by the NYRA medical team to ensure that it was not head or neck, at which point, as Maggie touched on, he was lifted and carried off the track because the runners in the race would have to cross over that exact path to finish the running of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. When he was then further examined, he was complaining of right rib and left hand pain. No word on yet where he is being taken, whether it's to first aid or directly to Albany Medical. I will provide an update with that as I do receive it, but have been told that he is alert, which is the best news of all. Mindframe as well was apprehended by the outrider, but as you guys see, there is a steward's inquiry in regard to the number 7, Phileas Fogg.
Acacia, thanks so much. Awaiting a decision from the stewards. Rod Ortiz is one of the best in the business. He's a 5-time Eclipse Award winner. Eclipse Award, that's like an MVP for jockeys. Leading rider here at Saratoga, about to capture a 7th overall riding title, and hopefully escape the type of injury that would keep him sidelined for an extended period of time.
I think we need to also say how infrequent something like this is. It is rare that we see a race where something occurs that is not horse related but jockey related that causes someone to fall in the race. It's extremely rare. And having said that, we did we talked about Ron Turcotte earlier, and he suffered that same sort of thing. So but those are so infrequent.
They are infrequent, and especially at this level, because you're talking about the best riders in the world congregated in one place. These are truly the best riders in the world. And I think what happened in a momentary lapse, as they announced the disqualification of Phileas Fogg, which I think was an absolute no-brainer. Yeah. Kendrick Carmouche thought he could take advantage of the moment because contrary thinking twice in a row now for a rabbit doesn't break the sharpest.
Phileas Fogg disqualified from 3rd, unplaced. And now you see the towels everywhere. You see the Breeders' Cup hats. You see the blankets. Breeders' Cup Challenge event. Winning you're in for the Breeders' Cup Classic for Todd Pletcher. What next for Mindframe, who this was supposed to be a final prep for the Breeders' Cup Classic and didn't really get a chance to compete. Todd Pletcher live with Acacia.
And I'm sure feeling a lot of emotions right now. Todd, thank you for taking the time to talk with us. First and foremost, any word on Mindframe? And we have heard at least Irad Ortiz is awake. And what were your thoughts on what took place there?
So obviously it was horrible that happened. I think Irad's complaining about a wrist and maybe it's ribs, but he seems to be overall okay. Mindframe is fine. Fortunately, he kind of slowed down and the outriders were able to catch him safely, so he looks like he's fine. It's a shame that you know, that it happened. Hopefully everyone's okay, and but you know, feel a little bit sorry for Antiquarian as well, because he's a deserving winner and ran a great race, and I'm very happy for the Centennial people, and you know, so it was a great win for them and the horse.
Absolutely. And just quickly, I know it's early, but any thoughts on kind of regrouping what might be the plan for Mindframe?
Yeah, this certainly wasn't in the things that we were thinking of going into. You know, we were hoping that this would be his final prep before the Breeders' Cup Classic. We'll have to see if what happened today changes that. There's some races on September 27th that could be in the mix. I think we just got to, you know, get the horse back, see how he is, and see how he comes out of it, and make that decision later on.
Really appreciate it, Todd, and a huge effort from Antiquarian today. Congratulations on that, then.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Can you expand on that, Tom, how difficult of a decision that is for a trainer moving forward?
Right. So, I mean, we're in a position now where you've got a Hall of Fame trainer that has to get a horse prepared for a 1.25 mile race, which is kind of a marathon distance for thoroughbreds in fitness. And with racehorses, that requires racing. That's why everybody was here today to run. Todd's going to have to figure out something different to do with Mindframe to be ready.
Wow. Antiquarian in the Jockey Club Gold Cup, a Jockey Club Gold Cup with many layers. We thank you so much for joining us here on Fox Saratoga Sunday.
They're off at Saratoga.
Welcome to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. Live look, Saratoga Racecourse, final Sunday of the meet, day 39. This sport, you just never know. Just never know. In the end, the Jockey Club Gold Cup goes to Antiquarian, Centennial Farms, trained by Todd Pletcher, the other Todd Pletcher. Incredible between what took place with Mindframe at the start and in the end, a win for Antiquarian in this Gold Cup. stamps his ticket for the Breeders' Cup Classic as we welcome you just outside the paddock alongside Richie Migliori, Tom Amos, Jonathan Kinchin. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. I think everybody trying to collect themselves, Tom, as far as what just took place at the start of the Jockey Club Gold Cup. And unfortunate because so much is on the line, such a good horse race going in. Naturally, we hope that Arad Ortiz walks away from this, that he's not going to be sidelined for an extended period of time. Tom, your thoughts, big picture as far as what took place.
I mean, you know, we're looking at a situation where the heavy favorite, Sierra Leone, had a stablemate in the race called a rabbit. A rabbit is used to make the lead and set up for his late close. There's one other speed horse in the race that's right next to the rabbit in the 7-hole, and that is Phileas Fogg. Watch these two horses. The 7, Phileas Fogg, is going to outbreak the rabbit, the 6 horse, and he's going to move over to try to take his spot. Keep him from making the lead, and it causes a chain reaction to the inside, Richie, and we have an accident.
Yeah, and he veered in so severely towards contrary thinking that it basically forced that horse to react. He sees, another horse coming at him. He doesn't want to get hit. So he goes in away from him. He tags White Barrio, who in turn tags White Mindframe, and just basically knocked him out from underneath Irad Ortiz.
There's 2 jockeys on White Barrio's back for a moment. Edgar Zayas, I don't know how he didn't fall. Arad Ortiz is more on White Barrio right there, right before he goes down.
He was riding piggy bank on Edgar Zayas' back at that point, and you could see the strength and athleticism of Irad still trying to pull himself back over onto his horse, and you're moving 40 miles an hour. And then he fell awkwardly between them. It looked like he might have got clipped first by White Barrio, and then certainly by Sierra Leone after that.
So let's talk about Sierra Leone. Our favorite in this race is going to go over the top of Irad Ortiz, lose more position than he should, have to come from further back than he probably would have, and having run a good second in here and just getting beat at the wire, it definitely cost him the race.
Absolutely. He's yarding up and going sideways, trying to miss Irad, and he wound up even further back than he would have. And listen, obviously the number one thing is Irad's condition, and I'm glad that he was talking, moving everything. Those are the most critical things. And now they'll find out the extent of his injuries.
The performance, Jonathan, from Antiquarian, the longer the better for him as he runs down Phileas Fogg, and late running Sierra Leone chasing in vain.
Yeah, like Todd mentioned in the post race, it's unfortunate, right? You never know if Antiquarian would have won if something else happened. So it takes away a little bit from those connections and what they accomplished by winning a big race like this. So it's always a little unfortunate when things like this happen because we never can predict what would have happened. But as of right now, you know, Antiquarian won. He ran well regardless. And Sierra Leone also ran well. We'll have to wait until the Breeders' Cup Classic to try to figure it all out.
I'm still blown away by that image of Edgar Zayas almost going down. I don't know how he didn't. On White Barrio, and Arad Ortiz, he's more on White Barrio than he is on Mindframe.
He's on White Barrio and still has the reins from Mindframe in his hand. So basically, it's almost like Ben Hur style, right? He's on one, but he's hanging on to another. And then when Mindframe goes away from it, it kind of pulled him off the horse, and he fell in between him. And when you fall feet first like this, it is so awkward, and from experience
too.
Yeah.
How'd Zayas stay on?
I really don't know. I mean, this is such an unfortunate incident too, because like you said, it marred what went in as a spectacular matchup of such talented thoroughbreds. And Antiquarian, who wins the race, he's not the story. And it always bugs me when the horses aren't the story. We have to concentrate on these other things. And listen, I'm a Kendrick Carmouche fan. I think he's ridden tremendously all meet. This was rider error. He was overzealous in how quickly he angled in to try to compromise the rabbit, or the rabbit's job, I should say. I'm sure if he had to do it over, he'd do it completely different. Now, some people are going to argue he didn't make contact with contrary thinking, but he veered at him so closely. If you're on the parkway and you see a car changing lanes coming at you, what are you going to do? You're going to try to avoid the contact. And that's what the horse did, even more than Dylan Davis. Dylan didn't even have a chance to react as fast as the horse did. Prayers and thoughts for Irad. I just hope that he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the one image of that head-on of Sierra Leone, holding my breath, hoping that Sierra Leone would kind of jump over Irad. I'm sure there was some contact there.
Sure.
But, Richie, you've told me this before. One of the most dangerous parts about getting dropped is then you got to get down. Because when they try to jump over you, they could kick you in the head, and it could be significantly.
And you saw Flavian look back.
Yeah,
have you been in that situation?
Unfortunately, I was in a spill where a guy fell right in front of me, and he did not make it. And I knew when I clipped him, we were in trouble. And I wound up getting tossed out, and I went back, and unfortunately, that rider wasn't with us anymore. So I have been in that spot, and I've been in the spot where I've gone down in front of a field, and a horse tried to jump me and landed right on top of me. So, listen, it's a dangerous job. It happens infrequently, but this was unfortunate on a lot of levels.
Rod Ortiz, he was up on his feet, and he was obviously communicating, and pain in his ribs, I believe, is what the report was, and hopefully escaping serious injury. Any further update, we'll go ahead and provide that information. We do have a lot of racing still ahead here at Saratoga with this upcoming 6th race in about 14 minutes. Today's race is brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years doing the usual, unusually well. Still have the Disco Partner a little bit later on. Pick 6. You know, it's a long afternoon when the pick 6 gets started in the 9th race. Main track fast, turf course is firm, temperature around 77 degrees, and still the invite stands, even though we're winding things down here at Saratoga. Sign up, NYRABets.com, use that promo code SPA200. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, NYRABets.com. $100,000 allowance optional claimers next. 3-year-old fillies. Updated odds with Virgin Colada. Jake Hayat, 5-2. How did you see this one unfolding?
Yeah, I like the 4 peak hype quite a bit in here for E5 Racing and Chad Brown. Irad Ortiz listed there to ride. We'll see what happens there. But I think this horse is going to appreciate another start here and maybe even a little bit extra ground.
That's next. So our coverage continues. Closing weekend. And Big Invasion. Good to see him back, getting ready for his 2025 debut. We'll have much more on this 6th race. Horses in the paddock. Big Invasion, there he is. Dynamic, exciting closer. Welcome back. Big Invasion, his first start this season, just as we wind things down at Saratoga.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
to Saratoga Live, a glorious Sunday afternoon here for Labor Day weekend racing, as we do have race number 6 in the paddock. The fillies are traveling 9 furlongs here on the turf course, and while we see Chad Brown with a formidable duo do make the rider on number 4 in here, Peak Hype, Ricardo Santana Jr., we will try to bring an update with regards to Arad Ortiz Jr. and further continue to update on rider changes throughout the card here. But we'll check in with Cherie DeVoe's duo, and that includes recent maiden breaker Cliffs in here, whom I really liked last time, and I really like her again here. If anything, I think she will benefit from getting a little bit more ground to work with, stepping out from the mile and a 16th to the mile and an 1/8 today. I thought she got a great ride too by Jose Lescano, who will not be aboard again here today, but I thought she was the only one to close though. It was a quick pace, but it kind of held together, and she was the one that was really making up significant ground. She's just so beautifully put together. She's big, she's strong, and she's just a lovely physical and has a lovely disposition too. So I think this filly is going to continue to get better. Now Cherie will bring in a European import, the Irish bred number 7 Sea to Sky, a daughter of Without Parole, who has stood by owner and breeder John Gunther here, as she does get Lasix for this effort, as she does come out of a handicap race at Goodwood, and she was one that was forward. She jumped out of the stalls quite quickly. Now, obviously, paces over there are a lot slower than what we encounter here in America. I do think she will be prominent. I don't think she'll necessarily be on the lead, though, but look for her. She gets away cleanly to be attending the pace because she's just built that way. She's a bit smaller and shorter coupled, and so therefore that just lends itself well to having a early foot. So we'll see how she negotiates the stretch out here to the 9 furlongs. I get why we go longer in America as opposed to in England. The undulating courses, you know, they're a bit more taxing, a lot of more uphill. But sometimes horses are just built to do specific things. And for me, honestly, Lafitte, Sea to Sky is built a bit more like a miler.
And the 9 furlongs, mile and an 1/8, as you mentioned, that she'll be asked to negotiate today. Sea to the Sky, homebred John Gunther, bred a pretty good horse a few years ago. Triple Crown winner, Justify. Apologies lost in everything that was taking place in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Results, you're seeing him for the first time, and an upset in the end, $28. Antiquarian, Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, look, he ran well. And I thought he would run well. I didn't think he was going to win the race. I thought he would run well. He ran well previously. Sierra Leone, also another one that ran well. I don't think really lost anything in defeat.
No.
And one that will be, both of those horses will be very interesting additions to this Breeders' Cup Classic picture.
As we march forward, along with Sol Doro, trained by Miguel Clement, right next to him. Later on, Disco Partner, what an exciting, popular turf sprinter he was, trained by Christophe Clement, and welcome back, a big invasion. Great to see him back in the mix. 2025 debut, big invasion. Richie, 3 starts back. His Harvey Pack victory here at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's a real classical type of turf sprinter. He makes one run. He likes pace, so he doesn't get keen, and Dylan Davis seems to fit him extremely well. I guess the question is, at the age of 6, will he be fully cranked for his first start back?
Yeah, he needs this post position he's got. He's towards the outside of the 9 hole, and just like you saw in last year's Harvey Pack, as he finishes up right here as a winner, you know, getting that good pace up front, coming around everyone, which he did last year, that's got to be the game plan here.
Is it easier to prepare a horse for a comeback race in a short sprint, in a 5.5 furlong turf sprint than, say, I don't know, a mile and an 1/8 route
yeah,
turf
no,
race?
And the reason it's not is because each 1/8 of a mile in a short race is much faster than a mile and an 1/8. So you have to be sharp, sharp, sharp to bring one back at 5.5 furlongs or 5.5/8 of a mile than you would for a mile and 1/8, where it's a kind of a pedestrian pace, where the whole plan is to kick home well.
They have to be prepared to run the whole way.
That's right.
This summer, Jonathan, for Miguel Clement, just his stakes victories yesterday in the Flower Bowl, and the one that jumps off the screen, deterministic at the Grade 1 4-star Dave.
Yeah, absolutely, where Kendrick Carmouche was aboard in wire-to-wire fashion in that race.
See if he can add another stakes victory. Clement, big invasion, a little bit later on here at Saratoga. Disco partner. Post-parade, you're looking at Cliff's team. She feels pretty. The Jacksons and Cherie DeVoe.
Yeah, I thought her last race was really, really good. She's got a nice inside draw here as well.
Obeisant, number 2, does her best running late from off the pace.
Does her best running late from off the pace. A talented filly, but the pace structure doesn't suit her very well.
And Nell, number 3, there she is. Hall of Famer Javier Castellano rides for the first time.
Yeah, comes from out of it. She's going to need some pace to close into.
10-1 currently, followed by Peak Hype. Lightly raced 3-year-old filly, high-profile connections.
High-profile connections. Rider change. Irad Ortiz, obviously not on this one. Ricardo Santana gets the mount.
Perhaps a favor done not having to ride in the Jockey Club Gold Cup was named on White Barrio. Ponyless, there's Pookie and Dylan Davis.
Yeah, a couple of changes. Puts the blinkers on, also gets Lasix on.
Number 6, Double Velocity.
Yeah, coming off a bit of a layoff, and who are we going to name on this one? Well, I will get back to you on that as to who the rider's going to be there.
Sea to Sky, the Irish filly stateside debut.
Yeah, you get Johnny Velasquez here for Cherie DeVoe. You mentioned Team She Feels Pretty. Those two hooked up with She Feels Pretty.
Louis Sai is on Double Velocity. That's Joel Rosario on Sol Doro. Don't Jinx, 2nd to 2 for Miguel Clement.
Yeah, this one ran down at Colonial last time. The race 2 back could put this one in the mix. I just don't quite trust with this outside draw.
Out there somewhere, Virgin Colada, the favorite at 2-1, and what has been a very ambitious campaign to this point, Tom. There she is.
There she is, and you know, look, she has the same problem that maybe some of the others have. It's not a lot of pace here, and she's a horse that wants to finish on the end. The good news for those horses, we're going 1 1/8, so if the pace is mild, they have plenty of time to get there. We're going to watch her right here. This is 2 back. She's relaxed in last. Won't get there, but it was a good finish nonetheless.
Virgin Colada closing, and that was at a mile, Richie. Today with a little bit more ground to negotiate.
More ground, but no pace. I'm really having a hard time coming up with the pace setter here. I think maybe potentially the 9, Don't Jinx It. 1 of 2 from Miguel Clement. Maybe they used this one because she actually attended a pretty fast pace 2 back at Delaware.
The tricky thing about Virgin Colada is that she's been either competitive or at least bet in much better races. That's why I think she's the favorite right here. And she could be one of those types of horses that it might just be better than these, needed some class relief. She wins this race for fun. But at 9-5 with that outside draw, with all of those questions, I don't like short prices when the sentences include might, hopefully, maybe, could. That's a little bit of a problem for me.
Please.
Yes, please.
It's not a might. Cliff's pictured, Tom, like she is improving, headed in the right direction, just having graduated in her most recent.
And the most recent was on the grass at a little shorter distance, but looks like a filly that wants further. And quite frankly, horses get good at times, and they get on win streaks. Cliffs has the opportunity to do that and make it 2 in a row.
Number 4, Peak Hype. There she is. Was supposed to be ridden by Arad Ortiz. Maggie, what is the latest on Arad's condition?
Yeah, Lafitte, he has been transported to Albany Medical Center. He is alert, he is conscious, he is moving all of his limbs, and the pain is in his wrist and right rib cage. So we don't know any diagnosis quite yet, but he is being transported to Albany Medical Center. As we said, we will bring you further rider changes and updates, and we'll also get a chance to catch up with Victor Escobar, our NYRA steward, who will give us an explanation of what happened and why we saw Phileas Fogg DQ'd in today's Jockey Club Gold Cup. Lafitte?
Maggie, thanks so much. So we wait further in terms of Arad Ortiz and how much time, if any, that he will miss. And Richie, it's speculation, but I think we all know Kendrick Carmouche well enough. He was disqualified after finishing 3rd in the Jockey Club Gold Cup. I'm imagining nobody feels worse than he does.
I'm sure of it. Knowing Kendrick as a human being, I'm sure he is just beside himself that this happened. I know what he was thinking. He wanted to just take the ground away from the rabbit to kind of change the complexion of the race, inhibit the rabbit from doing his job. just didn't work out. You know, it was an ill-advised move.
Again, in a Jockey Club Gold Cup, upside down right from the start, Tom. This 6th race crossing over, and you like Aubusson in this one.
I do. I mean, here's a horse that is coming off a mile race. Will get the equivalent of a couple of football fields more in distance in this race, and was finishing strongly on the end in her last start at that mile and at this level. In other words, she's running against horses that are all eligible for this condition. They haven't done anything but won one race. That makes this horse a player at a big price.
And early on, what we'll be looking for, because there's so little speed on paper, and how this thing kind of shakes out, and who might take the lead on a horse that otherwise typically doesn't like to be up that close, but somebody has to be in front.
I think the rider that takes the initiative, that says, hey, I'm doing this. I think if everybody comes out looking at each other, you're going to see a crawl and a lot of horses jammed on top of each other into the first turn.
And Virgin Colada, despite what the race shape looks like on paper, and the fact that she does her best running from far back, still 8-5 at post time with Flavien Prat, who just finished 2nd in the Gold Cup with Sierra Leone. Frank Mirmati with the call, race 6 from Saratoga live on FS2.
Pookie going in. Virgin Colada to the outside. They're in the gate. And they're off. Double Velocity quickly sprints out of the gate to vie for command, along with Obesante. And on the outside, Don't Jinx It is now sprinting up, and Don't Jinx It up to take the lead from Obesante. Then it is Double Velocity in 3rd. Cliffs is right on horse's heels going into the first turn, and right in behind, taking up sharply, was Double Velocity. Double Velocity, rather that was Peak Hype, forgive me. Peak Hype was the one who took up very sharply behind horses. In the meantime, it's Don't Jinx It in front. Don't Jinx It leads the way by 3 lengths. Double Velocity is racing in the 2nd spot, and Obesante is down on the rail in 3rd. They're followed by Soldoro in 4th. Then comes Sea to Sky between horses in 5th. Extreme outside, Virgin Colada and Cliff side by side. Pookie is next, and Peak Hype, after all that trouble, at the back through a half in 51 seconds flat. It's Don't Jinx It in front, leading the way by 2 lengths. Double Velocity is in 2nd. Obesante on the inside, racing in 3rd. Then comes Soldoro. Sea to Sky is racing on the inside, pushed along, losing ground now. There goes Virgin Colada. Virgin Colada, she is starting to roll on the outside, has 7 to make up. There's clear sailing now for Cliffs, matching strides with her. In behind them comes Pookie with a 1/4 mile to go. Don't Jinx It has been there throughout, leads it by 1 length with 1 furlong to go. Out in the center of the course, Virgin Colada, Soldoro, Cliffs along the inside, Obesante in between, and on the inside, Peak Hype is trying to get a tiny piece. It's still Don't Jinx It close to home. Don't Jinx It, nursed along perfectly by Manny Franco to get the money. Cliffs, Obesante, and an extremely unlucky Peak Hype.
Lots going on in this one as well. Traffic jam on the first turn. In the end, it's Don't Jinx It and Manny Franco in the 6th at Saratoga. Richie, let's go back to the start and what took place. These riders trying to situate themselves in fine position going into the clubhouse turn.
We talked about the lack of pace in here. Manny Franco was the one who said, okay, I'm going to go from the outside, but they're going so slow. And now the field is coming together because they're walking. And now everybody's jamming up into each other, bouncing off each other, clipping heels. The only one that had an unencumbered trip was the horse on the lead. Your winner, Don't Jinx It. Pace makes the race. You're on a 1,000-pound animal, Lafitte, and they're going too slow in front of you, and they want to run over the top of them.
Look at Peak Hype.
Man, he almost bounced
and
out of the
Santana.
saddle. I mean, he was up on that horse's heels. He hit the saddle, bounced up in the air. It's remarkable how slow they were going, how much they got jammed up, that no one actually clipped heels.
You know, we all saw it coming, right? We saw no pace in this race. And for those at home that don't understand time and pace very well, the more a field is bunched, 90% of the time they're going slow. Advantage to the front end horses and disadvantage to the ones that have to come from behind, because the front end horses have saved so much energy, so much gas in the tank. That is such the case here with our huge long shot.
39 to 1.
39 to 1, and Don't Jinx It making the easiest of leads and having plenty of gas and energy for the end after making that lead.
Peak Hype, after that, ran 4th.
Oh, ran huge. That horse, and then, was stuck in behind that slow pace. So just to start, was trying to close into a pace. Look, Peak Hype in the lime green and the purple was all the way in the back, and then Ricardo was trying to find a way to get somewhere at some point. I mean, this horse ran very, very well, and like Frank said in the call, a very unlucky 4th.
Yeah, but the leader's got a 2-length lead inside the 8th pole, and she came home her last furlong in 11 and a 5th. Horses behind her would have run 10 and change to catch her after already having run a mile. That doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I would say 12 seconds is about the proper time for the last 1/8 of a mile. So she was able to quicken really well and get under 12 seconds at last 8.
So Manny Franco turning a 1 1/8 route race into a sprint, essentially, going that slow early. Another look here going into the first turn. One there hits the rail as well. Cliffs, who ran 2nd. Cliffs hit the fence and ran 2nd, and you saw Ricardo Santana coming up out of the saddle on Peak Hype and ran 4th.
And this is what happens when there's no pace on in a big field. Everybody gets bunched up. Horses are not cars. You don't hit the brake and they just come right back to you. They pull. They're 1,000 pounds out, and they want to do more. How did Ricardo stay in the saddle?
I mean, there's 7 lengths between the horse that's setting the pace and the last place horse.
Yep.
Whenever you see that in a route race like this, you know they aren't going very fast.
Ricardo Santana riding a filly who was scheduled to be ridden by Arado Ortiz Peak Hype. And in the end, Manny Franco triggering a massive upset here for trainer Miguel Clement. Castleton Lions, that's Team Gio Ponte. You know those colors. Gio Ponte, I don't think won many races at 39-1. Don't jinx it, just did. 9-1, 2-4. The Breeders' Cup Classic, the picture was more clear and then got kind of foggy again. Sovereignty, Travers yesterday, Fierceness, Johnny V. Johnny V with Antiquarian in the Jockey Club Gold Cup here at Saratoga today. We'll preview.
Do you want a post race here?
$1,600,000 bid now 650. $1,650,000. Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000. $1,600,000. Thank you.
The sun shines bright on Turcotte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Turcotte.
Turcotte, standing at Gainesway.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to Saratoga Live, the penultimate day of the meeting here for 2025. And Manny Franco, I'm just gonna say it, you're the only smart one out there, Manny. You backed down the pace, everybody was grabbing and checking, and your filly, Don't Jinx It, was just so comfortable.
Yeah, Maggie, as soon as I get to the paddock, I said, Miguel, I'm gonna go forward with her because I don't see much speed in the race. And he was agree with me, so that's what we did. We put the plan in there, and worked out great for us.
And when you have a filly that maybe doesn't stack up, quite as well as some of the other contenders on paper, I think you just give them such an advantage when you give them that proverbial head start.
Yeah, definitely. As soon she broke good. I just let her go, and when I made the lead, she put the ears up, so she was happy and comfortable, and I was happy too because that was my plan, and like I said, worked out great for us.
We saw Ricardo Santana have to check sharply on the fort. When you're out there as a rider, do you hear them hollering? Was there a lot of commotion behind you?
Yeah, definitely. You hear when it's happening, behind you. But I gotta see the replay. I don't see where he.
Of course you did. They were all looking at your behind.
Yeah. So I'm just happy to get the win for Miguel. So thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Well done, Manny. Congrats.
Thank you, Maggie.
All right, Manny Franco, walking the dog. Lafitte.
That is the definition of walking the dog, and I would imagine that there's more leeway, Richie, when you're riding a 40-to-1 shot to say, hey, man, I'm going to try something different today.
Well, and also psychologically, the riders behind you go, well, that horse is 40-to-1. I'll see you later.
Yeah.
You'll come back to me. Not when you go that slow.
Like one dreamer in that Breeders' Cup distaff.
Exactly.
Gary Stevens. She'll come back. Never came back. Won a Breeders' Cup distaff. This wasn't a Breeders' Cup event, but it was a victory for Don't Jinx It. 81-50 in the end. So much going on behind her. And JK, one of those races when these horses resurface, you have to watch that race about 15 different times. We push forward. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Always exciting. And these 2-year-olds are about to sprint 3/4 of a mile. 2-year-old filly, 1-5. Why is lovely Christina the next fastest filly on the planet?
Well, she ran really well, and she ran second to the next fastest filly in the world, a horse by the name of Carmel Coast, who won very impressively first time out. Lovely Christina was behind her. You'd like to think, we've seen it, it's been a trend so far this year. These horses that have run well first time out run a little bit better second time out. If she runs better second time out, she could be very, very tough in here.
Tom Amos will return. He has a filly to saddle right behind us. In the meantime, while we have 21 minutes out till this upcoming 6th race, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day, 7th race, the Classic, the Road to the Breeders' Cup Classic, and what we've learned over the past couple of weeks, Jonathan, just focusing on Antiquarian, because while that, again, may not be the headline, fact is he won the Jockey Club Gold Cup Challenge event. He is in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Where does he fit in with the top Classic contenders?
I don't know, probably 7th. In my opinion, right? I mean, I think you got to put fierceness in front of him. Sovereignty, journalism. I think Sierra Leone probably ran a better race today, despite what happened. Mind frame, unfortunately, we didn't get to see what he would have done. So I would say Antiquarian's definitely deserving to be in the starting gate, but he's got a lot of work to do to get into those top Classic contender conversations.
The jet set jockey, Johnny V. Today, the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Yesterday, Del Mar's signature race, Pacific Classic, Richie. And from the beginning, you're thinking, all right, game over for fierceness after what happens a few jumps out.
Yeah, now watch him duck into that gap. There's a temporary rail there as they come onto the course proper. Johnny had to really use all his strength and prowess to get him righted, but now he's behind horses, a position that we've never seen fierceness excel from. You know, usually when he's in this spot, game over for him. That wasn't the case yesterday in the Pacific Classic. He traveled and got to save ground. For a normal horse, you go, well, not a bad trip. This was the move right here. Watch how decisively Johnny knifes his way in between horses. He says, okay, I got an opportunity. I'm going to take it before that hole closes. And very early on, mere mortal of horses would not be able to sustain that middle move and continue through the stretch. This was a huge performance from Fierceness.
It was outstanding, and you know, I think Richie nailed it. You know, in other countries, you can bet in the middle of a race.
Yeah.
Fierceness would have been 40-1 after that start, and the way that we know he has typically ridden when he's found himself in an adverse position like that. But when he opened up at the 3/8 pole right here, you knew it was going to be a horse race. You knew journalism right to his outside was going to run at him. And for a second and a half, it looked like journalism might get to him. But then the real Fierceness decided to kick it into gear and keep on going.
Were you screaming your you-know-what off? Because that's your boy.
Yeah, you know, but I love journalism as well. I mean, how can you not love journalism, what he's given us this year, and how you know, Michael McCarthy said he's been off and on the plane, off and on the plane, off and on the plane. and he still shows up this late in the year to run down a horse like Fierceness, who is a champion in his own right. This division is just so much fun.
Have some synergy now, connecting of the dots, a common denominator with German journalism. The 3-year-old facing the older horse in Fierceness, Valiant in defeat, but it was Fierceness's day. And Richie, if you're Godolphin, Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado, based on what's transpired since last week's Travers, how are you feeling about Sovereignty for the Breeders' Cup Classic?
Well, I think you got to be feeling really good about him. I don't think we can take too much away from the accident-marred Jockey Club Gold Cup today, but Sovereignty seemingly gets bigger every time I see him. Saw him just this morning and thought, this horse looks like he grew since he won the Travers Stakes. And these are when these colts are developing the most. So the horse that we saw get 115 buyer figure in the Travers might be even bigger and stronger come Breeders' Cup time. Get a higher figure. I mean, he's the real deal.
Bill Mott said yesterday, like, he's ready to really, looks like he's feeling good, wants to really get back into his training. Sovereignty after that Travers win. Maggie is with us and standing by with New York Racing Association steward Victor Escobar regarding what took place shortly after the start of the Jockey Club Gold Cup and the subsequent disqualification. Maggie.
Yeah, Lafitte and Victor, thank you so much for coming down here to explain what transpired in our Jockey Club Gold Cup. You don't see that every day, that's for sure. So explain what happened out of the gate and thus the eventual disqualification of Phileas Fogg.
Thank you, Maggie. So in the state of New York, a horse may be disqualified if, in the opinion of the stewards, a horse is impeded, interfered with, or intimidated at any point during the run. Shortly after the start, the 7 Phileas Fogg veers left sharply, intimidating multiple horses to his inside, causing a significant chain reaction, which ultimately resulted in the unseating of jockey Irad Ortiz off of Mindframe. As a result, we disqualified the 7 Phileas Fogg from 3rd place and ordered him last.
Well, Victor, thank you so much for that explanation, and we definitely get a better understanding of the rules when you come here and visit us, so we appreciate it vastly.
Thank you, Maggie.
Lafitte?
Appreciate the explanation. It's hard to watch when Irad Ortiz goes down. It's like, just if we could be candid for a moment, when he hits, you're just, and Sierra Leone goes right over the top. Richie, he's in pain, but you're glad to see that he's moving, because we know what a awful position that is to be in with a thoroughbred going right over top. And again, Maggie announced earlier the update and complaining of rib pain and wrist pain and awaiting a diagnosis, hopefully escaping serious injury.
Like you said, Lafitte, the two things that immediately you go to, is he able to move all his extremities? And did he lose consciousness? Did he have a head injury? The fact that they were able to ascertain on the racetrack that he was stable enough to move, because otherwise the race is no contest, right? They've got to pull the whole field up because he's right in the line of fire when the field comes around again. So once they were able to move him, okay, he may be hurt, but at least it's not going to be a catastrophic type injury.
As we get ready for the 7th race here at Saratoga, coming up next, Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Tom Amos offset because he's kind of busy right now in the paddock behind us. There he is, getting set to unleash Celebrity Quest, the debuting filly by Derby winner Nyquist. 8-1 currently. Big summer for Tom, specifically with 2-year-olds. What'll Celebrity Quest do in her debut?
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. A proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Hey, Tom.
Hey, Lafitte, how you doing, man?
Horrible. Show's falling apart without you.
It happened that fast, huh?
Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day is next. Updated odds with lovely Christina, currently 1-2. Tom Amos, kind enough to wear the wire in the paddock, has number 9, Celebrity Quest at 8-1. Tom, first day on the job for her. How is she handling everything?
That's a great way to put it. It's a great way to put it, Lafitte. It is the first day on the job. She's debuting like a lot of these horses in this race. And, you know, what you're watching right now is a trainer, not just myself, but I'm standing right next to Todd Pletcher and some others. Everybody's looking at their horses and how they're handling the paddock. There's a lot of nervous hollering going on with the horses in here. You really don't want that. You want the horses to focus on the task at hand. My horse, Celebrity Quest, the 9 horse, is acting very well. I've already put the saddle on her. And so now she's just walking around, staying calm, cool, and collected, which is what every trainer wants to see in their horse. And it's what the girls point out when they're looking at paddock behavior, especially in these young races.
$525,000 purchase. There she is by Nyquist. Precocious Nyquist, a 2-year-old champ, Breeders' Cup juvenile winner. As we check in with Maggie, this is where we lean on you most. Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. What are these 2-year-old fillies showing you?
Yeah, I always get excited for the Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, Lafitte. And we'll start with some first-time starters here, as we heard Tom talking about his horse, number 9 in here, Celebrity Quest. And she was a little tough to get the tack on at first, but then she settled without a problem. But focusing in on that one right there just made me jump. I felt that. As looking at number 3, Paige Turner, for Cherie DeVoe, they paid $350,000 for this daughter of Army Mule, who is quite proficient with his dirt sprinters, hits at 14% with his first-time starting juveniles, and she worked 10 flat. Very quick, efficient stride, but what I liked most is she didn't necessarily look as though she was going that quickly. So hinting at size in that workout, and it's definitely reflected here in the paddock. She's a big, good-looking girl, and she's been fairly classy acting too, as she will bring her show on the road, so to speak, as she's been doing her preparations in Kentucky for this. She is also half to Speed Boat Beach, who was a first-time starting winner and also won the Grade 1 Malibu. So definitely some precocity in the pedigree. As we'll also take a look here at number 11, Karma Cat. Oh, do note that Joel Rosario picks up Paige Turner, and Karma Cat will be ridden by Junior Alvarado, as this Whit Beckman trainee is awfully big. So the 6 furlongs here starting out feels like a starting out point, not a I'm going to win at this necessarily, because there's a lot of her. I mean, she is tall too, with a lot of scope to her frame. I do like her here. There isn't much pedigree to report on, and I do find that the practical jokes are bigger types overall. Comes in here fit, and we know that Whit can get one ready to win first time out, Lafitte.
And no doubt about that. Karma Cat at 12-1. Jockeys have arrived, including Luis Saez with Celebrity Quest, trained by Tom Amos. Let's listen in.
Louis, so this filly's got a great mind, so you can do whatever you want with her. I want you to take her away from the pony, get a good aggressive warm-up with her. Perfect. She's been sharp from the gate, so I think she'll be in that first group of horses. I love the way she's trained going into the race, so you just do your thing here, okay and know that she'll respond to you.
Definitely, boss. Okay.
All right, you have a safe trip, buddy.
Thank you so much.
All right.
All the best. Good luck.
All right, let's do it.
Really appreciate the access, Tom, wearing the wire, hearing those conversations, and the kind of instruction you would love to receive when you were riding, Richie.
Those are the best instructions. Don't inhibit a rider. Listen, good riders don't need instructions. Bad riders can't follow them. So he told them the right thing. She's training good. She's been breaking well. Put her in the game. He told her how he wanted her warmed up. That's something that a trainer should convey to a rider. And as far as wearing the wire thing, in my neighborhood, that wouldn't have flown too well.
Tom Amos, the big summer, the 2-year-olds, this guy, it's our time. Running up the score, JK, pouring it on. Next stop, Grade 1 Champagne.
Yeah, I'm not sure this wasn't the most impressive performance of all ages that we saw here this summer. I mean, he was sensational. And when you have a horse like this, you got to think that Tom gets up. He probably doesn't even set his alarm anymore for 4:30.
He just jumps out of bed. The next fastest horse in the world. He beat the next fastest horse in the world in that race. And then for Tom Ames, how about Big Dom, Richie, bound for Keeneland and the 2-turn Breeders' Futurity?
Yeah, nice problem to have, separating two top-class colts like this. But I like the way Big Dom did this as well. This was a fast race. He had a fight for it, which you like to see a young horse show that kind of grit, determination. But there was a professionalism to him that, in some ways, I was almost as impressed with him as that blowout victory by It's Our Time.
It's a bold, bold statement. Tom Amoss, there he is, on his way, front side, and his stats. That's hard to do it like podunk downs, Jonathan. And here he is, just lighting things up at Saratoga.
Yeah, running into $1 million horses and $100,000, $500,000 horses. It's definitely not easy to do here.
Still have work to do, Tom. Back on set after this Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Fierce Vershinda, the first you see there, followed by Pi Phi at 35-1 and Kendrick Harmouche.
I'm sorry, where are we at? Oh, there's the 2. I'm sorry. That's
There was.
got lost with my overnight here, guys.
Page Turner, make the rider Joel Rosario.
Yeah, has been working at Ellis Park, but one that I think is interesting at a price.
David Ungorda, West Point Thoroughbred, first time starter, then All About You, second in her debut at 25-1.
To Tennessee Belle, who was defeated by Tommy Joe, who came back as a very impressive winner of the Spinaway.
Strength of schedule, and Fancy and Flight, another fresh face.
I would say this is sneaky money for connections that don't do great with first-time starters.
Cool name. People watching. Glen Hill Farm, first time starter.
Yeah, has been reportedly working decently enough in the morning to think she has a chance.
Just Tell Ann, West Paces, Zilla Racing, debuting filly.
It's not always this easy, but Flavian Pratt showing up here is at least a little bit interesting to me.
Lovely Christina, odds on.
Yeah, off a big effort against Carmel Coast, who was very impressive on debut. Look for her to improve as well.
For Tom Amoss, Celebrity Quest.
The workout report liked a couple of her works, and we know what Tom can do with these 2-year-olds this year.
Essence LV, another first-time starter.
Yeah, coming in with a series of 5 furlong works, and that speaks to conditioning.
They'll get back to her. You saw the 11 Karma Cat. There's Ricardo Santana and Buckeye favorite.
Yeah, decent effort at Ellis Park's. Going to have to improve to face this group.
Jonathan, not a Buckeye favorite. Essence, I'm sorry, couldn't help it. Essence LV, there she is. Would be a big surprise. Cold on the board. AB Brothers debuting filly, AB Bros stable. But there's lovely Christina, who is the favorite at 4-5, and her debut, she was 5-1, 10th of August here, and just runs into a beast.
Yeah, she runs into a beast in Carmel Coast on the front end there, and she's trying. It was her first start. She ran extremely well. Pretend Carmel Coast isn't in the race. She beat the rest of them pretty handily, and I think that you expect her to take another step forward in her second career start.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of times when you're chasing a horse that's just superior to the horse you're on, your horse has a tendency to cave in. It'd be like me and you running, and I can't catch you. At some point, I'm going to give up. She never gave up and still stayed on resolutely, and I like that. I like the fact that she showed that ability, but also that determination.
Pretty sure Richie could catch you.
I'm worried.
Pretty sure.
I bet he could, too.
Pretty sure he could catch you. You don't want to miss this. Saratoga and Monmouth, there's 30% bonus today when you hit a pick 3 at Monmouth Park. Opt in at NYRABets.com for a 30% bonus today.
Rajiv Maharaj riding here today.
Yes, our friend Rajiv came by, said hello the other day, and yeah, riding here at Saratoga this afternoon.
With us last summer, and he was so impressed, he went back to riding.
And let's go 8, 4.
On Fierce Vershinda as we get ready for the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. That image, that pic, that doesn't look real. That looks like a postcard.
Well, the 9 horse just ran by, so we know it. We know it's
high-tech
stuff,
man.
It's not even stock footage.
Check in with Maggie.
As I am going to go to a first-time starter, I'm sorry, not trained by Tom Amoss. That's number 3, Paige Turner, who just continued to impress me because she, when she got out on the racetrack, just handled herself so beautifully and is this really efficient mover. You know, one of those horses where it never looks like their feet really hit the ground. So I really like what I'm seeing from her. But let's talk about horses who have run, and obviously a lot of money going to number 8 in here, Lovely Christina, whom tried the 6.5 furlongs first time out. That's never easy to do, though was defeated by one that was a debuter as well in Carmel Coast, who, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm going on a tangent, but number 11, for Whit Beckman, who trained Carmel Coast, is quite possibly the biggest 2-year-old filly I have ever seen. But Lovely Christina, she's stronger out of that race. I like the cutback. She looks like a total sprinter, and we see John Velasquez giving her a big warm-up. She should be in front early. We'll see if she's around late. Moving on to number 4, All About You. She showed some speed first time out too. She's acting that way yet again. She's a pretty filly, and as you guys mentioned, finished behind Tennessee Belle at a big price last time out. There's every reason to believe that she's going to improve. She looks incredibly fit here at second asking. And then number 9, Celebrity Quest for Tom Amoss. Took a while to get into stride, and then she really got into stride when she hit the backside. She got a little headstrong there with Luis Saez, but the Dam, she's a 3/4 sister to Grade 1 winning 2-year-old way back when by the name Power Broker. Watching the workouts, at least on First TV, 3 back July 30th, she hasn't worked that much here in August. She was outside of a 3-year-old filly who was a winner, Stipulate. She had to be encouraged the last 8th. She was on the wrong lead too, and she's acting a little silly there with the pony. I don't know. I respect Tom and the job he does tremendously. She's not giving the vibe that she's necessarily going to get the job done here at first asking.
Celebrity Quest. I think Tom can hear what's taking place on the broadcast. He's watching his filly continuing to warm up. Tom, what have you noticed as far as her behavior from the paddock to the track warming up here? What are you seeing, my friend?
This thing is taking
look, I thought she was good in the paddock once she got the saddle on. I had no problems with her. We practiced a lot with that, as all the trainers do. She hit the track, and Louis gave her a pretty strong warm-up, and it kind of put her on edge a little bit. So from going away from the pony, now with the pony, to kind of settle her down a little bit before she goes to the gate. She's a first-time starter, and we're watching all these things unfold in live time. I'm taking notes on all of them. I still think she's going to run well, but at the same time, this is a debuting maiden, a debuting girl, and I need to follow these things and work on them if she should be like this next time. I don't want her to be that edgy.
Got to ask quickly, how and when did that become your spot where you watch the races from here at Saratoga?
Well, I usually start here every year, and this year it's been pretty darn good, so I haven't left it.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, it has. Good luck, Tom.
All right, thanks, guys.
Celebrity Quest for Tom Amoss. Sensational summer at Saratoga, specifically with his 2-year-olds. 5-1 at post time. Any final thoughts?
I think the 8's going to be tough with that race under her belt.
Lovely Christina, 4-5. Spendthrift, 2-year-old race of the day. It's post time. Frank Miramati standing by.
Here's Fancy and Flight coming up. Essence LV. People Watching. Pi Phi. Lovely Christina. Just Tell Ann. Karma Cat. Buckeye Favorite awaiting her turn to complete the line. Even money on the favorite here, Lovely Christina. They're in the gate. And they're off, and Buckeye Favorite goes out of there very quickly. Lovely Christina with sharp early foot, and All About You coming through on the inside to battle for command as well. They are followed by Fierce Farshinda. Celebrity Quest is in the top flight, racing just a few lengths off the lead, now backing out of that battle. Paige Turner in the lime colors is racing 1 from the rail, and on the far outside, Buckeye Favorite is now a close-up 5th. That group is followed by Just Tell Ann, who was just passed by Celebrity Quest as they go to the 3/8 pole. It's 2 more to Karma Cat, and then comes People Watching. A big gap to Pi Phi. At the back of the field are Fancy and Flight and Essence LV, 22-4 for the contested opening quarter mile, and it's the favorite Lovely Christina with the lead at the top of the stretch. On the inside, All About You is in second. On the outside of them, Celebrity Quest. Buckeye Favorite is next. And inside of them, Paige Turner has some run, trying to get out of a tough spot. 16th pole, and it's lovely Christina. Paige Turner gets out and extends a good-looking stride outside All About You. It will be lovely Christina. Another for Johnny V, that's his third on the day. Another for Todd Pletcher, too. Paige Turner and I catching second. Behind them, All About You finished third.
There goes that man. There goes that team. Johnny V, Todd Pletcher, lovely Christina in the 7th.
A nice professional effort. Took her a little while to get over to her right lead, but Todd Pletcher's making this trainer race pretty interesting with Chad Brown as he's really crept into close contention. And Johnny Velasquez, I just marvel at him. First thing you see to deteriorate on a rider is their legs. I don't see any of that with Johnny Velasquez. And how about winning $2 million races 3,000 miles apart in less than 24 hours?
Doesn't suck. Top of the stretch, Johnny V cruising with lovely Christina. JK?
Yeah, I mean, look, she had shown the ability to be close last time. She ran into a monster in her debut, but you knew she was going to take a step forward from that effort. The way she ran in that race was too good to not be true. She comes back here with a little bit of experience under her belt compared to a lot of her foes in here and was able to win at even money for Johnny Velasquez.
Celebrity Quest for Tom Amos, right there in the mix, kind of an even effort for her.
Looked like she got a little bit tired,
yeah.
but she did race wide with the entirety of the far turn, of about 5 wide exactly. Really nice effort from the runner-up, Paige Turner, who's a half to the Grade 1 winner, Speedboat Beach, negotiating away through traffic, ran on for second. And I actually thought that the 8-horse Lovely Christina changed leads. She never did change leads through the stretch.
2 behind?
Wrong lead, right result. You could see after the race.
Do you know how?
Tom always talks
many
about the
behind?
years after the races.
She was like,
what else you want from me?
Yeah, if there's someone else that wants to make a challenge, I got a little bit left in the tank. That's what it tells me when their ears are flicking back and forth like that.
Johnny Velasquez, 3 wins today. Pacific Classic yesterday. Jockey Club Gold Cup this afternoon as well. A relatively clean start, given the full field and 2-year-old fillies.
12-horse field of 2-year-old fillies, that might be as clean a 2-year-old start that you'll ever see.
We could use some of that
Yes.
on this afternoon, Richie Migliori. Indeed. Lovely Christina graduates that strength of schedule for Leland Ackerley. Vacoma filly breaks through in her second career start, 8-3-4-12. Not done with 2-year-olds. We have the Hopeful tomorrow. Most prestigious race for 2-year-olds every summer at Saratoga, and a threat coming in from the west by the name of Butane, 4th starter ever in the Hopeful for trainer Bob Baffert.
Okay.
You'll see it right here on Saratoga Live, tomorrow's Grade 1 Hopeful.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
Got it. So you don't think I've
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them. Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Oh, good. Well, that is good.
In this country, we believe in what we're made of. Grit. Drive. The will it takes to be different. We've been called to serve this great land. Because we were made for this.
Okay. All right, I'm done then, Sarah. Yeah.
4 years now, Monmouth Park's 50-cent Win Early Pick 5 has helped players win early and often. This year, we're adding more. Monmouth Park's new Middle Pick 5 boasts a player-friendly 15% takeout and more opportunity to score. Start your day winning early. Continue to winning more. Play Monmouth Park's Win Early and Middle Pick 5s. First post 12:50 weekends, 2 p.m. Fridays.
You're watching Saratoga Live on Fox Sports 2, final Sunday of the meet, day 39 of 40. Johnny V going to work, lovely Christina for Leland Ackerley Racing, Richie.
Yeah, Ackerley family has been in racing a long time. In fact, they owned the first graded stakes winner for that Steve Asmussen trained, as well as the first graded stakes winner that Todd Pletcher trained. Wow. Basically launching or helping to launch their Hall of Fame careers.
Incredible. And a sharp win here from lovely Christina. 8-3-4-12, don't have results just yet, not official just yet. We'll pass those along as soon as available. And the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day tomorrow, the Spendthrift Hopeful. Again, the most prestigious race for 2-year-olds here every season at Saratoga. There is the field, 8 strong. Let's start with the California Invader in butane, ridden by Flavian Pratt. JK, trained by Bob Baffert. How impressed have you been by what we've seen so far?
Yeah, I mean, impressed. You know, Baffert usually has one that's jaw-dropping. I wouldn't necessarily call this one jaw-dropping. Got an 83 buyer. I do think it says a lot about Bob sending the horse out here. But I remember when American Pharoah and Dortmund were 3-year-olds, I remember hearing Bob say, when deciding which one to ship out of town and which one to keep home, it was the one that he felt like could handle the travel, not necessarily his best one. So while I'm sure he'll have a bunch to have out in California, he'll have some 2-year-olds to keep there, I believe he probably felt this one could handle the cross-country travel, and you want to spread them out a little bit because you don't want to have them all in the same race.
It is a big ask as far as getting on the plane, shipping, and the kind of competition he's going to be facing.
Well, we talk so much about horses and their physicality making them top racehorses. The mental game is a huge part of this too, being able to handle, you know, the different scenarios and situations they're put into, like getting on planes and traveling and going to new places.
Also, we watched the Spinaway yesterday. You saw Tommy Joe, excuse me. So for Spendthrift, yeah, it could be a most productive couple of days with the freshman, Ted Nafi, serious player JK, heading into the hopeful, his big debut win.
He was, and a lot like the stablemate that won yesterday, and Tommy Joe, he did it professionally, Rich. You know, a lot of times these 2-year-olds, the really good ones, go out there, go really fast early, run everyone off their feet, but never really have much adversity. He sat off of horses.
Yeah, I like to see when a first-time starter wins from just off the pace or off the pace. It says more about their quality. A lot of horses are fast, right? They can throw a punch, but can they take a punch?
Showing the professionalism, the upside moving forward. Spendthrift, Ted Nafi, great name, great story. What do you think is, what are you expecting from him tomorrow?
I think you're going to get a very similar trip to Tommy Joe, who is also buy into mischief like this horse and be stalking from the outside. And he's got that big into mischief stride. I think he's going to be very, very tough to beat here. And it'll be interesting if the trainer's race is really tight, how important this is going to come down to the wire.
Getting closer and closer. You mentioned yesterday's Spinaway and Tommy Joe coming off of her debut win on the undercard of the Jim Dandy. JK, Tommy Joe, just too much filly for this crew.
Absolutely, she was tremendous. She had the undefeated Mythical down on the inside in the green cap, and Tommy Joe ran by like Mythical was tied to the quarter pole. This horse hinted just like Ted Nafi did. That's some professionalism, right? The ability to kind of sit off of horses, pass horses late, bred like they were going to appreciate a little bit more ground. We could see a carbon copy of this race in the hopeful on Monday.
And to leave no doubt, winning with authority and conviction yesterday in the Grade 1 Spinaway, Tommy Joe, and typically the path, from the Spinaway, you anticipate the Frizette, then the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. Point is, a filly of that class and caliber to compete on that kind of stage if she continues to progress and improve.
Well, you're passing so many tests, right? You're taking on Grade 1 company for the first time. You're stretching out to 7 furlongs, and the way she did it gave you the distinct impression she's going to go further.
Fletcher's 7th win in the Spinaway. A Shadow in 03, the only one who went on to capture the Breeders' Cup Juvenile fillies. An eventual 2-year-old filly champion. What a closing week here, going out with a bang. And oh yeah, by the way, for Fletcher, with the 2-year-old he just won with, you were just looking at Tommy Joe. Also, JK, the sweep in the PG Johnson, and with anticipation with 2-year-olds on grass in Time to Dream and final score.
Yeah, very impressive. And they both were impressive. Time to Dream, final score. Look, Todd's success with 2-year-olds is not shocking by any means. It's just here at Saratoga, it's usually it gets spread around. You know, there's so many good ones running around here. You know, there'll be a Brad Cox one, a Chad Brown, a Tom Amos, I guess I'm supposed to say now as well, running around. And so for Todd to have the success he's had, it's not shocking. It's just that it was so compiled into one meet.
Well, it's like it's 2002 all over again here at Saratoga, where we finally do have results in just moments ago from the Spendthrift 2-year-old race of the day. Chalky here, Richie. Lovely Christina returning $4 and a big afternoon for Johnny V.
Yeah, a big weekend for Johnny V, winning $1 million races on both coasts. Got back in time to pilot Antiquarian, and now lovely Christina. Nice effort. Paige Turner, keep an eye on her coming back, as well as Tom Stilio. I thought raced extremely wide throughout.
Excuse me. 8th race, Jay King. Allowance runners here from the Wilson Chute. Take a look at the field. Numbers 2 and 12 are out. We'll look ahead as our coverage continues here on a Sunday from Saratoga. Picture perfect Sunday afternoon, late summer, winding things down. Day 39 of 40. But much more still ahead. The Pick 6 starts in race 9. 14 races on this Sunday program from the Spa. We'll be right back.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champion 2-year-old colt Corniche, champion 2-year-old filly Caledonia Road, champion 3-year-old filly Abel Tasman, Grade 1 winner Bleecker Street, and classic winner National Treasure. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Hello, Acacia.
Hey, Lafitte.
I can hear her. The backyard here at Saratoga, nothing like the Saratoga fan base. They bring the energy, bring the noise, more than 1 million every summer. And I can't tell you how many of your shirts I see every day. Jonathan. It's impressive.
It's a good thing.
It's impressive.
Yeah, it's fun to see. It's fun to see. I always like to try to look, see if I can find one. It didn't
So
work.
there was
didn't
a
work this time.
groom who won with a horse who won earlier today
Hey,
here
it's a
at,
good luck charm as
at
well, I guess.
Saratoga. Welcoming Tom back to the set here. Your Philly Celebrity Quest, Tom. What did you make of the other performance?
Well, I thought it was a good performance, but you know, when you debut with a horse, it's almost like a preseason football game. You're evaluating what's happening on the field and saying, how can I change this or how can I fix that to make it go right the next game? And so that's why we see so often that debuting horses get so much better in their second start. Pletcher's horse improved today that we ran against and won against us today. So, you know, what I take away from it, I thought she was a little edgy on the racetrack. You can't have that. You got to be, you know, chill. You got to be mentally right when that gate opens. Look, when they tip the basketball off, if you're nervous, you're not going to play your best basketball. If they go in the gate and you're nervous, you're not going to run your best race. So she was a little edgy. She was very wide throughout the race. That's no one's fault.
Yeah.
She just had that kind of trip. And look, we'll work on it. And, I mean, she's one to mark in your book. Better next time.
Yeah, wide, middle moved.
Right.
I mean, if you give me a heads up when she's in next time, I'll try to lose the 30 pounds and get together.
Well, why don't you just lose $30 instead and bet on her?
Thank you for wearing the wire.
Oh,
the
no
great
problem,
stuff.
man.
Just our audience being able to
No
be
problem.
right there, a fly on the wall, listening to those conversations. Very, very cool. We get ready for this 8th race coming up and tap into this pictured here. Let's revisit his latest, Jonathan, this maiden-breaking score right here at Saratoga, finally graduating in his 6th career start and doing so rather easily.
Yeah, I mean, it had a lot of opportunities, but he'd run well enough. And I wasn't quite ready to give up on him last time. And then when he shows up here, he gets back to the one turn. It seems like it all kind of came together for him, and he ran extremely well that day. He's a horse that's a half to extra Anejo, who Steve Asmussen also trained. So I'm sure Steve was very familiar with the family, and I thought this horse ran well last time. And I think if he can run that race again, he could be very, very tough.
The competition, first time facing winners, Tom, are going to take a little bit more today if he's going to revisit the winner's circle.
Yeah, you're right, Lafitte. He's coming out of a maiden race, so he's won his first race. Now he's facing a group of horses that have already done what he just did. And sometimes the water gets a little deeper when you do that.
Let's check in with Acacia, special guest from the NYRA Star program.
That's right, Lafitte. Great opportunity for young fans to come and learn a little bit more about racing, as I'm so happy to be joined here by Lauren and Casey Tipple, along with their dad, Chris. And guys, I know that you have been to a lot of racetracks so far. Tell me a little bit, Casey, what's been your favorite?
Probably this one, because there's a lot of fun things that you could do here.
What's your favorite thing to do?
Probably the kids club.
I love it. A lot of fun things. And Lauren, I know that you are very knowledgeable about racing too. What do you like about horse racing?
Just the overall atmosphere and all the people together.
I agree. So much fun. Chris, a great opportunity for your daughters here, and it seems like they're really enjoying it, and it is a fun sport to learn about.
Absolutely, and a chance to travel around and see different places.
Well, thank you guys so much for being here. So fun to have you, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day at Saratoga.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Lafitte?
Jonathan, do you remember your first ever trip to a racetrack?
Not my first ever, but I can tell you when it happened. It was probably a Thursday in Dallas-Fort Worth. My dad came home from work and said, "We're going to Lone Star Park." And I said, "Oh, Dad, I don't want to go there." And now it's the only place I want to be.
Lone Star put on an amazing, amazing show. The one Breeders' Cup that they hosted back in 2004. The year Go Sapper won the Breeders' Cup Classic. Awesome.
And it's a pretty facility too. You know, it's more modern. It's built on, you know, different levels. It's a really pretty facility.
I'd rather not remember that.
No, Artie Schiller, sorry. Defeated favorite in the Breeders' Cup Mile 1
Oh, so you did that on purpose, didn't you?
No,
yeah.
I just saw the look on his face.
I know how it works on
I
the
was
set.
here for Affirmed and Aladar's Travers.
No kidding.
Take a shot at my dad all you want. Just stay away from me. Burning Glory, there he is. And his maiden score, he's like, we haven't seen him since the Holy Bull in February. Richie Burning Glory, though, when he did graduate in December at Churchill Downs.
Yeah, he seems like he kind of has that steady, grinding kind of style, right? He didn't seem to have a big turn of foot, but he just stays on, keeps coming at you. So the mile, obviously he broke his maiden at the one-turn mile. Now he gets a turn and a half mile here at Saratoga. Distance certainly suits, and he should be a bigger, stronger, better version of himself now.
That's what I like. He's coming off a layoff, Richie, since last February, and he should indeed be a bigger, stronger version of himself.
Burning Glory, a Juddmonte homebred trained by Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado Team Sovereignty. Jonathan, quickly, selection before I get to Acacia. Who'd you like?
Yeah, I mean, I think the 7, if he runs back to that race, could be tough. I'm going to keep an eye on the 8. That price is kind of intriguing.
6-1 past the hat. Check in with Acacia in the paddock.
And taking a look at Burning Glory, he certainly is one of the more intriguing horses on the card as he does make that return from a distant but third place finish in the Holy Bull behind Burnham Square, who was on a roll at the time, for Ian Wilkes, and to Pan Street, who is the only horse to have beat Sovereignty this year. So he definitely faced good company. With Sideline is coming back now. I have not seen him before, so unfortunately I don't have anything to compare to, as he's only raced at Churchill and then the one start down at Gulfstream, but you can certainly see the influence of the Into Mischief in him, as he is broad, stout, quite burly. Again, I'm not the most familiar with him. If I was just looking at him based off of his physicality and in comparison to his foes in here, I would say he doesn't look 100% fit and might need a race. I have watched his workouts in the mornings, as his most recent one was in company with Scythian, who is a filly and did make her dirt debut yesterday with a third place finish, and she was going better than him. In addition, it was from the gate, and he was not that quick out and kind of steadied early before rushing up. Work 2 back, I thought he was second best with the workmate as well. So some mixed signals as to what Burning Glory might do. Now, the number 7 Tap Into This is kind of the now horse with that big 94 Beyer speed figure. I think it was a combination of things. I loved him getting to the 7 furlongs. Now, he stretches out a little bit more to the mile, but they do keep him at the 1 turn, 1.5 kind of turns, I guess, but I appreciate that sort of distance for him. He is a horse with a very light mouth, and I think that Flavian Pratt, who rode him the last couple times, has kind of figured him out. So Joel Rosario probably does suit a horse like this well, because he is a rider that's very light in his hands, doesn't really kind of be heavy-handed on a horse, and probably would suit him well. You also need to time his run, but I think he actually looks better today than he did last time. The number 6 Protective comes back off of a layoff and makes his first start for Joe Sharp. This is a horse that back in 2024 ran in the Belmont Stakes, and he was always one that was a good-looking individual, but one that would sometimes get really revved up prior to the race, and that would carry over into the running of the race as well, as he would kind of start to drift. I know that Todd Pletcher had always had interest in running him on the turf. It didn't really work out for him. He comes back to the main track. He looks great. Like I said, visually, he's always been a horse I've liked. I have liked how he has been training, watching his recent workout. He's been fresh as in the mornings, and he is fresh but not over the top here in the paddock today. Lafitte?
Pacific Classic winning owner Mike Rapoli's Protective back to the colt to his outside, and Tap Into This. Acacia referencing the light mouth. Richie, what kind of challenges does that present for the rider?
Well, she talked about Joel Rosario's hands, and when we talk about hands, it's a rider's ability to feel through the reins to the bit. The extension of his hands are the reins and the bit to the horse's mouth. How much hold he can take before that horse is either going to throw his head or get away from him. It's a give and take, and you have to be able to feel that tension point when you can't take anymore. It's a dance. You've got to know how to just kind of fall into that rhythm with the horse.
And it can come into play specifically leaving the gate, right? Because that's the first time the horses, you're going to really use your hands against the horse's mouth.
I always try to give a horse as much rein as humanly possible leaving the gate, because they're going to jump from 0 to 35 to 40 miles an hour in 1 or 2 strides, and I don't want to inhibit that forward progress and let them get into a rhythm.
Is that something that if it's there, it's pretty much going to be a characteristic the rest of that horse's career, Tom? Is there anything you can do to address?
Yeah, look, a horse with a light mouth typically has a light mouth for life. And if I have a rider on my horse, it's not unusual for a jockey to be on a horse that has never been on the horse before in the morning. No. That's not unusual at all. So I don't give a lot of instructions, but if a horse has a habit or if there's something to the horse, I'm going to tell him. And that's one characteristic that you must relay to the rider. He'll learn it when he gets out there warming him up, but he would like to know it going out.
Those are the best instructions, and the instructions you gave Luis Saez earlier. You're not trying to do the job for him. You're just informing him about the horse's habits and what you'd like to see.
I always make fun of trainers that walk with a rider all the way to the track. That's too much instruction.
Jockey's got to love that. Right on cue, there is Luis Saez aboard Mega Magic.
Yeah, added blinkers last time. It helped, but man, this is a big jump.
Number 3, Halton, Johnny V, seeking a 4th.
Yeah, so I like the way you pronounced that. I think it's a town in Maine I heard earlier today, by the way.
You knew that right off the bat. Halton currently 10-1, then Burning Glory, the Juddmonte homebred, unraced since the Holy Bull.
Good third, well beaten, but third in the Holy Bull. Burnham Square was second in the Nashville Derby yesterday. 7 months to grow up and become a bigger, stronger version of himself.
Rocketeer, second to Stars and Stripes at the level in July.
Yeah, you know, I mean, this is a horse that's a player in this spot, but man, there's some other horses that are in class-wise dropping down.
Protective, now with Joe Sharp, Ricardo Santana takes over.
A lot of changes here. This horse going from 1.5 mile turf race to a 1 mile dirt race, but he had one good dirt sprint early in his career.
Joel, he has a light mouth, man. Tap into this.
Yeah, how about that? And, you know, we watched that backtrack on that horse, on that paint, you know, look, this is his distance.
You saw Past the Hat, Colt with speed, and then Georgia Magic and Christopher Elliott.
Another one with speed, perhaps in this spot from the outside. 9th position.
Bacoma rides late on the scene. He's back there, 4th at the level last fall, the Nashua runner-up.
This is a horse I like. I think he was buried in kickback last time. He just really never had a clear chance to get free. If he breaks a little better from that outside draw, I know he has ability.
And Insurmountable draws in with Javier Castellano.
He does. Trainer change there to Jeremiah Englehart. Insurmountable. 24-1, you decide.
That's the field. Maya Wilson Shoot, post time 3 minutes. Race number 8, pick 6 gets started in the 9th. Just a day and a few races left, but still, the invite is there. To get involved, sign up, NYRABets.com, and use that promo code SPA200. Enjoy betting on over 300 tracks around the world and start winning today. Join now at NYRABets.com. Another look at the 6 here in Protective. Ricardo Santana aboard in what's been a afternoon that he was supposed to ride in the Gold Cup on White Barrio. There were changes there. Then he was in a grass race of which he was almost unseated. Kind of, it's been that kind of afternoon so far for Santana, who's had an incredible summer here at Saratoga.
Really has had an incredible summer. For him to come in here and not have a big outfit behind him, and basically he and his agent, PJ Campo, scouring the barn area, getting mounts from everybody and making the most of their opportunities. Ricardo's always had a world of ability. I think sometimes he's gotten it his own way. It just seems like he's in a really good place mentally right now.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you say gotten his own way, it's about professionalism, right? Yeah. And I think he's done that this year, and I think he's regained some stables that he didn't have in the past. And look, it's all about the athlete underneath you. You've got to have the horsepower.
Pass the Hat, if he has the horsepower. JK, your top selection in here.
Yeah, look, I mean, I was between the 7 and the 8. I think the 7's probably the most likely winner, but the 8 is a much better price. You know, I think you're going to getting 6-1 right here for a horse that hadn't run in quite some time. Came back, I thought ran well enough in that first start off of a break, and I'm just hoping could possibly take another step forward after not having run since 2023. You
had some inside Acacia on Pass the Hat.
Yeah, I was in the paddock for his last race and should mention that he finished behind his now stablemate, Capital Idea, who did come back to win race 3 earlier today. So kind of, I guess, putting a little bit more emphasis on the chances of what this guy might do, in that his stablemate has flattered that effort. But Past the Hat, he was really revved up last time and also just really looked like he needed to strengthen in his top line. And both of those things have been corrected today. He acted far better and he looks much stronger than he did in his most recent effort. So if his stablemate and his form right now is any indication, there's certainly room for Past the Hat to take a step forward today as well, Lafitte.
Pass the Hat, who you're familiar with, Tom.
I am. I broke this horse's maiden back at Ellis Park in 2023. I'd gotten a small group of horses from Pin Oak Stables. This was the best one of the group, and I told him that. And he went down there and won that day. Suffered a little setback, and here we are today. And he looks like he's doing great. He looks great on the track.
6-1, Pass the Hat. And Richie, he's out there somewhere looking for Vacoma rides from the outside post, towards the outside, the 9 post, coming out of this Wilson Shoot.
Yeah, he's a horse that, you know, full disclosure, I'm good friends with John Kimmel. I spend more time at his barn than probably anybody else's barn in the backstretch. This is a horse that's always had ability. maybe not always the most focused individual. I liked him going into the last race. He didn't break particularly well, and he got crushed with the kickback, the dirt thrown in his face, and he just never got comfortable. And he ran on okay. He was beaten about 8.5 lengths to Rookie Card, who was favored in the next level allowance race. And I think with that outside post, he gets away clean. He's going to put himself in a much more comfortable position.
Kendrick Carmouche there, and the highs and lows for a jockey yesterday, and an emotional scene, and what it meant for Kendrick to pilot Tommy Joe home in a grade 1 spin away, and you could tell what that win meant to him. And following day today, and what took place in the Jockey Club Gold Cup with Phineas Fogg, and eventually a third-place finish that resulted in a disqualification. Just the highs and lows of a jockey in this sport.
The swings in this game are incredible, and it's not what have you done for me lately, it's what have you done for me right now. Spin away was past history, it's over. Yeah. And now he's got to deal with the fallout from Phileas Fogg. Obviously he's going to have a date with the stewards to go review the film, and I'm certain he's going to get a suspension. The length of the suspension will be interesting to see. But the best thing a rider can do is stay focused at the task in hand. He's got a job to do. He's got to go forward. And whatever penalty is handed down from the stewards, you just got to man up, take it.
Take it.
Don't appeal. I really don't like that. You make a mistake, own it.
Here, Carmouche, see if he can find the winner's circle on the 10 to the outside. Vekoma rides. Any final thoughts?
Yeah, look for the speed to come from the 8 past the hat and Georgia Magic, the 9, who's a little bit fresh here. I think they set the table early.
From the Wilson chute, and there goes Rocketeer. Manny Franco picking up the mount. Scheduled to be ridden by Arad Ortiz. Tap into this favorite at 2-1. Frank Mirmati with the call, the 8th, live on FS2 from Saratoga.
Here's Protective going in. Insurmountable will be the last one to load. Goes up. They're in the gate. And they're off. And it's a very quick start for Rocketeer in the center, and he is up to take the early lead, pressed instantly by Georgia Magic. Those two 1-2 as they swing onto the back stretch. It's another 2 lengths back. Vekoma rides in third, Mega Magic on the fence in fourth. Then comes Protective, and Tap Into This is racing in mid-pack, some 8 lengths off the lead. It's a break of 3, back to Insurmountable, who's widest of all. Burning Glory and Holton inside of that pair, and 8 more back to Past the Hat. The opening quarter went in 23 4/5 seconds. They're heading to the half-mile pole, chasing Rocketeer, who is prompted by Georgia Magic. Those two past the half-mile pole together. Then comes Mega Magic in third. Vekoma rides fourth. The half went in 46 3 as they head toward the 3/8 pole. In behind them, the gray Tap Into This is marching into contention with a nice bid. He is now fourth. Following him is Burning Glory as they approach the quarter pole. He's within 5 of the front as Tap Into This has made a sweeping bid, and he comes to challenge Georgia Magic at the top of the stretch. And Tap Into This in the center of the racetrack has opened up 3. A continued bid from Burning Glory, who moves into second with his run. These two are dominating as they come to the 16th pole. Tap Into This, Burning Glory. Tap Into This, 3-length lead. Burning Glory trying his best to bridge the gap. Tap Into This got first run and got the money. Burning Glory was second. Holton came from well out of it for third. Vekoma rides fourth.
Joel Rosario knows just what to do with a Colt gelding, I should say, with a light mouth. Tap Into This, really good comeback. Burning Glory, but too much. Tap Into This in the 8th at Saratoga.
Yeah, it just seems like Tap Into This kind of figured it out. All of his efforts were good. His last effort was a big step forward, and this, I believe, was another step forward. Sometimes, Tom, it takes them a little while to get their picture taken, but they decide they like getting their picture taken.
Right, we have an expression we use that a horse gets good, and that's what Tap Into This has done. It took him 6 or 7 times to break his maiden, and now he's facing winners for the first time in his career, and as you say, Rich, he's got it figured out. He knows what he wants to do. Had a great trip, made first move against Burning Glory, the 4, who's going to chase him home, but too much Tap Into This.
Yeah, I mean, he was impressive. You heard Frank Mirmati call how he was traveling so well leaving the turn, and he got the jump. Burning Glory ran well, but Tap Into This ran better, and he ran better just a couple of jumps sooner, and that was the difference in the outcome.
Figuring things out. Back to back, Tap Into This. Right there, Richie. Joel Rosario, hand ride, asks Tap Into This the question. He has the right response.
Yeah, and listen, Joel's riding him out. He feels the presence of Burning Glory trying to close into him, so he rode him pretty aggressively all the way through the wire. And Joel's not a rider that depends on the crop. He's more of a hand ride guy, hands and heels. And I think he's been the one that's been least effective by the new crop rules, 6 strikes.
Rely on it as much. Joel Rosario, Steve Asmussen, several terrific moments here at Saratoga. Jackie's Warrior a few years back. Tap Into This, 7-4-3-10 in the 8th at Saratoga. Plus one final time, one final week of Richie's Ride of the Week. And Dylan Davis finishing strong this summer at Saratoga. That's next.
Anybody else want $650,000 bid today? $1,650,000 $1,600,000. Thank you.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
You're watching Saratoga Live here on FS2. Coverage brought to you in part by NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NYRABets.com or download the NYRA Bets app to get started. Saratoga Lake. And here at Saratoga Race Course. How about this guy tapping to this? Back-to-back wins after it took him a while to finally put things together and win for the first time.
Yeah, it took him a while to get it all figured out, but I think he found he wants to be around one turn. He probably learned a lot in those 3 starts going a little bit further, and now he's back to one turn going 7 furlong.
Winning trainer, Steve Asmussen, in the winner's circle with Acacia.
Happy to be here with Steve as Tap Into This makes back-to-back wins, Steve. It seems like it kind of figured out this guy. What was the key for him to now putting these big races together?
Well, like you said, he had 2 nice races in a row here. I think the mile on an 8th racetrack helps him a bit. Really tall, lean horse. When he makes his move, just the momentum carried it on and nicely. I was a little worried he got there a little early today, but finished up nice.
He seems like the type of horse that doesn't really like a rider into his mouth too much. It seems like Joel probably suited him quite well today.
He did a wonderful job with him and stuff. Horse has always had a little bit of an issue away from the gates. Awfully touchy, skin-sensitive horse. Always a little wiggly in there and stuff, but he was away decent today. Put himself in pretty good position. And like you said, Joel knows how to leave one alone.
He's going to be aboard a runner for you tomorrow in the Hopeful, too. I wanted to ask about Romeo. High purchase price for sure. What have you seen from him thus far coming into this race?
Romeo, like you said, high purchase price off a win in the Bashford Manor. Very good opportunity. But he's like taking over an older horse. He's extremely nonchalant, spends most of his day laying down, puts good energy into training and stuff with a little help or a little prodding and stuff. But we're very anxious to run him in the Hopeful. What a great opportunity.
Can't wait to see him tomorrow. Thanks for the insight. But of course, congratulations here.
Oh, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Acacia, thanks. Tap into this, 6:30 in this 8th race today. Romeo tomorrow. Jonathan, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, look, he ran well. He's an honor AP, so you'd like to think further the better, more mature the better. And he sold for $1.7 million after that race at public auction in the Fasig-Tipton Racing Age sale. Broke a record, in fact, in that sale for the highest price at $1.7 million, and now he moves to Steve Asmussen's barn.
Closing day traditional feature. Hopeful tomorrow. You'll see it right here on Saratoga Live. We march forward. Race number 9. And these maidens coming up. Let me get caught up. 2-year-olds. JK, who'd you have graduating? A lot of careers about to begin. Several first-time starters. Wide open. The board has a 7-2 current favorite in Tacticality.
Yeah, I mean, I thought this was a very, very tough race. I mean, obviously, when you see a Chad Brown runner in here, they're going to get your attention. I also thought that the 9, Royal Guard, switching to the grass was at least a little bit interesting as well. There's a lot to try to unpack here.
Dylan Davis picking up the mount on Spectacle, and Dylan Davis, the recipient of the highly coveted Richie Migliori Ride of the Week.
So Dylan, in the perfect sting, you're riding dynamic pricing, a filly that you're very familiar with. You've already won a Grade 1 on her. And when you're on a horse like this, you know, who is a high-profile horse, the other riders know you're the horse to beat. You kind of got an X on your back, don't you?
Yeah, of course. You know, I'm the horse to beat. I'm one of the favorites, and you know, when riders get an opportunity to make it difficult for me, to get out or wherever I have to go, they're going to take that chance for sure. And just trying to make sure when I make my move, I have enough space available for me so then I don't get checked or stopped.
And she looks like she got into the first turn in good shape, and she's really taking it. You feel already, even though you have a lot of ground to make up, are you feeling pretty confident?
Of course. You know, with the position I had there in the first turn, I found myself right behind the co-favorite with IRAD. I loved where I was at. I had Joelle right there at the 6 furlong, already locking me in or making it difficult for me, so I knew it was going to be a tough trip from there on, and but I was happy with where I was at.
Now, you got Irad in front of you, like you said, the co-favorite horse to beat. You see him starting to move. You don't want to let him get too far away.
Exactly. Once he made his move, I was trying to get my filly in to run, and hopefully I was trying to, you know, follow him throughout. And at this point at the corner, Joelle had just a little more horse than I did, but making myself move out, I gave myself some options to dart back to the inside. And this filly Dynamic, she just really thrived through there, and there was only room for one in there, and she really, when I called upon her, she really thrived through that position, and she really showed that her colors today.
And she kicked hard the last 1/8 of a mile, but you did something so critical, coming just inside the 8th pole. The horse was stopping on the rail, and you were very responsible. You didn't just take his ground. I could see your thought process, and people don't understand, it's very difficult to be that clear-headed in that moment.
Of course, you don't. That's just riding with experience. I could have caused an inquiry by pushing Joelle out here and forcing my way outside and getting next to Irad, but because of that, I didn't want to do that. I opted for the inside, and the gaps were there for me, and I'm happy that Dynamic was there for me as well. If I went outside, maybe Irad's horse could have found a little extra, and it would have been even closer than this, but I kind of had a little sneak attack, finding myself through the rail.
Well, that move to the rail just inside the 8th pole, to me, absolutely won the race. And for that, you get Ride of the Week.
Thanks, Rich.
Ride of the Week brought to you by My Racehorse. Just poised in that moment, because it looked like when he was locked in, he was going to try to, I thought he might try to barge his way out, and able to stay cool, calm to the inside, found a seam.
And not an easy thing to do when you know you're on the best horse at that point, and you really, everything inside of you screaming, I want out of here because I just want to let her run. And he said, okay. He almost had to slow himself down coming to the 8th pole, 220 yards to run, and then go to plan B and find his way to the path. And like I said, he didn't just duck to the inside and to heck with the guy there that's stopping. He kind of steadied his filly just a touch to let him get out of there and then take that spot. Very difficult to do, especially with the pressure you have on you.
The pressure, it's Chad Brown, it's dynamic pricing, it's a grade 1 winner in a stakes race.
And what about it? I mean, when you hit the top of the stretch, isn't that what he's trying to do? He wanted to go outside.
Oh, he wanted to be out in the clear. No doubt he did, but he was locked in at that point.
Exciting, exciting addition of the perfect sting. Few days back, and the ride of the week for Dylan Davis. Clutch, late, dynamic pricing, able to find room, and her class just too much. Terrific, terrific ride as our coverage continues on this Sunday from Saratoga.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
We're in the beautiful bluegrass. Well, it's supposed to be beautiful. It's still beautiful even though it's raining. The weather hasn't necessarily been cooperating today, but we are here with Keeneland and their sales team doing their inspections of the yearlings, trying to understand where these horses are going to fall, what books they're going to fall in the Keeneland September sale. We're going to look at over 100 horses today. Should be a lot of fun. Talk to me a little bit about this process. What are we doing here these next couple of days?
It's a big process. We're going to see about 65% of the horses that are in the sale. So we're going to see more than 3,000 yearlings in mostly over a 5-week period. What we're trying to do is balance the horses against each other so that we can help in the assignment placement process and put horses where they really belong. You know, this horse is a little bit one of the best by the stallion. It can go forward. These ones are lesser. They should go back a book and sort of work from the wish list into the final catalog process.
And so it's basically you're gathering information to help the sellers understand where they should place their horses. Obviously, you'll make the final call in those situations, but you want to make them happy by putting them where they think their horses need to be.
Yeah, that's the goal, right? So everybody sends in a wish list, so everybody gets a chance to bid for a spot, you know. Then we have to move some horses because we've too many in certain spots. People are trying to buy physicals. What we're determined to do is put the best physicals forward, because when people come in on private jets and they want to come in and book one sort of a slim down event, it's not as long, it's not as arduous, it's not end to end, day to day. It's sort of 2 days where people can come in, really see some fantastic physicals, bid, buy what they like what they buy, and then hopefully stay longer. And so that's where this process really comes into it, is trying to make sure the physicals are forward as much as anything else.
3,000 horses, how long does it take you to do that?
Today we're seeing about just over 100. We might see 105 horses today. That's a busy day. Sometimes it's 50 to 60. It's every day, Monday to Friday for 5 weeks, you know, on 2 teams, right? So it's between 2 teams, so we'll each see about half that number.
Great stuff. Keeneland Sales. Jonathan, the time that you spent there, what was your biggest takeaway?
It wouldn't stop raining? No, in all seriousness, that just how intense the process is for their inspection team, right? They, like Cormac said, they look at over 3,000 horses over a 6-week period. I was there from the day we got there at 9 o'clock. We were there till 5. We went to 3 different farms. We went to Claiborne, we went to McNamara Hall, we went to Woodline Bow Lane Farm. We saw just hundreds and hundreds of horses. And the thing is whether it's a big farm or a smaller operation, it's the same process. Whether you're doing it in a barn at Claiborne or you're doing it on the side of the road, you know, pulling them right out of the paddock, they're going to look at them, they're going to evaluate them, they're going to take notes, and they're going to try to put them in the best book possible for that sale. It starts September 8th, and like they said, you know, over 4,500 yearlings will sell in that almost 2-week period, and they're prepared. It's a really intense process.
Likely a misconception until you've actually experienced it and been there firsthand. I think how much goes into pulling off and putting on these sales.
Oh my goodness. I mean, it's a process that starts at the beginning of the year. And for their end and for our end, we're the consumer, we're the buyer, we're the ones that are going to take the end product. You know, the preparation goes into that as well. And there's so many horses to look at that you've got to put the time in. You've got to do your homework. There are value and bargains to be had at Keeneland in every single book. They're going to sell 3,700 plus horses. I don't know what it is this year, but it's a lot of horses. And so with that many horses out there, you know, it spreads out the buyers and spreads out the money a little bit. And whatever fair value is in horse racing, you get fair value there.
Value and bargains perhaps to be had in this upcoming 9th race. It is the start of the Pick 6, 14 races this Sunday afternoon as we check in with Acacia. Acacia, you had a chance to speak with Mike Rapoli and his last 24 hours, the win with Fiercest in the Pacific Classic. What was his reaction, his thoughts based on what happened with Mindframe in today's Jockey Club Gold Cup?
Well, the first thing he said is that I'm just concerned for how Irad Ortiz is doing. Unfortunately, being unseated there, has been taken to Albany Medical Centers, reported was feeling some pain in his ribs and in his left hand. Certainly thinking all the best for him, and that was the first thing that Mike said first and foremost. But he did say that he was happy at first glance back at Todd Pletcher's barn that Mindframe came back fine without a scratch. So really some good news on that front. But of course, I think he felt that his feelings similar to what a lot of us think, just a unfortunate situation in a race that we were all so excited. And he said, take nothing away from Todd's other horse, meaning Antiquarian, who ran so well, but clearly feeling a lot of disappointment for his horse and especially for jockey Irad Ortiz. This, of course, we all hope that he gets well and is back in the saddle soon. Lafitte?
That's the top priority, naturally, and hope that he is okay and back before long. Irad Ortiz, aside from that, and the impact on this Classic division, a final prep for the Breeders' Cup Classic, the Jockey Club Gold Cup, it's just the amount of chaos that scenario winds up creating.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, you know, what Acacia was saying about his disappointment, right? There's such a build-up and anticipation. And, you know, you've got a horse going in the race in good shape, and in an instant, that moment's gone, and the rider's unseated, and again, you know, we want the best for Irad, but from an owner's standpoint, a trainer's standpoint, that's out of your control. You've handed over the keys to the car, and you're sitting there watching that. It's got to be a desperate feeling, Tom.
But moving forward, which I think you're getting at, and to the Breeders' Cup Classic, let's not forget that Todd had the favorite for the Kentucky Derby in Forte, who at the last minute had to withdraw, and he waited all the way to the 1.5 mile Belmont to run him, and he barely got beat. If there's anyone that can get a horse ready off the bench to run any distance, it's Hall of Fame trainer Todd Pletcher. Now, having said that, I'm going to bet you this horse is going to show up somewhere, and there are going to be a lot of disappointed opponents when he does.
As you've said so often, how many different ways to lose a horse race?
Yeah, well, Mindframe found a unique one today.
There's another. And looking just behind us, Chambersville really acting up while our audience is looking at a Tacticality, who is the 5-2 favorite. Did you tell me who you liked here, JK? I can't remember. I've already asked you 7 times in 7 different races
The
today.
9, Royal Guard.
That's right, that's right,
meant to
that's
run
right.
the grass first time out. Took some money for Brad Cox. Has some experience now. Shows up here, gets on the surface. I think this one probably wants to be on.
What'd you think here, Tom?
You know what? I'll be honest with you. We're not doing this race,
Oh.
so I have to go back to the barn and feed my horses.
Sweet.
So what
All
he
right.
said.
What?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Yeah, that'll wrap things up for us. We still have the Pick 6 coming up. For Acacia, Richie, Tom, JK, I'm Lafitte. We will see you next time. Greg and the crew will be jumping in the cockpit here as we send you back to the paddock with Acacia for this 9th race Paddock Report. Acacia.
And Lafitte, we will start off with the first-time starter that is taking quite a bit of money, as there have been some chatty Cathys in the paddock here for this 2-year-old race going long on the turf. And your current favorite, the number 10, Tacticality, has been one of them. A little bit vocal, not agitated, just really kind of saying hello to all of his neighbors here in the paddock. It's a lot sometimes for young horses, especially inexperienced ones. They've got 2 handlers on his head, as the number 9 Royal Guard behind him acting up quite a bit. But Tacticality, it seems they've gotten him to settle down a bit more now. Massive flat turf hoof on him. I can certainly see why he's running on the grass, though his sire, Essential Quality, is yet to have a turf winner. This guy has far more weight and substance than I've seen from a lot of the progeny of Essential Quality, who can be a little bit more of a narrow type. Dan was a 4-time turf winner as well. This one looks very well spotted for his debut for Chad Brown. The number 9 Royal Guard, as mentioned, he was acting up a little bit, rearing. Prior to that, he was being just fine. He gets onto the turf after trying to get onto the turf for the first race. Ran in an off-the-turf start where he didn't break that well that day. Interestingly enough, his last workout, which was on the turf, he did it solo and in blinkers. He doesn't race with blinkers. He didn't last time, and he's not today. So I'm wondering if it was a little bit of an experiment that Brad Cox decided he didn't like. He was sharp in that work and a little bit all over the place. He looks like a turf horse, though. Interesting to see what he can do getting on to the grass. Now, the number 8 Section ran in a scheduled dirt race first time and now gets to go longer and onto the grass. The dam's only win was on the turf. That big Warfront Claiborne family, plenty of turf pedigree there. A little bit vocal from him too, but mostly just kind of responding to others. He's been very classy acting for sure, and I didn't see him first time out, but I would think that he really benefited from that first race. He's a little bit more smaller and compact, so I can understand why they tried sprinting, but so laid back that I would think that that's a big reason as to why we see him stretching out, and certainly with pedigree, you would expect him to appreciate a little bit more distance. We'll take a quick time out, though. On the other side of this, learn more about these 2-year-olds heading to gate for race 9 and welcome in Greg Wolf and the rest of the crew on Saratoga Live after this.
16-2, a big black colt. He's a horse that is built for speed. With Practical Joke, it really is a case of like father, like son.
It's domestic product kicking clear and opening up here in the stretch.
When he ran that speed figure of 106, we were under no illusions that we had a very exciting prospect on our hands.
Domestic product just in front. Domestic product.
When you see horses like that who are capable of replicating the success of their fathers, that have the look that domestic product does, it gives you great confidence.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. El Cordobés will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Mona in Italian to win it.
Starlust.
Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M's.
Victoria Road.
It will be McCulloch.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. New crew taking over. Greg Wolf, Andy Serling, Paula Duca, as we get set for the Sunday Pick 6 that begins for 2-year-olds. Maiden special weight, mile and a 16th on the grass. It has been quite a day so far.
I have spent an enormous amount of my day with you today, and it has been just an absolute pleasure, and it's great to be here with the two of you. And the good news is the Pick 6 begins in race number 9.
Yes, imagine that. What a long day we have. We still have the disco partner to come. Yeah. Became, I thought, actually, with who's come out in that race, even more difficult to handicap.
Yeah, 26 Black will probably go off as your favorite in there, but I'm with you. You know, with the scratches in there, maybe it comes a little bit more interesting. With the outside horses, I thought in that race, maybe you can use, you know,
a lot less speed in the race
now,
now,
a lot less
Paulie.
speed.
It really changed it for both Big Everest and
Big Everest
26
is a player
Black.
in there, though.
They're hurt by that.
9th race is going to start this Pick 6. Again, 2-year-olds, mile and a 16th on the lawn, the favorite. It is a first-time starter for the Chad Brown barn. Tacticality and Flavian Pratt will be aboard. Let's take a look at the field. We'll kick things off in our post-parade. With the 2, gets the rail for Danny Gargan Triton.
Yeah, and Uncle Mo colt here that's been working pretty steadily in the morning.
Ken McPeak has had a terrific meet, and his youngsters at first asking have been firing.
No question. More on dirt, though, but you never really know. There isn't a significant amount of turf pedigree. This horse is a half, though, to a good turf horse.
There's Chambersville for McPeak, and Shortleaf Stable, homebred at 11-1 with Javier Castellano. Spectacle, 1 of 2 in here for Bill Mott.
Yeah, Grandview Equine here, and this is the son of Twirling Candy. I have a Mineshaft mare.
They're in the background, Omaha Storm, Mark Hennig barn.
Thought this horse a little bit interesting and taking some nibbles of the window in Omaha Beach with a little bit of pedigree.
Butch Reed bringing a runner here who's had 3 sprints on dirt to stretch out on grass.
Yeah, listen, Butch Reed is always dangerous. We think of him more on dirt, and there's not a lot of turf pedigree for a horse with experience.
Mott Junior Alvarado, here's Section, homebred for Claiborne Farm.
Was last in the debut, now gets on turf, but did run against a killer first time out.
Royal Guard, first on grass for Brad Cox.
Yeah, you get the feeling that Brad may want more distance because of the pedigree. I just feel like it's a negative he's running this one on turf.
Here's the favorite, Tacticality, Chad Brown.
Yeah, and a horse that really has not worked on turf at all, this 2-year-old colt, at least that you've seen, but has been working really steady on the dirt.
How tough was he to face, Paulie? Glavin.
He was the best guy to catch, I'll tell you that much.
Didn't you crush against him?
Yeah, but when I caught him with the Mets, he was just so fun. I remember one year catching him. I'll tell you how great his control was. I didn't have to block one baseball.
Amazing. Also eligible in Sunrise, big pedigree for the grass, and second start on turf.
And Todd Pletcher getting close to Chad Brown for the meet title and gets this one off the AEs. We'll see if he can improve in his second start.
7-2, that also eligible. As we're 2 minutes to post in this Pick 6. Andy, you're going to wind up with Section for Mott. What'd you like?
Honestly, I'm just searching. I don't know about you, Paulie, in these races. I feel like if I'm going to pick somebody in here, unless there's some form to go on, and there really isn't, you look up the pedigrees, you look at the trainers, and you try to find a little bit of a price. There's enough turf pedigree to suggest this horse could improve second time out for Bill Mott, and I'm just going to hope it's the case. But honestly, Paulie, if you've got a strong opinion here, you're smarter than me. The 10 is taking a lot of money, and I will say Chad Brown has some high hopes for this horse. a horse with a lot of pedigree.
This is just a really tough race, so you really don't know who's going to show up in here. You got some colts that got some nice pedigrees, look like they're warming up really nice, and there's the 8 right there. I think the horse looks tremendous on the racetrack. You know, when I thought kind of not the 7, excuse me, I didn't think the 9's race was that bad first time out. As you see, a beautiful day and a beautiful crowd out here.
Let's go to Acacia Clement for more on this also eligible.
Yeah, Greg, the 13 Sunrises you mentioned in the post parade, a huge pedigree for this one, who does draw in, being the full brother to Grade 1 winner Spenderella, Grade 1 winner Spanish Love Affair. Just a really, really strong pedigree, as I mentioned, being a full brother to both of those by Carriconti. Now, this guy, far more burly and substantial, at least than Spenderella, who I saw a bit during her race career with Grand Motion, as she was incredibly talented. This one, first time out, kind of ran in place, I thought, a little bit, but nobody really did much running late in that race except for Capital Partner, who did come back in the With Anticipation and kind of disappoint a bit in his subsequent start, but mostly that race kind of dominated towards the front. So I thought that he certainly could improve with his second race coming back here, has the pedigree to do so. Super coat on him, and as I said, very, very strong. As the number 5 debuting Omaha Storm, as Andy mentioned, is taking a little bit of attention. The dam did win once on the turf, but she is the sister to Grade 1 winner Time and Motion, very talented horse by Omaha Beach. Does debut with 3/4 cup blinkers and a shadow roll, so quite a bit of equipment for a first-time starter. Thought a little bit green watching that last workout, which was solo on the turf, but according to the DRF Clocker report, back on the 17th, actually worked in company with the Tom Morley trainee at Field, who we saw win first time out at a big price the other day. The number 2 Triton also debuting with blinkers, and I would guess, by the way that he's acting, it's because he's a bit of a naughty boy. He was screaming back in the paddock, just really distracted. He did work 10-1 at the OBS March 2-year-old sale, really swishing its tail in reaction to the crop, which I did not love. There is a nice pedigree on this one in the second generation as well. The dam being the sister to Grade 1 winners AZ Warrior and JoJo Warrior as well. Thought that he was one, though, mentally needing a race. I landed on the same horse as Andy in section, though. He floated in the warm-up. Greg?
Acacia, Andy, they agree. Section 9-1. Favorite, though, it is Chad Brown's first-time starter. And Sunrise, Paulie, I thought a lot to like with that pedigree and the fact the horses run long in the grass already.
Yeah, and let's be honest, Todd Pletcher's horses are just running out of their skin right now, all of them. So, you know, especially his 2-year-old. So I would think Sunrise got to look here. He's got to conquer that 13 slot.
Or 10 post.
Oh, 10, yeah.
Or 10 post, yeah.
Yeah, 10, yeah.
2 scratches, yes.
Good luck in this pick 6. Again, includes that Disco Partner. Wide open group, the return of Big Invasion. First start back as a 6-year-old for Miguel Clement. Let's go upstairs. Frank Miramati to get us started in the pick 6.
Handsome Link coming up. Glavin and Sunrise will be the last 2. And that's number 7, Handsome Link, rearing up and unseating the rider. We'll go back down to Greg briefly.
He loved it. Yes, she's great. She loves you. So Handsome Link and Jose Gomez, I believe, got tossed. There he is.
Looks like he's okay. Hopefully everybody's all right. And Jose with a very nice ride, picking up the mount yesterday on Creditworthy.
Yeah,
for
it was
Chad
really good
Brown.
race.
To
Yeah.
see him
What
get
a
that
big
opportunity and make the most of it.
Well, let's go back to Frank Miramati.
Here's Sunrise. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Sunrise sprints out of the gate. Handsome Link also with good early foot. So those two hook up right away. And just in behind them, Glavin is 3 wide, moving up to take the 3rd spot. Down at the rail comes Spectacle with Omaha Storm in between those two. They are followed by Tacticality, followed by Royal Guard, who went wide into the first turn and is some 8 lengths off the lead. Triton is just in front of that pair. The 2 trailers are Chambersville and Section at the back of the field. Moving around the first turn, and Handsome Link shows the way. The opening quarter went in 24 4/5 seconds. Pressed along by Sunrise, who's right up alongside. Those 2 race together as one. Glavin, Orange Sleeves 3 deep in third. Down at the rail comes Spectacle with Omaha Storm in between those 2. Triton having to wait just a bit along the inside. Has 5 to make up as they come to the half-mile pole. In behind him comes Chambersville. Royal Guard is in that group too. Tacticality just in front of that pair. At the back of the field, Chambersville, Royal Guard now shuffling, switching to the outside as they round the far turn, and Section continues to trail. 3/4 went in 1 minute, 14 3/5 seconds. Sunrise is up to take the lead at the top of the stretch. On the outside comes Glavin with a bold bid in second. Triton trying to angle off the fence. Tacticality is in the mix too. Further out, widest of all, is Royal Guard, 16th pole. On the outside, Glavin and Sunrise. Sunrise, Glavin, ding-dong battle to the wire. Here is the finish. Sunrise. That's Pletcher's 3rd on the afternoon. Glavin lost a heartbreaker behind them. Triton was in a battle for 3rd.
Sunrise ekes this one out. Had gone long for Pletcher. Start number 2, Ricardo Santana Jr. filling in with the win. You see the Hall of Fame trainer inching closer to Chad Brown.
Might be as much as just 1 or 2 behind Chad, and you know things are going well when you get it off the AEs to win with a horse like this. And boy, Paulie, he could not have had a softer trip sitting on top of a monstrously slow pace and gutting it out.
Yeah, he gutted it out. The 2 started rolling up the rail. The 11 was on his hip the whole way around. It looked like the 10 and the 9 were going to come. This horse showed a lot of lick late, or at least a lot of heart late, and closed out as your second choice, tied for your second choice, 3-1.
1 win back now.
That's crazy.
And the 10, the 10, the favorite really didn't have a good trip. He was wide the whole way around the track behind a slow pace, and just the way it goes, and we've talked about this a lot, these races, they just rarely seem to have much pace, and a horse that can be forward has a gigantic edge. Nice race by Glavin for Tom Morley as well, who's having a good week. Not quite able to get it done there.
Too, the 11 most way around the racetrack.
Agreed. He ran very well. Too well to lose.
Number 30 of the meet for Todd Pletcher. This horse gets in from the also eligible list. And another 2-year-old stepping up for this barn.
Like I said, his 2-year-olds are just running unbelievable. He had another one yesterday, a second-time starter. Doesn't matter if they're on turf or dirt. I don't know how many turf winners he's got with his 2-year-olds, too. It's
quite a few.
The last 3 or 4 weeks, he has just been on fire. He won with fierceness over in California. It's just been an obliteration by Todd Pletcher the last 3 weeks.
13-11, 2-9. Sunrise at 3-1 to start this pick 6 for Harold Ventures, and Ricardo Santana Jr. with the pickup mount here.
I mean, Glavin ran giant. I thought Triton came rolling up the rail. But Sunrise gets the job done. 2 of the outside horses run 1-2. This has got to be a nice exactor here.
Tom Morley's horses late in this meet have really been running.
Very good week.
It's Sunrise, though, for the win for Pletcher. Now just 1 back at Chad Brown for this training title. Final day and a half is going to be a lot of fun. We'll be back right after this.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, home to 4-time leading New York sires Central Banker, sire of champion New York bred Bank Frenzy.
Bank Frenzy, a hard-fought winner of the Commentator.
And multiple stakes winner Sunday Girl.
Clear winner in the John Hettinger Sunday Girl.
Also standing into mischief's Grade 1 Sun Provocateur. And top young stallion Solomini, sire of Mike Lee Stakes winner Doc Sullivan. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, celebrating over 50 years of equine excellence.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Hill and Dale at Alapa. Pick 6 underway. It goes to Sunrise, the opening leg of the sequence. Todd Pletcher, Ricardo Santana Jr. for Herald Ventures, and a horse who had experience going long on the grass against a horse who was came back and ran in a stake. So a decent horse who was fairly highly regarded.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Sunrise did all the running on the front end. I know it was slow, but I think to hold those horse off as late was pretty good. Glavin was on his hip most of the way.
So late pick 5 is next, which means the Disco Partner is next. 5.5 furlongs sprinting on the grass, and Big Invasion, incredibly talented sprinter, millionaire. He has been away for a while.
Terrific horse. Happy to see him back. Can be so tough sometimes to keep him on the track, but from a handicapping standpoint, with scratches of the 6, the number 8, particularly the 6, though, there's just not much speed left in this race. That's going to help the layoff horse, Dancing Buck, and I also think it'll help the horse I like, Outlaw Kid, while conversely hurting the 5 and the 9.
Yeah, I think a lot of people now are using the 1 and 2.
You
and
have to.
You kind of have to. I didn't use the 1. I went back and used Outlaw Kid because I think he's got a big shot now. And I think the 9 in there is actually a player of one of the outside horses. I mean, the 10, excuse me, step forward.
Big Invasion, narrow runner-up of the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint couple of years ago. Ran it again last year, even though 10th, only beat 3 3/4 lengths. Haven't seen him since. This is the return coming up. Pick 5 ends here. Wow, over to $15,000. That's how close it was here in this first leg of the Pick 6.
That was a nice payout.
Yes, it was.
Good.
So here we go with a stake. Disco Partner, who was set the North American record, 105 and change, and a Jaipur for the late Christophe Clement, one of my favorites. This race named in his honor.
Yeah, he's a little gray rocket, was Disco Partner. And still, that time, I don't care. I know the track was just blazing fast. I don't care. You run sub 106, you are moving.
A Big Invasion for the comeback. Right now, 2-1 on the board. Dylan Davis will ride for Miguel Clement. We'll be back 20 minutes away from the Disco Partner when we return.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from Laska first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world. You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks. Boost your bankroll with weekly promotions and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
As they say,
Book 'em Dano, Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em Dano.
if you can make it here,
Book 'em Dano in a thriller. Book 'em Dano wears him down. Book 'em Dano under a perfect ride from Paco Lopez to win the True North.
you can make it anywhere.
It's Book 'em Dano in another stellar display, winning the Alfred G. Vanderbilt going away.
Bucaro, proudly standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Closing through an opening on the inside is Disco Partner in the center of the course. Holding Gold is coming now. Green Mask has taken the lead. Disco Partner runs with him on the inside and Holding Gold, but it's Disco Partner. and Gerard Ortiz to win the Jaipur over Green Mask. And look at that time! 1 minute, 5.67 seconds. Holy mackerel!
North American record for the distance. I mean, that is smoking.
And there's a stablemate, Pure Sensation, dropping back and forth. Green Mask was second, a very good horse. Paulie, this is such a cool horse.
By the way,
yeah. Such a cool horse. You know, I think I like about the good turf sprinters, I think there's a false notion that they need to have speed. Some of the best turf sprinters are ones that come from way back.
Yeah, kind of true. That was a good Jaipur. I mean, Pure Sensation was a bullet. Yeah, quick.
Green Mask was
and
very
Green
good.
Mask for Wesley Ward was a really nice. Not Wesley Ward, was it Cox?
Not sure.
I thought it was Wesley.
You think it was Wesley?
Yeah, I think it was. He was a big old type of horse, but yeah, now Disco Partner was no joke, and maybe Big Invasion can bring it home.
Long time away. There he is. Runner-up 2 years ago, Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint. Millionaire plus in his decorated career. And we've heard many people on this show say coming back off layoffs in turf sprints can be the easier way to make a comeback and the more winnable type of race off a layoff.
Yeah, no, I agree. And you know, listen, where's he going to go? You know what I mean? There's no allowance races for him, you know? I mean, he's a stakes horse and a good one. I'm glad to see him back. I'm a big fan of this horse. I hope he runs well today. But, you know, he's not the kind of horse, Paulie, I think either you and I want to take at a short price.
Yeah, you don't really want to take that short of a price because this is a good field.
And by the way, we saw that time. What was that time in the Jaipur? The Disco Partner in 105.67?
Yes,
Brad
it was.
Cox, Green Mask, yeah.
This horse, Big Invasion.
You got it in the second one.
Yeah.
Ran in the Jaipur a couple times, but back in June 23 was second, beat by Caravel. Casa Creed ran third. They went the 6 furlongs that day, 107 and 4.
So yeah, basically,
which was quick.
The sprint winner, and then Casa Creed. Did he win the mile that year? Or come around?
No, he never won the mile. He won the stake here, the Horse Dave 2 years in a row. But he also won the Jaipur, I think, 2 years.
Jaipur 2 years in a row.
It was Casa Creed. Well, we just spent a lot of time with his owner, Lee Einseidler, who,
But
you
then
know, I
Caravel
can't
came
about
back to
Lee,
win the
but
Breeders' Cup
he's the
sprint,
best.
and the turf sprint at 43-1.
It's a pretty good group that year.
But we love Casa Creed the most.
8-5. What do you think about that on 26 black? Getting over bet here?
Well, yes and no. I mean, I can see arguably him being the horse to beat. He ran very well last time, getting 100 buyer, closing behind the very, very talented, bring the band home. So I can understand it. But he's a little pace compromised. That's what would worry me about him. But he is the horse to beat, I think.
Bring the band home. That is probably the leader in the clubhouse right now to win this year's Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah,
yeah
I would
probably,
think.
Yeah.
Little racing left to go before that, but I believe it's 5 furlongs at Del Mar, and that's certainly not going to hurt him, and a very firm course will help him as well. So good luck to Mark Cassidy with him, but a lot left to happen.
We're going to swap networks here momentarily and move over to FS1 in just a moment, so you can flip the channel, catch us over there in just a moment as we get set to kick off this late pick 5 and begin with a good one here. This Disco Partner and the return of Millionaire, former Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint runner-up, Big Invasion right now. His comeback is a 6-year-old from Miguel Clement. He's 5-2. We'll see you on FS1.
And they're off at Saratoga.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. Welcome to Saratoga Springs, New York, final Sunday of the premier meet in the country. You've joined us just in time for the Disco Partner 5.5 furlong stake on the grass coming up on a gorgeous Sunday afternoon with, after today, just 1 day remaining in the meet. Greg Wolf alongside New York Racing Association handicapper Andy Serling, 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca. We have had a long afternoon to this point already. Still a lot to come and a terrific field lined up at the Disco Partner, headlined by a former runner-up at the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint.
And the good news for you, it's after 4, but if you're just tuning in, you got the late pick 5 in front of you. So there's plenty of good racing left to go. And an excellent 11 race card tomorrow with the hopeful, obviously, the feature. But looking forward to the Disco Partner, name for a horse that I think I can safely say everybody up here was a big fan of.
Yeah, he holds the North American record at the time, or still does, for going 6 furlongs on the turf in 105.67, 105 and 3. And this is a great race to be honored by. And the late, great Miguel, Christophe Clement was the trainer of Disco Partner. Miguel's got a major player in here, his son.
Can he still get it done now as he advances in age? 6-year-old. He's been off since the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint last year at Del Mar. We know how talented he is. 5-2 right now. Dylan Davis in the irons for the comeback.
Always one of my favorites, Big Invasion. I like the deep closers, much like the race is named for, Disco Partner. But with the scratches particularly, there just isn't a lot of speed in here, which hurts the chances of Big Invasion.
No one better to tell us how he is doing for his return than Acacia Clement.
Of course, trained by my husband, Miguel, Big Invasion has long been a barn favorite as he does come back. Now, he was due to actually run in April at Keeneland to have his first start since the Breeders' Cup. Unfortunately, at that time, he what's called popped a splint. So basically, you will see a small bump arise on the horse's leg. It actually comes from kind of the evolution prehistoric when horses kind of had almost toe bones, basically. So it is a rare thing to see in an older horse, but that is what took place and caused him to be sidelined. Luckily, it is something that horses can come back from with enough time and care. And I can say, after having seen him train quite a bit over the last couple of months, he is as strong as ever. He is the type of horse that needs a particular rider in the morning who can hold him, because he is one that trains with a lot of enthusiasm. You can watch his last work on First TV, which was on the dirt, and he was going solo to go 48-3, and his rider Bob was just effortless in doing so. So having seen him over the years, by his standards, he looks incredibly fit coming back. As Andy mentioned, though, the pace and his closing kick, that's his running style at this point, that's always his Achilles heel. Now, a horse that should be forwardly placed in here is the 526 Black. He is buried back there behind the pony, saddling, as he is often one that can be a handful prior to the races. They keep him in the paddock in an iron halter. So basically an extra piece of metal that goes around his face. With that metal, the idea of it being to try and keep him a little bit calmer. He's worn that for quite some time in the paddock prior to his races. He saddles with the pony. Now, I remember talking to Horacio De Paz, who said before the Ashley T. Cole 2 starts back, where it was thought that he should have been a little bit more forward, pressing the pace, that 26 Black was incredibly quiet prior to that race, and he said it was so out of character for him, and he felt that's why he put one of his poorer efforts, whereas last time he was back to his sharp, energetic self, and he's definitely that today. He's been on the muscle since he came in. He looks fantastic. He's actually the junior, the youngest horse in this race at the age of 5 in this tough group of hardened veterans. I have a lot of respect for New York bred 26 Black. The number 10 to the outside step forward, I thought a little bit interesting for Mark Cassie. I liked him 2 starts back. I actually picked him that day, thinking that he actually really improved as a 6-year-old and had a ride 3 starts back that probably just really wasn't to his style. He's better when he can be a little bit more forwardly placed. Now, last time out, he went over to Colonial in Stakes Company, got run down by Whitty, who was turned into a devastating closing sprinter, the half-brother to Caravel. And I think coming back here to Saratoga, step forward, could be a bit interesting, because he at one point was a horse that showed some more speed. I would imagine with Ricardo Santana in the saddle, they're going to try to get him into the race, much like he was 2 starts back. And maybe he's the one that takes advantage of this relatively paceless affair for a turf sprint. Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. 8 minutes to post in this Disco Partner. Pick 5 starts here. Paul, how are you going to play it?
I thought it was a difficult sequence, so I'm going to go deep in this race. 2, 3, 5, 9, 10. Race number 11, I do like Lodato a little bit. I think the 10's interesting. Do not throw out the James Ryerson horse in there, small change. I thought race number 12 was very difficult, 1, 2, 4. 6-7, 5-6, 7-9. There's a theme here. I'm trying to get to the 11 horse in the last for Sharita Vo. Deemer, I think the drop in class makes that gelding the one to beat by far.
Paulie left out my bankroll horse, play horse.
Which horse is that?
Enigmatic in race 13.
Which horse is that?
The 2.
Oh, no. Okay, throw the 2 in, people.
I can't root against you, Paulie.
Good luck. That last race, obviously, Deemer going to be a pretty heavy favorite for Sharita Vo, dropping in class, but has to deal with an outside post.
Agree. I like the 2 here. I like,
What'd you like?
The number 2 in this race, Outlaw Kid, who had just a disastrous trip last time. Just shuffled back early after breaking a bit slow, and then just got completely and totally steadied out on the backstretch and made this crazy run up the inside just to reach contention. He's got some solid races. Thought he could be forward, maybe sitting outside Dancing Buck, and I think he's an interesting alternative in here at a square price right now.
See what happens. There's Junior Alvarado.
Who gets the front end in here, Andy?
I think Dancing Buck, assuming a break. Kendrick's got to come out firing from the rail.
Right.
He is the speed. I mean, with his 5 scratching in this race, it just gets very, very murky after that.
Yeah, it does, right? I mean, the outside horse has got to be the outside speed, I guess, step forward. But where does that kind of put him?
I think that he'll be sitting, in
a good spot
with a 2 and 10, probably sitting out there a little bit.
Let's go to Acacia.
Happy to be here with Horacio De Paz, who sends out 26 black. Horacio, as I just kind of touched on the Paddock report, I know you said he was very quiet 2 back before they actually tee Cole. Definitely not the case today.
No, he was quite full of himself. Same as last time, just feeling good. Likes it up here.
Yeah, he certainly seems to be thriving. With some of the pace coming out of here, how do you see the race playing out for him? Where should he be positioned?
I'm going to leave it in Flavian's hands. I mean, he knows the horse. He was kind of surprised how much speed and how much horse he had at the wire. So, it's going to be up to him what he does.
He's been such a cool, consistent New York bred as well. It's be fun, to have one of him in the barn.
Yeah, no, I like it because we've had him since a 2-year-old and always liked him, and he seems to be getting better.
Thanks, Horacio.
Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. Here we go with our post break. We start with Dancing Buck off the bench as well. I haven't seen since June of last year.
You have to assume he's going to come out firing, try to wire the field. Can he do it off the layoff?
Outlaw Kid, George Weaver, 6-time winner on the lawn.
You would think this one would fire right out of there, too, and get himself in a really good position.
There's Bold Journey taking money with Junior Alvarado for Belmont.
Yeah, not exactly sure why. Maybe he can be a bit forward here. I just thought there were faster horses in the race.
Here's Iamon, Joe Arsino, Javier Castellano.
Yeah, 7-year-old horse here by Pioneer of the Niles. 1 for 13 the last 2 years, so gonna have to run his best.
26 black. Pratt for Horacio De Paz.
Despite the lack of pace, he is the horse to beat in here, and Flavian Pratt will do what he can to at least get him into good position early.
Here is Big Invasion. Loves it at Saratoga as well.
I root for all Harvey Pack winners, and he won the Harvey Pack last year. He's a very neat horse, but we'll see if he's able to get it done today off of the layoff.
And step forward. Looks like he may just do that for Mark Cassidy, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, he's the interesting outsider in here. Now, he was behind Twisted Filigree, ran the other day, but Twisted Filigree is a front runner. He kind of got taken out of his game, but he's fast. So I would think that he can lay off maybe the 1 or 2 in here and try to finish.
So, Outlaw Kid. There's Manny Franco. George Weaver's had a terrific summer. Let's go back to the Vice Regent last start.
So you'll see him right here. He's actually forwardly placed right now, and I liked what I saw to Savine Savaci. Maybe it was just one of those unlucky rides, but you see him getting steadied back there. Now that's just the beginning. That's not even nearly the worst thing that happened right there, because he's going to get in behind the number 2 horse down the inside, and there's going to be a bit of a sort of drop back in front of him, and very shortly he's going to steady out severely. The 2 gets stayed inside, and he just backs up right into him, and Savaci has to badly steady. So he's already lost at least 3 lengths or so from steadying, and more than that in position. comes up the rail, and Paulie, this horse makes an incredible run to get right up by the leaders down on the inside, which is not necessarily the easiest thing to do, and understandably hangs a bit at the end. But this was an effort that was a lot better than it looks, and to me signifies that he's sort of back in form, and maybe he can be good enough to beat up this field. Not an easy field, but I thought he was interesting given the trouble last time out.
Yeah, it was a good race. And if you look at his efforts at Woodbine, it seems like the 5 furlong races are his best. The 6 furlong races, he kind of empties out. But 6 furlongs at Woodbine would be like 6.5 furlongs here. So the 5.5 might be right up his alley. I can't argue with Andy said. I think this horse can sit a good position too. And, you know, does have a win here at Saratoga.
Now with more on Outlaw Kid. Let's go back to Acacia.
And I'm glad you showed that replay, because to be beaten just by 3/4 of a length after the trip that he had, I think was very impressive. He's a horse that visually is always so appealing. He's so beautifully put together, super coat on him. He carries his weight from race to race. He just is one that immediately catches your eye. And he was sharp. He was on his toes. I thought 2 starts back in the Harvey Pack that he probably looked the best, just really needed a race off of the layoff. Talking about the 2 Outlaw Kid and Bring the Band Home wire the field, as we've seen that deadly display of speed from him. So now 3rd start of the form cycle for Outlaw Kid. I think he could be primed to be running his best start today. The number 1 Dancing Buck, who we're looking at, Kendrick Carmouche, took right away from the pony to give him a big warm-up. Typical of Kendrick. He has speed, certainly revving his engines out there on the track. If he plans to use that early speed as well. We haven't seen him since the Jaipur of 2024, race that Big Invasion was also in as well. But Dancing Buck, a 7-year-old, he has run well off layoffs before. I do think physically probably looking like he might need a race just to tuck up and bring everything all together, but he is a horse that looks like he's still doing well and still has the enthusiasm, at least in his warm-up thus far, as we get ready for him to return to the races. Greg.
Thank you, Acacia. Pick 5 pool about to eclipse $500,000, and wow, a lot of money right now on 26 Black. That's how good the horse was he faced, though, last start.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any argument with being a favorite, Paul. I'm going to try to beat him, but I think you'll agree he's the horse to beat in here.
Well, I mean, I picked him by default, but you saw I went 5 deep. I think this is a way difficult race because of him and the 9 with their gait issues, and somebody else could get brave in here.
I just want to say Paulie's shoes match his jacket today. I don't want that to be missed, Paul. You're a sartorial whirlwind.
He's a dapper gentleman.
You're looking very sharp over there. And the socks, they're killer.
Well, my socks are always different. It's a
really?
kind of a, yeah.
Is that a baseball thing?
Yeah, something. It's a superstitious thing. You see Big Invasion. You know, Big Invasion's 6 now, right?
This is the Harvey Pack, by the way.
And this was in the Harvey Pack when he was really good. He ran down our shot in Superquest that day, and he really rolled late with Dylan aboard. And that's the last time. Wait, Dylan's rode this horse twice, 2 wins. The only 2 times he's ever ridden them.
Pretty amazing. And you got to time it right with him, but he is fun to watch when he kicks into gear.
He's a cool horse. I mean, listen, I will always root for him. I think he's really good, obviously. I think he could be a little up against it. But listen, if you like him, he's 3-1. And he's good.
Not just Dylan on the last, both times on. And the last 2 wins, period, have been Dylan Davis.
I've been Dylan.
Yeah. Interesting.
And I think he's just, if you see the crowd today, beautiful crowd. He's one of those horses, he doesn't like the crop. And I think Dylan hand rides him home. He's a big old boy, just needs to get him going.
3-1 for his return. Generous price on a horse with his talent, but a long time away. Is Kendrick Carmouche on a very interesting horse also coming back, particularly with the 6 coming out in here and the speed Dancing Buck has from the rail.
Yeah, no, I mean, Kendrick has to break sharply and just go. And if he loses, he loses. And Michelle, one of the reasons Michelle is so well is she doesn't normally, Michelle Nevin, the trainer, crank her horses up for off layoffs. But in this situation, I think you have to consider this horse somewhat dangerous as the potential controlling speed.
Yeah, very dangerous. This horse runs some big numbers. And if this horse gets to the front end, it could, obviously he's got some class behind him.
Start of the late pick 5, the disco partner, the return of former Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint runner-up. Big Invasion, there he is. First start back as a 6-year-old. Let's go to Frank Miramonte.
Big Invasion has taken up his spot. Step Forward completes the line for the first running of the Disco Partner. They're in the gate. And they're off in the Disco Partner. Outlaw Kid and Step Forward are both out very alertly. Dancing Buck came away in good order along the rail in third. 26 Black, much closer, just 4 lengths off the lead. Followed by Big Invasion on the outside of Bold Journey. The distant trailer, a hard-ridden Amon. It's Outlaw Kid who zipped through the opening quarter mile, leading the way by a length and a half. 22-2 was that fraction. Step Forward in second. Dancing Buckle on the inside. 26 Black ranges up 3 deep now, and he's got a ton of horse. Does Flavian Pratt coming to the quarter pole. Big Invasion and Bold Journey there at the top of the stretch. And 26 Black is cut loose in the center of the course, coming to get Outlaw Kid. These two past the 8th pole. 1-2, 26 Black forges to the front. Bold Journey is closing, trying to get into the exacta behind the ultra-sharp 26 Black, who wins the Disco Partner in convincing fashion. Bold Journey in a photo with Outlaw Kid for second.
26 Black, too good for this group. But how much does this flatter the horse who just beat him last start?
Well, to be fair, oh yes, bring the band home. No, absolutely. I'm thinking of another race actually in here. And you know, Flavian's just good about getting his horses into position. He was just way too good for these. Of course, my 2 got nipped at the wire by Bold Journey, who did no running and just picked him up at the end of the race. But this horse was much the best, Paulie.
You make a good point. Like, I think Flavian is one thing that a lot of people don't talk about. He's a tremendous gate jockey. For a horse that struggles out of the gate, you know, 7th out of 7, 8th out of 10, 9th out of 10. This horse broke well today, and the race was kind of over after they broke, and they ran 55 and change in 101 and 2. And 26 Black was the goods today.
5, it was close for second. The 3 Bold Journey gets up to,
of course he did.
Nip second, get by Outlaw Kid, Manny Franco, 5-3-2-10. But no doubt about your winner, 26 Black, 6th win on the grass after runner-up at a grade 2 to the best turf sprinter in the land. Bring the band home.
Yeah, you know, sometimes you look and you see
There's
Horacio
Horacio
De Paz going down to the winner's circle. You kind of look at this race now, Greg, and you go, okay, Dancing Buck is 7-year-old, Outlaw Kid is 6-year-old, everybody else is 7-year-old, Big Invasion is 6-year-old. The youngster, 26 Black, with I think some more to improve, really crushed him today.
Love the ride by Manning and Outlaw Kid. He didn't win, but he seized the bull by the horns, was able to control up front. Just not good enough.
101.43. Sharp time, 26 Black with the win as the 6-5 favorite. We're going to take a timeout. When we come back, we had quite a lot going on in that Jockey Club Gold Cup. We'll take a look back when we return.
History remembers moments of extraordinary strength, skill, and determination. True greatness is forged by those who fulfill their destiny.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 1 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Mohegan Sun. All in for Mohegan. 26 black. Rolls to victory under Flavien Prat for trainer Horacio to pause. And now a 6-time winner on the lawn. Wins as a 6-5 favorite.
He's a nice horse, you know. Ross is one of those under-the-radar trainers.
He
does
really
a great
is.
job.
Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig Tipton November sale, the world's premier breeding stock event. Nominate your star today. Let's go to Acacia.
And here with winning jockey Flavien Prat, who is familiar with 26 Black. You rode him last time, and he put you in a pretty good position today.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, I was worried about the pace scenario. So yeah, I want him to be fully placed and get himself into the race. So that was good.
He's been a really consistent horse. I mean, ran very well last time. How much confidence did that give you, knowing that he's a horse that often really does show up with his best effort?
Yeah, as you say, he's been very consistent. I thought the last race was very good. Yeah, we came in the race with confidence.
It's been a good weekend for you. I know, unfortunately, did not get to ride Nisos yesterday, but you still got some nice wins out at Del Mar. How are you feeling traveling back to New York?
Yeah, no, it's honestly, I had a good sleep, so I felt okay today. Unfortunately, you know, the Whitney didn't pin out the way we wanted, but it could have been worse. I hope I ride is okay, and we'll regroup.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on the win here, Flavien.
Thank you. Thank you.
Greg?
Thank you, Acacia. What a talent. What an incredible summer he had last year. He's had a great meet this year as well.
Yeah, he's just a sensational rider. Nice to see him send good messages to IRAD instead of a lot of the finger pointing going on. Right now, there's only one concern. We all are concerned about IRAD, and we hope he's okay.
We want him back soon, no question.
100%. The fact that, I mean, the horses and the humans on the back come first. I think people need to realize that first. My goodness.
New York breds, $30,000 maiden claiming 6 furlong sprint next in race 11 here. And those who have run, they've not shown a world of talent, to be kind. So a new face who has not yet started for George Weaver is open as a 6-5 favorite, the 10, Vibrant Express.
Here's the stats for you. First-time starters in dirt sprints and maiden claimers. George Weaver's just 1 for 10 over the last 5 years. I don't care about the 1 for 10 part. He's only started 2 a year for 5 years. At NYRA, he's 0 for 7 with 2-ing the board, but I can understand the appeal of a first-time starter in this field.
I think the sire, too, Vacoma, who's very good with his first-time starters. Put it this way, the best buyer on dirt in here is what, 45 coming in?
No, we've got,
50?
no, you're not being fair. We got a 56 for 80 gold.
56.
Okay, a 61 for Army Proud. So, Paulie, don't cheat him out of a few buyer points here and there.
You know, few
buyer points here and there.
On a dry racetrack.
You're backpedaling now, so the dry racetrack.
The 6 in here has got to look. This was 21 morning line. It's not a complete toss-out.
Not a chance. I don't believe there is a complete toss-out in this race,
It's
Paulie.
a difficult race, not a lot of form. Let's go back to the big one from earlier today. Jockey Club Gold Cup, unfortunate incident early on in this race with Rod Ortiz Jr. being dropped from Mindframe.
Yeah, and the stewards made the right call. Obviously, the 7 came in at the start and caused a chain reaction in here, and it's unfortunate. But, you know, we're hoping for IRAD to be okay. Flavien obviously did the best job he could to try to avoid IRAD. It hurt Sierra Leone's chances, but that doesn't even matter. None of that matters. What we hope is that IRAD's okay. And, you know, we're also sorry we didn't get to see the race that we all wanted to see. We all wanted to see how Mindframe did. We want to see fairly run races. It is unfortunate. Let's hope that IRAD's okay and we can put the whole thing behind us. Hopefully he is. And credit to Antiquarian. Todd Fletcher has done a sensational job with him. But, you know, obviously, Paulie, this was unfortunate.
It was
See the
very,
7 coming over like there.
It was very unfortunate, and it's just one of those things where Kendrick came out, he just broke out, and he corrected his horse, and the horse just weaved in too much. It caused a chain reaction, and it was just too much. The race after that, I was looking to make sure Mindframe was okay. I wasn't really caring about the outcome, but Antiquarian did get the job done. He was very impressive. Running down the leader. And listen, Sierra Leone, as much as he had to do,
he was
ran unbelievable.
But you don't know what Mindframe would have done, so you can't, you know, it's just one of those things.
Yeah,
one of
tough
those
to
things.
tell. How did it impact Sierra Leone?
Well, he had to swerve badly. I mean, Flavio probably actually considered pulling him up, to be honest with you, and he was way far back. And it's hard to say, given this situation, he didn't run the best race. But without Mindframe getting a chance to run his race, it's all conjecture. Because Mindframe is a very, very good horse. And, you know, you hate to see it. This is like the race of the year. And I don't want to take anything away from Antiquarian.
Yeah.
And the job Todd Pletcher's done with this horse to bring him along, he improves with every start. And it shouldn't be lost how well he ran in here. And I'm just disgusted by some of the finger pointing going on and blaming going on. You know what? When we find out Irad's okay, then we'll start blaming people if you want. But right now, let's think about
Our concern
Irad.
with Irad Ortiz Jr., injured wrist, injured ribs. And, you know, it was a scary situation if they were going to get him off the track in time before that field went around that second turn. A great job by everyone, this medical staff here, to get him off the track. Agreed.
Yeah, listen, he was on the racetrack. The crazy part is that you're seeing stuff on social media, and I get it. Should not be paying attention to it. But at the end of the day, everybody out there that's going out there, we were about 30 seconds away from everybody pulling up all their horses. Remember that. So let's
we want the horses, and Mindframe thankfully appears to be okay, and that's extremely important. And the next concern is Irad. The conjecture about the whole thing, the stewards will deal with it. The stewards took the 7 down from 3rd, and I believe it was the right decision. I don't want to point fingers at Kendrick or anybody else. I'm sure he feels it was an unfortunate incident. You don't want these things to happen. It's racing, and the truth is, sometimes you wonder why, you know, it's a tough game, it's a tough situation, but right now, I'm worried about Irad. That's all I care about.
Of course, and he's no question. He's first and foremost in our thoughts. Let's look at Antiquarian, though, for a moment. He had a very big race coming into this performance. And sure, maybe he got an assist, got a little bit lucky here with today's performance, but still, he showed up, he performed.
Absolutely.
Is he a horse who is now in the mix in this older horse division?
I mean, he has to be a topic of conversation, a horse that can make a move forward. It changes a lot of things. You know, because of what happened, nothing happened in here to suggest that Sovereignty's not going to be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Because this race, it didn't answer the ultimate questions because of the incident that happened. You hate to see that happen. But that should not take away from Antiquarian. And nobody should sit around and say, oh, what a lucky winner he was. He won the Jockey Club Gold Cup, and that's what's going to matter.
Yeah, that's all that matters. I mean, let's be honest. There's been a lot of There's been a lot of times where jockeys have failed and horses have fallen in big races. At least we didn't have that, and everybody will be okay. And hopefully Irad will be back, the champion jockey, and he's got a champion heart. I'll show him he'll be back soon.
We're going to take a timeout. We'll be back. We're 17 minutes away. Race 11. And a favorite, a first-time starter here in this 11th.
Olympiad gets the gold in the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
375, 400, and 400. $400,000 in the back.
You bet with NYRA Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the NYRA Bets app to play today and get a $200 deposit bonus. Watch live horse racing. Get expert picks, boost your bankroll with weekly promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Download the NYRA Bets app now. Sign up now to claim your $200 deposit match bonus. You bet with NYRA Bets.
As a 2-time Grade 1 winner with 6 consecutive triple-digit buyers, Liam's Map has taken that success to stud, a proven sire, from the sales ring to the winner's circle. With hundreds of 6-figure yearling sales and multiple Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf, including recent Grade 1 winners Burnham Square and Deterministic. Liam's Map, standing at Lane's End.
Japan's legacy of beauty lives in all we do. Rare sensibilities and breathtaking skill show the way to the finish line. That beauty and that power take you to another world. Racing is art.
Good to have you with us here on our Fox Sports coverage here on Saratoga Live on this gorgeous Sunday afternoon with closing day coming up tomorrow on Labor Day. Time for the crew here to tell us our favorite moments of the meet, starting with you, Andy.
I mean, listen, we put these up this morning, and I actually don't want to discuss it because my favorite moment was Sierra Leone winning the Whitney. But after what happened today, I don't really want to go there. What's my favorite moment? Being here with you guys and being here with the fans and being in Saratoga. That's my favorite moment in Saratoga. 40 great days of this meet, the 4 days the week before it, and being with my good friends.
I changed my selection because of the same thing. I went with Tom's horse. Because I feel like Tom's horse, Tom's part of our family.
Yep.
He's been a big part of my family. He's kind of been a second father figure to me and a really close friend. And it's really cool to see him have a horse that wins by 17 lengths. And it's probably one of the best first-time starters we've seen here in a long time. And I feel like we're on the journey with Tom, too, because that horse is special.
Yep.
I would agree with what Andy said. It's been so special to spend all that time here. I was walking around yesterday and just I had a little bit of time in between shows, just able to see how lucky I am to be here all summer long and to cover these races, and for all these people come up to us, enjoy what we do. We thank them for watching our program. It's an honor. I really thought, though, if I had to pick a moment, I thought it was great for Mark Cassidy with Nitrogen. I thought it was one of the coolest stories of the meet, switching her, taking that shot on dirt, and her stepping up and winning the Alabama race that he had been watching since he was 8 years old. Pretty special.
Nice when people take a little bit of a chance like that and they end up coming out and doing well. And obviously Mark is somebody that if you have any chance to spend any time around Mark, he's a person that's very hard not to like.
Yeah.
In fact, almost impossible.
We're going to say goodbye to Andy Sterling here in a minute.
I'm going to miss you guys, but I've got work to do. The opening day at the Belmont at the Big A meet is out.
Okay.
And I'm going to go up to the box and do a little work on that Thursday, September 11th card. You know, and everybody here knows, I'll have that card done by tomorrow.
For some people that don't know, Andy Sterling is a sick man. He was looking at the overnights.
Look at that. I'm getting the PPs as soon as I leave this desk, my friend.
Hardest working handicapper in the game. 13 minutes away from this race. We are moving over to Fox Sports 2. After this timeout, so you can catch the rest of this program and today's card over on FS2. And don't forget, if you are signing up, we have a big day tomorrow too. Hopeful closing day on Labor Day and a tremendous card to finish things off. But we are not done yet. More coverage over on FS2, and it's a very difficult card that remains coming up. We still got a long way to go. We got a pick 4 coming up.
I'm counting on you guys to help me get through it. I really am. All right, I lied.
Goodbye to Andy Sterling. Enjoyed the short time we had together.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
We'll be back after a timeout. Again, we'll see you over on FS2 Race 11. Still to come. We'll kick off a pick 4. We'll see you on the other side right after this timeout. Stay with us.
Saratoga.
Good to be with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live here in gorgeous Saratoga Springs, upstate New York on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. Sun shining. And we have the late pick 4 coming up on a 14 race card. Joined by 4-time Major League All-Star Paul LaDuca, Sarah Al-Badwi. I'm Greg Wolf. Good to have you with us. And some difficult races to sort through coming up.
This race, I mean, do you trust? I know, Sarah, you like the 1 a little bit in here. Do you trust? You can't trust the 10 in here 2-1, can you? This is a.
You can't trust anybody in this field.
No, I'm with you. This is the race I think a lot of people might have hit that all button.
I mean, if there was one today, I think that this is a very likely candidate for it.
Yeah. It tells you, how wide open this race is. The only horse who has never started before. Public is making the 2-1 favorite here outside for George Weaver, Vibrant Express. Yeah, the form of those who have run, it is somewhat lacking.
Yeah, we were talking about it right before we switched over to FS2 that, Sarah, I guess Army Proud's got the highest buyer with 61, but that was on a sloppy racetrack, so there's got to be improvement with one of these colts.
You would expect there to be. I mean, I think we're looking at such a wide open group because those that have run and have done something like this, they haven't wowed us, and a lot of them are getting that drop in class, but you do also have those new faces because what we've seen so far, it isn't exactly that confidence boosting type of performance from anybody.
Get a look at the field with the post parade here coming up momentarily. There's the pick 5 pool closing in on $600,000. Sorry, pick 4 is coming up here. Pick 4 pool.
Yes.
$144,000 plus. And you can play it right there at NYRA Bets. Get signed up, started. If you have not already, spot 200, that code to use at sign up. Race like this, could you potentially put this field to sleep and break everybody's heart, go to the front and make them chase? Is there someone who you see doing that in here?
That's a good question, but you make a good point that if somebody that gets to the front end, now there's not many career maidens in here, like 0 for 15 or so, but there's a couple of 0 for 8s. You would think one of these Colts and Geldings would fire a little bit. I don't know, Greg, that's a good point.
5 showed speed first time out. It was at this level, though, and then really backed up. Here's 80 gold David Donk, Jose Gomez.
This horse is dropping for an all-time low, and Jose Gomez, good ride yesterday. He's been riding well.
Jose D'Angelo Barn, Lodato's only start was on grass.
Yeah, a little bit of an unknown coming in here, trying this surface for the first time and getting that slight class relief from the first start.
Joe Sharp Barn, Army Proud.
This one is getting that drop in class, doing something like this over a fast main track. Kind of an unknown over a fast main track, though.
Jenna Antonucci Barn of Arcangelo fame, former Belmont Travers winner. Let's get weird.
Yeah, I don't mind this horse at all. Romero Mirage aboard, showed speed first time out, should improve.
Renew the Blue, another from the David Donk Barn, has Katie Davis.
This one third off a little bit of a layoff, has been progressively improving.
Javier Castellano, rider change on small change Jeep for Jimmy Ryerson.
Cutting back in distance, a horse who's only gone a route of ground on this surface.
Barn with a win already today. College Hunk, another Jenna Antonucci runner.
Yeah, first time gelding for Blue Rose Farm and Lane Leslie in the irons.
And the first time starter outside who is favored right now, George Weaver with Manny Franco, Vibrant Express.
And George Weaver very familiar with that progeny of Vacoma. They've been off to a hot start, and I think people are just sort of gravitating towards that new face in this group.
Where is the 10? Somewhere.
Where's he at?
Hopefully see him in a moment.
He stopped at Shake Shack.
I don't blame him.
I would
right
too.
By the
I
paddock.
could go for some fries.
I know, right?
Yeah.
When you come down to the paddock, for a lot of people know, if the horse was going to turn to his right, he could holler out at Shake Shack order.
And here he comes onto the racetrack. So the first timer, son of Vacoma for George Weaver.
Not bringing Shake Shack, apparently.
Vacoma, who, of course, won a Met Mile for the barn.
Yeah, and has been really good with his first-time starters.
So 5 minutes from this 11th on the card. Let's bring in Maggie Wolfendale. Oh, Megan Burgess, excuse me.
Sorry to disappoint, guys. I love me some Mag as well, but I'm very excited to join you guys to round out this card. And you are exactly right. This is a wide open affair. I want to start with the number 1, 80 Gold. This horse ran, I actually got to interview David Donk when this horse ran last weekend, and he said that there was more horse there, and I completely agree with him. This is now second time intended for the dirt, and he told me when I interviewed him, he said, I figured out this horse was a dirt horse after trying him on the turf. And I really want to speak to, as you mentioned, a horse potentially getting loose and forward. And I think that this horse could possibly be able to do that, breaking from the inside. 3 back now. That was his first and only try using speed early. He got away sharply from the outside. He was a bit keen early and just sprinted away. And he kind of did so in a way that I thought would appreciate cutting back to this distance. And he ran in a hood and blinkers. He continues to do so. He's got some size, scope to him. I wish there was a touch more substance, but I think up there at 10-1, he was incredibly intriguing, and I think his trainer, running him back so quickly, does think that there's something left to offer there. But I want to touch on the number 2, Lodato, for trainer Jose D'Angelo. Teams up with Luis Saez off the layoff, and now trying dirt for the first time with the addition of Lasix. This horse was quirky, energetic, came into the paddock on his toes. He's definitely a bit immature, and he towered over the field in terms of his size and scope. So this distance very well could be a starting point for him. He's definitely a candidate up there that I wish was just a little bit more filled out in his condition. He's got room to mature and grow into that frame and top line. And I just thought that up there at 5-1, I know Andy liked this horse, but physically I've got some concerns about his maturity at this point. Got to touch on quickly the favorite here in Vibrant Express for George Weaver. And as mentioned, a potent sire there for Vekoma. He's 20% with his 3-year-old first-time starters. That Damn the Funky Express was a 2-time New York bred stakes winner sprinting on this turf. So he's got a tremendous amount of pedigree on paper for the level, and he looks fantastic. He was a cool customer in the paddock, definitely one that acted and looked like he had been here and done that. Very calm, cool, collected when getting the tack on in the stall, and didn't see any issues with him from what I saw. I think he's very deserving of that 9-5 price, but at the same time, as you mentioned, this is a wide open group and lots of different ways you could argument this race.
Thank you, Megan. 9-5 on that first timer outside. We'll see what happens here coming up. Obviously not a great, pedigree or not, you put this horse in for State Bred Maiden 30 right off the bat. You're saying we don't even want to give this one a chance. We're ready to part ways.
Yeah, we're ready to part ways, right? But he's a gelding already, so they had to geld him probably at a young age. So they're probably thinking, okay, for $30,000, let's put him in a spot where he can win. If somebody wants to take him, we take the purse of $42,000 with us and get on with it. I think that's the way I would look at this horse, Sarah.
It's never necessarily a green flag when you have a horse like this debuting for the claiming tag that he is. But at the same time, I think this is just an operation that's being realistic, and they understand where their horses need to be spotted to be most successful. So it makes sense that he's taking the money that he is, and George Weaver's been having an incredible meet. This Saratoga, we often say that. I feel like especially this year, we've really seen him shine with several different horses.
Most of his success coming on the lawn, but still tremendous summer for Weaver. With a 9-5 favorite, it's all about finding the right spots, and maybe he has with his first-time starter. Here's Army Proud, and no one started better at this meet than the trainer of this one, Joe Sharp.
Really got off to a tremendous start. Really confusing with that last race. I understand the horse bobbled at the start, but he really did stop. That was his first race over fast dirt since, his second start, where he ran okay. I give him another shot here.
I understand if somebody wants to take a shot with this one, as we now see 3-2 towards the outside with that first-time starter for George Weaver. But I do sort of question if this horse has the same level of form on a fast main track. That one that you're mentioning, Paul, that was an off-the-turf race against Maiden Special Weight Company, and he did run very well in that spot relative to who he's facing in this field. But I don't know. It's hard to have a very strong opinion in a spot like this.
There's one of a couple for David Donk. Inside horse, 80 Gold. Jose Gomez will be aboard, dropping to face easier. He's been in State Bred Maiden claiming before. Sarah, what'd you like with this one?
Well, I think you can completely toss the last race where he just didn't get out of the gate all that well. He stumbled at the start, and they didn't really persevere with him. So I also understand wanting to run him back quickly because they don't feel as though that much energy expended in that last start. It's also against Maiden Special Weight Company. Now he's going to be dropping in for the lowest level of his career. He's only had one opportunity in for a claiming tag on the dirt, and that was going a mile over a wet track. So it's that unknown, but I'm getting that unknown at a price relative towards the outside with an unknown at a short price.
Seemed like it's been sort of a career issue for him getting out of the gate.
Yeah, but he's one of those horses that he did break well one time, a couple times. If he does break well, then he puts himself right in the race. If not, maybe he can get covered up. The 4 Army Proud, I think, is getting overbet a little bit at 7-2, and maybe the 10 is at 7-5. I don't know. I thought the 5, Let's Get Weird, was a good proposition, 8-1.
Jose Gomez hops back aboard here, 80 gold, 1 of 2 for Donk. Even the other David Donk, Renew the Blue, the 6. I mean, this kind of race, you just really can't dismiss anyone.
No. And even the 9 College Hunk, first time gelding, why is anybody 24-1 in this race?
Why is anybody 7-5?
Yeah, true.
Set for the pick 4. It's the first-time starter, Vibrant Express, for George Weaver, the favorite, the 10, with Manny Franco. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Vibrant Express will be the last one to load. He walks in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Vibrant Express is able to get to the front. 80 gold along the inside, has some early speed too. Lodato is racing in between horses through the opening furlong, and Let's Get Weird is now 4th but 3 wide and right there in the thick of it. It's another 3 back to College Hunk, who's followed by Army Proud. Small Change Jeep second to last. Renew the Blue is the distant trailer. 22-3, Vibrant Express shows the way. Let's Get Weird moves to engage, a length back second. Lodato inching up on the outside of 80 gold as they come toward the quarter pole. It's 7 lengths back to Army Proud, who is next at the top of the stretch. Vibrant Express and Let's Get Weird doing battle. Vibrant Express turns for home, 2-length lead. Let's Get Weird is trying his best in second. Army Proud angles out, white blinkers, center of the track. Renew the Blue is really starting to close, has so far back earlier and is moving into 3rd at the 16th pole. It's Vibrant Express. Renew the Blue is coming fast. Here's Renew the Blue to mow them all down. Let's Get Weird in a photo with Army Proud, and then Vibrant Express, Katie Davis from the clouds.
Renew the Blue. It's the other David Donk, who had been 0 for 8, only hit the board 1 time. Who gets the win?
I guess that was the angle I needed, the other David Donk, but you could see him really picking up that momentum with Katie Davis aboard, who has sort of had that quieter Saratoga meet, but then recently has just come alive with some really nice rides, this being one of the well-timed ones, as you don't even really see him starting to get going until just now.
Yeah, you see Katie's going to swing all the way to the outside. Look like in the 10 and the 5 we're home here. Then all of a sudden they start shortening stride, and Katie comes running here with Renew the Blue, the lone horse coming out of a 7 furlong race that actually ran, you know, and then 16-1. We were talking about this horse before we got on FS2, saying nobody was out of chance, especially this horse. And Let's Get Weird did go by the front runner, but got run down by the 6.
Renew the Blue, Katie Davis, 15-1. Rolling late. Frank Miramati picked it up pretty early.
Yeah, great call by Frank to notice the movement of this horse towards the outside. And I think that he just sort of had that feeling that we all did of seeing this one gradually go by at such a faster rate than the other horses, where we saw Let's Get Weird be a part of that pace. We saw Army Proud making a move kind of like Renew the Blue, but they looked like they were moving in place when this one went by.
Yeah. And now you know why the 10 was in for the 30,000 tag. Probably obviously had some speed, but maybe not the best breather in the world. It's high-headed a little bit, and he just got really weary late.
Second biggest price on the board. Going to shake things up a bit in this pick 6. Renew the Blue, the win. Bob Baffert, he has not come to the hopeful a lot. He's going to be here on closing day tomorrow with Butane, who won impressively at first asking at 1-5. We'll have a preview next.
I have 52,000 starts in my life. I've never seen one that could take as much as he did early and continue to improve.
And it is Gunite.
He's strong, he's attractive.
And he's gonna win the hopeful.
He's extremely smooth and fluid.
Gunite is a tough customer here as they come on for the finish.
How sound he is.
Gunite got the jump.
Consistent mentally, physically.
He will defeat Elite Power in the Forgo.
Complete package.
Thank you. Of course. Good job, David. Nice to meet you. Yes. I'm here with Katie when you're ready. 20 seconds. Got it. Okay, perfect. Okay, good.
Good to have you with us on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this perfect weather Sunday from upstate New York here in Saratoga Springs. Brought to you in part by NYRA Bets, where you can play it all. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Renew the Blue. Huge upset score here in the 11th. Let's go to Megan.
Well, joined here in the winner's circle by jockey Katie Davis of the number 6, Renew the Blue. And Katie, this horse has been grinding away and Maiden claiming company. What was the difference today? He absolutely exploded there in the stretch.
I think the cutback going 6 and hoping there was a lot more speed in the race and just kind of letting him get under his feet, like David and I said, and just make one run and get him comfortable, let him switch in the stretch when he really wants to, and he exploded.
As far as your relationship with David Donk and kind of getting those opportunities here in such a tough meet, can you just speak to how encouraging it is to be able to get in the winner's circle with that?
Of course. David, he is a great horseman. I love his way of training. He's just very personable. He listens, you know, and there's times where I'll say something and he's like, oh, okay. All right, that makes sense. Or we bounce ideas back and forth to each other. So I love riding for him. I'm very blessed to have that opportunity to ride for him. And it's been a great experience for me.
Well, you mentioned a little good luck charm on your wrist that you got pre-race. Maybe a little good omen here.
Yes, it was so cute. She's like, oh, I made you a bracelet. It says, go Katie. And I'm like, you know what? I'm going to wear it. Should I wear it? Yeah, I'm going to wear it. So I ended up wearing it. And it definitely brought good luck to me.
Now you got to wear it forever, Katie. Best. Oh, well, good luck. Good job here, Katie.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Truly appreciate it.
Greg?
Good for Katie Davis. Been a tough meet and then started to pick up a few wins here late in this final week.
Yeah, she won one for her older brother and Eddie, and that was actually a cool day. She's had some really good lights, as you were saying, Sarah, and she's brought home some prices too.
She has been, and she got that win on Courtly Banker the other day for Saratoga Stables, Barkley Tag, and this one, I mean, it didn't really look like he was the 15-to-1 shot as we got closer and closer to the wire, but he ran it very well in here. One of those races where nobody deserved to be a huge price or a very short one.
Yep. Race 12 out of the Wilson Chute at a mile, starter optional claiming field, and Navajo Warrior is expected, taking a lot of money here, coming off two very big efforts out on the West Coast, now with Saffie Joseph Jr.
Yeah, some good efforts in the Tim Yachteen barn, 3 wins in a row, like running through conditions. And the Son of Candy rides on kind of a roll, and with recent racing, a little layoff since May.
More on this field momentarily. Tomorrow, closing day, as always. Boys get their chance. Grade 1 hopeful for the 2-year-olds. And Bob Baffert showing up to this hopeful with Butane, 2-to-1, morning line favorite. Flavien Prat will be aboard. Of course, bet down to 1-5, Paulie, in the debut and did not disappoint.
Yeah, listen, Bob Baffert's horses usually don't disappoint when they're that big of a, short of a price, excuse me, but got the job done. 83 buyer, that kind of tops this field besides Romeo in the Bashfield Manor. But this horse was very good, and usually Bob's horses train well coming in here. This one for Zedon Racing.
Expensive purchase. Sarah, 1.15 million, son of Tiz the Law.
Yeah, there are clearly some big expectations with this horse. And look, often when you have those 2-year-old races and you have these horses that have just that one maiden race under their belt coming in, you've seen a lot of them have that victory by being forwardly placed. That's not necessarily the case with the field that he's going to be running into coming up tomorrow in that hopeful. We've seen a lot of horses actually be able to sit and stalk or come from way back like AI. So maybe his early speed is more of an advantage than it even would be in regular years.
Meanwhile, Romeo, dominant in the debut, and really it was a third start, Paulie. Sarah took a huge move forward to run an 85 buyer speed figure as a 2-year-old in late June. That's still pretty early in your racing career. That's a big number.
It is, and it was a big step forward. And don't worry, I see how Paul and I are basically identical up here. But look, he wasn't really bet this day. He was able to get that victory at 8-to-1, a nice price. And he was using some of that early speed to his advantage, where in the Tremont, he didn't make the early lead. He had to settle for third behind Mythical in that spot. But the 2 races where he's been able to establish that early position, he's been your winner. So maybe he is the thorn in the side of a horse like Butane.
Private purchase for $1.7 million. So obviously they think something of him, and he's in the Steve Asmussen barn.
Joel Rosario will get the call. That is coming up tomorrow. Race 9 on the card, 4:42 Eastern start time for the Grade 1 hopeful. Of course, Chancellor McPatrick won it last year for Chad Brown. We'll have live coverage for you tomorrow. We'll be back with the 12th right after this.
Quality at his core.
And core beliefs will come on and win it nicely.
By leading sire, Quality Road.
And here is Core Beliefs to take the lead. Core Beliefs on the outside. Here it is. Core Beliefs.
All the best attributes of his sire. A multiple graded stakes winner who's proven at the classic distance with tactical speed and a must-see physical.
It's Core Beliefs who digs his heels in to win the New Orleans Handicap.
Core Beliefs, standing at Walmack.
As a lifestyle guard, I help people live their best day in the sun. That means keeping the games going. Coming to the rescue when the floaty is too floppy. And delivering high noon when the cooler's empty.
Oh, do you have any peach?
High noon, sun's up.
Weekends are for winners at NYRA Bets. Opt in to Late Pick 5 hit and split bonuses to claim your share of $10,000 every Friday through Sunday. $10,000 hit and splits every weekend when you bet with NYRA Bets.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Coming to America was always the goal. Coming to the States and, find a better life. I was 16, right off the plane. I was staying with my my aunt and my uncle in New York. My first thought wasn't being a trainer, just, I want to ride horse, I want to be a jockey. We started from the bottom, walking hot for Billy. Working for Billy Ma, right off coming to America, it's a tough teacher, but a good one. I would say he taught us well. After 10 years, you have to make a decision, either galloping or try to stay, and train on my own. I mean, that's the next step, right? And it just kind of comes to you. There was no really like a plan. I don't know where somebody called me. He didn't want to train horses and he sent them my way, and here I am. Winning big races and big events, a bigger track, that's your goal. You want to compete with the best. Yeah, I'm definitely living the American dream. I wouldn't do anything else. I mean, I wouldn't change a thing. This is what I love to do, and it's in my blood, it's my passion. Yeah, it's definitely the American dream.
This is one that Carlos David will send out gasoline in this 12th race. Coming up, Luis Saez will ride Sarah coming off a win last start.
Yeah, this horse able to get some forward position in that last race and go by a horse like Manta Ray as well as Suerte to get the victory. We'll see if he can take this little step up in class here. A horse that certainly has the back class to be competitive, just a matter of whether or not we see a repeat of that last performance.
The cutback going to the mile in the Wilton Chute, it's so tough because we have a lot of horses here coming from a mile late to get the 1 Swaggish. The 3-6 Kings is cutting back while all the money is going to Navajo Warrior. It's just, you look at that horse's efforts in California, they tower over this group. There's not a lot of speed in this race unless you get to some of the outside runners, and maybe that's your speed, Hero Status to 9, but there's not much in here.
Hero Status, outside post, trained by Norm Cassie, coming off a win last time out of the Wilson Chute at this meet back on July 25th. Ricardo Santana Jr. ride for that man right there. Yes, following in Dad's footsteps, but that was not the original plan. You'll hear his story coming up.
Selling the best. Fasig-Tipton graduates won more Eclipse Awards in 2024 than any other sale company. Torpedo Anna, Moira, National Treasure, Sierra Leone, Soul of an Angel, Straight No Chaser, Fasig-Tipton, eclipsing the competition.
Health, history, horses has been the slogan of Saratoga Springs for nearly a century, and the Big Red Spring is the perfect representation of this phrase. Long before the racetrack opened in 1863, Saratoga Springs was a popular resort destination. Its famous mineral springs were believed to treat a wide array of medical conditions. Introduced in 1975, the Big Red Spring was named after two of the sport's most legendary chestnuts, Man o' War and Secretariat. In addition to their immense talent, the two stallions also shared the same nickname, Big Red. For the last 46 years, people of all ages have sampled the Big Red Spring as a part of their racetrack experience. It is a tradition that establishes Saratoga as the most unique racing venue in the world. So many great things about this racetrack and those healing waters. Big part of it.
Yeah. Listen, it can make ducks ride motorcycles around here. They go around, they like press the sign, they go across the street. I've never seen anything like it. The ducks around here drinking that water, Sarah, they do amazing things.
They basically speak English at this point. I mean, they come right up to you, hang out. They know if you have snacks. I mean, special water we got going on. I have to admit, never tasted the Big Red Spring water.
It's probably a good
It'll
thing.
make you take a step back after that first sip, but it is, you get used to it.
Yeah.
This horse has to not show up to not win this race, doesn't he, Navajo Warrior?
Kind of. I mean, he lays over on numbers. I get it. Your concern is, do the California numbers equate here? Usually they do with dirt horses. And he's run some good races at Santa Anita. And there are bigger fields. Sometimes at Santa Anita you really get shorter fields, Sarah, but he's won in some bigger fields.
He has, and look, he's won that, yes, that 95 Beyer speed figure last time out. It is a bit of an outlier from some of his other races, but the problem of pointing that out is that I don't think it really inhibits him from running one of his other races and still winning this race.
Yeah. And again, we all look at different figures. Figures I look at, he's run the same number the last two starts, exactly the same.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. You got a bigger Beyer speed figure, but you and I work at the same figures in here. But 4 to 5, he might be that price when they spring the gate.
Big work, too, according to the DRF clock report coming in. Let's go to Megan.
Well, I want to speak to the number 2 Navajo Warrior here for Safi Joseph Jr. coming out of California, switching barns from Tim Yakteen over to Safi. And immediately I want to touch on some of his paddock dynamics. He's certainly a quirky guy. He came into the paddock and he wasn't overzealous in his behavior, but the minute they started to put the tack on, things definitely changed. Safi took him out into the paddock area away from the stall, tried to saddle him on the walk, went over to one side of the paddock, had issues, then came over to the other side, and still just a quirky guy that was very much just struggled to get the tack on. But now you see him here, he's definitely can tell it's the tack's coming, and he settled a lot better actually than when they were trying to get that tack on. He's certainly energetic and on his toes, but definitely was a task in terms of getting him saddled. But he's the obvious and logical contender in this group, switching over to Safi's barn. And if he's anywhere near the form in California, as Paul spoke to, translating that here in New York, he toys with this field. And of course, our thoughts are with jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. as Edgard Zayas picks up this mount for him. But Edgard has been in lockstep with Safi's barn. He has ridden tremendously well here in his trip to New York, and I think that he will be, again, strong here. But Safi, a strong 27% overall, first off the trainer switch. And again, you can kind of see him there. He's got 2 handlers, and he's definitely continuing to be a quirky customer. But want to move on to the number 6, Gasoline there for trainer Carlos David. This is, of course, the half to stakes winner, Agate Road, his damn yellow Agate, the winner of the Frizette back in 2016. But this horse is also another energetic type. I see he's right directly in front of me. He's got the hood and blinkers on, and a little bit smaller in his build than, say, a horse like the number 2 Navajo Warrior. But I will say, his paddock notes on 723, Maggie noted how he had really filled out and kind of calmed into himself better. And physically, we were kind of questioning, okay, is this when we're going to see his better form? And we saw it. So I definitely think he's in good momentum right now, and parlaying and building off of what Maggie saw last time out, he's continuing to make a good impression here in the paddock, Greg.
Megan, thank you. Post parade coming up momentarily. 6 minutes away from race 12. And there's the big favorite. Injured Arad Ortiz Jr., ribs and wrist injury. So off all mounts, Edgar Zayas filling in here for Saffie Joseph Jr.
You know,
sometimes, even money favorite.
Yeah, sometimes when you have a spill like that, that's the best case scenario. So hopefully he'll be back. Something with the wrist. Irad is tough, and the will to get back in the saddle. He's tremendous. So hopefully it's something that doesn't need any kind of surgery, Sarah. He can get back right on the racetrack.
No matter what he has going on, you know that with Irad, he's going to be back the absolute second he's cleared to do so.
Yeah.
So certainly will not be wasting any time to get back in the saddle once he is fit and ready. And we all look forward to it, but wish him a well recovery in the meantime.
Here's Ricardo Santana Jr. He's going to hop aboard this Norm Cassie horse, Hero Status. We saw Norm as we went to break, who, when he first kind of got into this game, he was not thinking of following in Dad's footsteps at all. Wasn't really a fan of the sport. And then I believe it was Smarty Jones changed everything for him.
Yeah, I've talked to Norm because he is the one guy that I will talk to about baseball when it comes to trainers, because he actually did play college baseball, as you heard in the piece. I'm still waiting for Kenny McPeak and Bob Hess's pictures of them playing. Yeah, right. But Norm, he kind of wanted to cut everything from his own cloth. That's just the way he kind of is. He didn't want really a lot of help from his father, and he kind of didn't get it. Did it on his own a little bit, and I think his big win in the Pimlico Special was big for him this year.
What do you think of this one here, Sarah?
I actually ended up picking this horse on top as sort of the only logical alternative I could come up with for your favorite Navajo Warrior, who I don't have any qualms with, a horse who's clearly the one to beat. But if I was going to take a shot with somebody else, his race last time, it looks much faster on buyers than what we'd seen from him lately. But it's not as though it came completely out of nowhere, and he was making a big class drop. He'd just been facing some better horses. Money Supply, one for Joe Sharp that was in excellent form. If you go back in the page, he's been in stakes type of company. This just seems like a spot where he'll be able to replicate a similar performance.
Here's our post parade. We start with Swaggish, Wayne Potts, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, I would think Kendrick's going to push the button here for TEC Racing, probably the quick of the quick.
Other half of the entry here, Alternate Reality, post 5.
Complete opposite. He's going to come from way out of it.
Here's the 3, 6 Kings at 14-1.
Yeah, for Robert Falcone, who comes off a nice win last time out.
Rock the Weekend, Katie Davis coming off that big win.
Absolutely, a horse that needs a little bit of pace to materialize in front of him, but he's a hard-trying type.
And here's the 4-5 favorite, Navajo Warrior Edgar Zayas.
Should be forwardly placed early, and even if we don't see that last race again, any of the recent ones, he's probably going to win.
Systemic Change, just claimed, okay, Cantermachi Barn.
Yeah, it's up from that morning line of 5-1. Even with the scratches, it's not really getting played here at 14-1.
And there is Hero Status, Norm Cassie, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, this is the horse that Sarah lands on, and I think could be the stalking horse. Draws great, too, in the Wilton Chute. You want to be towards the outside.
And there is the 6, Gasoline. Showed you that piece on Carlos David. Has Luis Saez aboard.
We'll see if he can go back-to-back. A horse that it had been a while since we'd seen him in the winner's circle, but did get that victory last time. Can he handle the slight cutback from 1 1/8?
Let's go back to the entry and back to Swaggish. 5-1.
The quickest horse, right? Even though coming out of the 1 1/8 races?
I do want to touch on the one I just.
What's your question?
Quickest horse? Or the 9?
We'll do the 1 to Swaggish.
What do you think, Sarah? The 9 quicker, you think?
I think it depends on intent. I know that if Kendrick Carmouche feels he has the ability to have this horse on the lead, he probably will. And this one being part of that entry, he's still going to end up being the one that's drawn right on the rail here. So I wonder what we're going to see with Edgar Zayas on Navajo Warrior and how aggressive Ricardo Santana Jr. might be towards the outside on Hero Status, but I think it'll be any one of those 3 that try to mix it up early.
I think the 2 could be potentially.
That's the other
in front.
part. The 2 could be,
there he goes.
Flying around the racetrack as you're saying that.
Wow.
My goodness, with a warm-up. You're right. The 2 could just land on the front end here because he's a lot better than these horses. You see he's getting an aggressive warm-up. My goodness. Going to have to slow him down. Edgar Zayas in the irons. Rides a lot for Saffie, so he knows what's going on here. And he might have been on this horse maybe in the morning, but, you know, probably not because he's been in South Florida. But so far, he put 2 really good rides on yesterday. He can ride, man. Underrated rider.
I agree completely. He's been aggressive.
Yeah.
He's been springing some upsets. If he were to get the victory on this one, this would be the shortest price that he's done so with and the one that's most logical on paper to get that win over the weekend. But when you have those opportunities, you want to make the most of them no matter which way they end up coming to you. And I think that we're absolutely seeing that from him with his limited number of starters that he's had over this last weekend.
Let's go back to Megan.
Well, I got the opportunity to catch up with Wayne Potts, trainer of the number 1 Swaggish here in this race, and also has the injury. But in terms of the tactics for the number 1 Swaggish, he is told me I'm going to send him. That is the plan. And he honestly is speaking to his better form as far as sending him to the front end. Now, in terms of other potential invaders to that cozy front end position, that's another story. But as far as some tactics, just some insight there. And this horse has got a good warm up underneath at Kendrick Carmouche, and one of those horses that I do feel is kind of a more short, compact build. He looks pretty good out there, and he gave me a pretty good impression in the paddock, so I thought it was kind of interesting there, especially considering now we kind of know where he falls in terms of the pace. But I do want to speak quickly to the number 9, Hero Status up there at 6-1 for trainer Norm Cassie. Now, this horse, last time out on July 25th, was transported off the track in an equine ambulance. Daily Racing Form's Dave Grenick reported that all was well and okay. Ricardo Santana Jr. had felt a few funny steps pulling up, and out of abundance of caution, they went ahead and followed through with that protocol. But at the end of the day, he was reported to be 100%, so it's very much nice to see him doing well, and he looks fantastic. He came off the layoff last time out that day, and Maggie was in the paddock and said that she was extremely satisfied with his physical condition. And I will say, as soon as he came into the paddock, I agreed with her. He came in and he looked just so much more well turned out compared to everybody in this group. And in terms of last time out when he was dropped in, this is very much a logical spot for him, and seems he's kind of woken up from some of those dull performances and much stronger competition over there at Oaklawn Park. So I expect him to turn in a good effort up there at a healthy price at 6-1, Greg.
See what happens. Thank you, Megan. What about pulling this outside post out of this Wilson chute?
I just think the inside post can be a detriment. If you break well, it's good, but it's kind of that turn comes up so quickly that you want to be in kind of position there. So I would think Navajo Warrior is kind of hoping that Swaggish does break good because he can try to follow that one out of there. The one, as you can see where they're posted at. I just think the outside posts are really good. And I will say this. It seems like horses that do like Saratoga or like this distance or this chute have run well back at it.
They have. This is such a unique configuration, and I think that we make too much sometimes of where the race is really situated, especially on the turf with some of those shorter sprint races, whether or not it's the 5 or the 5.5 or the 6 furlongs. But this is such a unique experience because of how quickly that turn comes up, where if you are towards the inside, you have a big decision to make early on.
Here we go, race 12, odds-on favorite, Navajo Warrior for the Saffie Joseph Jr. barn. Trying to win a 4th in a row, but off since late May out on the West Coast. Let's go to Frank Miramati.
Hero Status to the outside. Goes in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Hero Status is out very quickly, as is Swaggish, who's up on the inside in second. They're followed by 6 Kings, 3 lengths off the pace in third, and Alternate Reality is just outside of him. Navajo Warrior and Gasoline, another 2 back to rock the weekend, and Systemic Change is at the back of the field. It's Hero Status leading the way by 2. The quarter went in just under 25 seconds, and Hero Status has a 1.5 lengths lead now. Swaggish, Navajo Warrior inching a little bit closer along the rail, and Alternate Reality is in 4th. Gasoline, 6 Kings right together. They're followed by Rock the Weekend and Systemic Change. 12 lengths covers the field. They have a half-mile left to go. And it is Hero Status who's been the controlling speed. Swaggish moves up alongside to challenge now in second. Then comes Navajo Warrior. He's on the rail. Gasoline is revving up while 3 wide. On the outside of Alternate Reality, and now Zayas says go on Navajo Warrior, and he takes off as the field reaches the top of the stretch. Hero status on the inside. Navajo Warrior is moving boldly, and Navajo Warrior is up to take the lead with 1 furlong to go. Gasoline trying to get to Swaggish as they try to battle out the exacta, and from the back, Systemic Change, but it's all Navajo Warrior. He wins yet again. Gasoline got up for second, then it was Swaggish third, and Systemic Change finished fourth.
Form-wise, looked like he laid over this field, bet like he laid over this field. He laid over this field.
He really did. He sat the trip too, Sarah. He was kind of in the inside, but he was bobbing his head up and down like, does he really like it or not? And you can see there's a lot of mud on his face, but a really good ride here to just be covered up most of the way and then produced at the right time.
And perhaps sensing that a couple of others did want to have that forward position, maybe he was a little bit further back than I think I expected him to be early on in this race, but he ended up just being absolutely the best in here to go by your tiring pace setters. We saw a couple actually move in from the back, but this was a perfectly timed ride to save the ground, angle out, and ask at the right moment with Edgar Zayas getting the heavy favorite home.
Interesting, right? I mean, he is a lot more tactical than that. We thought he could have been in front. He probably could have.
But it just shows you Edgar did not panic. He's put a couple horses on the front end. So what did he do today? He hustled his horse out of there, but the 9 cleared very easily. The Swaggish kind of sat in that second spot, and he sat in the pocket, and that was the winning move.
3-5, Navajo Warrior. 4 in a row, wins off the bench, moving to the East Coast. Not a problem, New Barn as well. Just keeps on rolling.
And Safi Joseph. Obviously, this was a private purchase, but again, having just a great meet. Been sending out a lot of horses here, and he's really done well.
2-6-1-7, Navajo Warrior. Safi Joseph Jr., Edgar Zayas, BAG Racing. Odds-on winner here in the 12th. Prices when we come back here on Saratoga Live.
And to get all through, well done. $1,050,000, $1,050,000 and a half. $1 million, Blake, thank you.
For Rangeroo, it's Mandaloon. Mandaloon wins.
Dynamic pricing wins the Just a Game. King of Gosford. Zel Cordovez will win the Sword Dancer.
Program trading and naval power. What a thriller. Photo.
In Italian to win it.
Starlust. Domestic spending.
Ocean Road. Big M's.
Victoria Road. It will be McCulloch.
Racetracks, casinos, slots, superfectas. You can gamble from anywhere all the time. You've just got to ask yourself, should I? Take a pause to stay in control and think about how much time you spend gambling. A pause can help you determine if you're gambling because you like to or you need to. A pause can help remind you there's more to the moment than your next wager. Visit oasis.ny.gov and take our survey to see if your gambling is becoming more than a game.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching Saratoga Live. It's brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Navajo Warrior has performed 4 straight wins now And first time at Saratoga, aces that test.
Not many times do you see a Bob Baffert runner get voided a claim for a maiden 20. Tim Yachtin takes over the training. Tim and obviously Bob, close friends. This horse was a 20,000 claimer, really turned around his life.
Let's go to Megan.
Well, here in the winner's circle with jockey Edgar Zayas, and always, when taking a pickup mount like this, thinking of IRAD, of course, here, but you got the job done. Can you kind of speak to his trip covered up and being able to break loose the way he did?
Yeah, second time riding the Wilson chute, and it was kind of tricky. The first time yesterday, I went to the lead, so it was in difference. But today I had to take back, and it's kind of weird, but the horse relaxed pretty good. Got into a good spot in the backstretch, got into a pocket, and he was traveling so beautiful the whole way around. It was just looking for the right time to let him roll, and he really kicked on from there.
Had quite the aggressive warm-up. Did you feel like you had a lot of horse underneath you going into this race?
Yeah, absolutely. He was very aggressive before the race. I thought he was going to break a little sharper than that, but he had a lot of class, showed a lot of class breaking out of there and relaxing and, take me around like that. And, prayers for IRAD. Hopefully he's doing good. It was very sad what happened there, but we got the mount and got it done. It was good.
Well, teamed up with Safi with the win yesterday with Midtown Lights. A good job again here.
Thank you.
Greg?
Classy right there from Edgar Zayas.
Yes, it is.
IRAD's on everyone's mind right now. Navajo Warrior dominant here in this 12th. 5 wins now from 11 career starts, 4 in a row. The layoff, switching to the East Coast, not an issue. This 13th race. Oof. This is wide open, 7 furlongs. Claiming race all in to be sold for $17,500. And for that claiming tag, non-winners of 2 life. So only the maiden win on the resume. It's the 5, Kyle's mom, who opens up as the favorite, Sarah.
And this horse does become pretty interesting with a couple of key scratches in here. A horse who will be facing winners for the first time, but seems to be spotted appropriately. And I thought was a little bit gritty, a little game in those last couple of efforts, and also has some early speed.
Difficult race. Good luck. I'm going to leave it in your hands. You'll be
here
joined.
since 11 o'clock. That's it. You can go home and rest now.
Keisha Clement stepping in for me. They will take you the rest of the way, including a look back at the Flower Bowl yesterday. And Belay's the last 2 times getting firm going. Mile 3/8 and 2 victories. Punches the ticket to the Breeders' Cup. Filly and Mare Turf.
Eclipse champion Blame, standing at Claiborne Farm.
so much fun. Those were like some the reporting and stuff. I feel like some content that I've jugged out. It's been more like, you know, I prep a lot as a handicapper, but it's been so much of being, you know, in the paddock and being able to report on what you see and actually like it's so much fun, and I love it. No, I'm not. That was not me.
Well, we've been here since 1910. Started here with my great-grandfather. They moved the operation from Virginia to present-day Claiborne in Paris, Kentucky.
Bobby, I'm saying this away from people.
Long lineage between my grandfather, Bull Hancock, who was really influential in importing European stallions. And those stallions ended up kind of transcending the American bloodstock, and they're still evident and prevalent throughout the pedigrees today. My father, he had Mr. Prospector. He brought him up from Florida. He's had Danzig. Obviously, Secretariat was his first stallion that he ever syndicated, so he caught lightning in the bottle right off the bat, and I'm trying to do the same thing now. Certainly, we've come along and been really lucky and gotten some really good stallions along the way. Warfront's obviously in the sunset of his career. He's been unbelievable for us. We're looking for someone to fill his shoes, and we're excited about Mindframe. We think he can be that next big horse for us. Annapolis has had his first foals on the ground, and they're looking unbelievable. Certainly Prince of Monaco, he has his first that are in utero, and we're looking forward to those foals in the spring. We've really put an emphasis on our September sale this year, more so than years past. We're feeling confident that we have a really good group, and hopefully the sales results will prove that. We've had a lot of wonderful clients over the years that have really supported us and backed us, and that's been one of the main reasons why we've had the success we've had. We couldn't do it without them. It's hard to be in business for 115 years if you're not doing things the right way. Our motto is do the usual and usually well, and we've always felt like if you take care of the horse is going to take care of you, and we've certainly been lucky in that regard.
Saratoga Live is brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm, 100 years of doing the usual and usually well. Acacia Como stepping in onto the desk here, still joined by Paula Duca and Sarah Al-Badwi, as we were just having a lovely conversation about dogs, so we will switch gears a little bit here, guys. We saw some nice graded stakes action yesterday, including in the Flower Bowl, where Belitza only got her firm turf.
Yeah, listen, I loved her yesterday. I really did, and she exploded. And I got to give Jamie Torres some credit. He deserves a little bit of credit. You know, he gave this horse a really good ride.
Absolutely. I mean, once you see her really get that daylight room, you know that she's going to finish with some run in here. And Be Your Best was on a mission to really establish that forward position that she had, and ultimately I thought ran well to still hang on for a piece of things, but now getting the right kind of surface that she wants to run on Beza was just much the best.
And you see the close-up there. You'll see the celebration from Jockey Jaime Rodriguez in a moment. So fired up, just absolutely awesome there as they're 2 for 2 together. He got his first graded stakes win aboard Belitza in the Sheepshead Bay, and of course his first Saratoga Stakes victory with this mare too.
I think it was a little bit more, it was so much, I think, a lot of joy, because a lot of people don't remember he missed his flight coming out here, and he was going to be on, if I'm not mistaken, another Grade 1 winner, right? He was going to be on a horse that actually won, and it's kind of like, oh my God, I would have been on that horse. I missed my flight. The horse flight got canceled, and then boom, he wins that race yesterday. That was the pump at the end of that race, but he gave the horse a tremendous ride. You're right. When he split horses, he just found new life.
Absolutely. We really saw that horse have a nice turn of foot.
Yeah.
It must be so satisfying when you see the potential in a horse like this to see it all finally come together with what you know they're capable of.
And she certainly is a lovely filly. Fort Morglair stud getting that victory in the Flower Bowl. Huge victory and a well-deserved one for Belitza and Jaime Rodriguez, who make quite a team. When we come back, the siblings face off on the racetrack. Katie Davis, we just saw her in the winner's circle a couple moments ago. We'll learn a little bit more about the whole Davis family after this.
Why do we do this? We do this so your granddaughter can work on a farm someday. So your third-generation business can become a fourth and fifth and sixth. So the stands will still be packed in 50 years, with thousands of fans cheering for horses and jockeys yet to come. It's why we come to work every day. Why we travel the world to bring home buyers. Invest in every race. Obsess over every single detail. Because the story of racing is written one moment at a time. And the future of our industry deserves nothing less. Keeneland, every moment matters.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
So happy. Take care of this old man.
You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about me being racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He's like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know? I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I looked over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we want to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know, I'm grateful.
And there is Katie Davis on her way into the paddock as a mount on the number 10, River Tay. As mentioned, she won race 11. And then the other day, She won the last race on Thursday for her brother, Eddie.
Big upset. I mean, we saw Katie really come alive over the past couple of weeks here and get some victories and just winning with that kind of confidence where it's just hands and heels to the wire with a horse that was a big price. And I love the Katie Davis patented smile, like the smiling assassin that she is. And I think that she's one of the only jockeys who doesn't have a nickname, Paul.
Yeah, kind of true. Well, there's too many nicknames when it comes to the harness world, but this was actually a great moment. She gave her brother such a big hug right there. You can see she's jumping up and down. And it is pretty amazing. You forget how good of a rider their father was. Robbie was a heck of a rider. Katie following those footsteps. You see Jackie in there. And then Dylan. They're just almost, their smiles are almost too good to be true.
I agree. As we really saw Dylan last summer take it to the next level with some big wins. Dylan will be aboard the current favorite, Kyle's mom, the number 5. He was aboard last time out for the big victory as she did step forward, get the win. She'd kind of been knocking on the door prior to that. It seemed like the 7/8 last time out was the sweet spot for her, Paul.
Yeah, you were talking about her too in here, that she showed a lot of grit, Sarah. And she kind of like just took off from this group late in the race. She did not break well, and then this was the ending right here.
Absolutely. We saw that progressive improvement from her as they sort of figured out what would really fit her best. And she stayed at the same sort of class level, but wet track first time out, runs okay to finish third, but it's a slower race, then takes a step forward in what was a game effort, finishing second. Last time everything finally came together for this horse, and so she just has that recency edge and perhaps that upside coming into this spot, facing winners for the first time.
This is kind of like that maiden race Acacia. Like, listen, I picked the 5 here, but in no way would I bet this horse at 2-1 because there's so many different horses in fillies that can win this race.
A little bit more wide open perhaps than the board would expect. You've got the 5 at 2-1 and the 7 at 3-1. That is Carolina Smoke Show, who didn't it feel like she was supposed to win last time out on that big drop in class and she disappointed?
You know, I've learned this a long time ago. When they drop for the condition they're in now and they don't win, 6-5, do you want to take 3-1 today? Now, it's over a sloppy racetrack, so maybe you want to make that as an excuse.
Maybe. This is a horse that has handled a racetrack with some moisture in it before, though no 2 wet tracks playing the same, and maybe we'll appreciate the cutback in distance slightly from that mile. But we saw this horse take such a big drop in class, and it was probably for a reason. That was a big regression for me to take this one again at a shorter price.
Is claimed by Dan Ward, who obviously very sharp off the claim. Kendrick Armouche going to climb aboard that one 3-1 right now. We take a look, though, at Heather Smullen's runner in here, the number 6 Flatter Fanatic, who's getting a big drop in class, and I think down to a level that she does belong at. As Heather, many on the NYRA circuit got a chance to really get to know her as she was working and assisting her aunt, Robin, partner and assistant trainer to Barkley Tag. When Tiz the Law was racing, we saw him so successful up here at the spa, Sarah, and Heather was the regular exercise rider.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tiz the Law was one of the best things about 2020, I feel like, because he was just so cool to root for, so consistent. This was like Manny's real breakout horse that was his big horse that everybody knew about, and everything was so chaotic that year, but we saw races run in perhaps a different order than they normally would be, and we were treated to some thrilling performances in what was such an unusual type of year.
Definitely was a wild experience.
Yeah, it was.
You
Weird.
see the masks in the winner's circle. It's like PTSD getting a shot of that, remembering what it was like here.
Yeah, because you look out here, and listen, we're on race number 12, 13 on a Sunday, and there's a lot of people still out here. And we're running that race, and it just seemed like there's nobody in the stands. It was really weird and awkward.
I wasn't here, but it looked a little awkward on TV, I will say.
We tried our best.
Not you, the horses.
We are incredibly thankful to have such great fans now at the track and seeing just how people support Saratoga. They plan their summers around coming here to visit, just the enthusiasm, watching for the horses, for the jockeys, you know, and such knowledgeable fans here at Saratoga as well.
Very knowledgeable, and I'm so glad we got the best weather at the end of the meet, so the people that wanted to come towards the end of the meet, you know, sometimes it could be a little bit unaffordable for some of the stuff out here, where the places you want to stay, you come here at the end of the meet, and then catch kind of the end of summer, right, a little bit. so it's starting to get cool out, but it's beautiful.
We are so, so grateful for all of our wonderful fans. We'll meet the field, though, for race 13, starting off with the Rail Runner Enigmatic.
This one getting a slight cut back in distance and back to a fast main track.
6-1 right now for Michelle Nevin, as we are a little bit out of order. The one handle on you, playing part of the entry, is next for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this one for Rudy, son of Salamini, or excuse me, daughter of Salamini's 1 for 14 lifetime.
There's the 1A, that's the Fact Jack.
This one for Dominic Schettino. He's gotten laces the last 2 starts, hasn't helped much.
Next will be the 3, going for Glory.
Good win last time for the main 30. Took 14 tries, maybe the light bulb will go on.
There's your favorite, Kyle's mom, with Dylan Davis.
Just stay out of this post braid, Sarah. I got it. Kyle's mom, I think you should go to the front end.
Sarah, you have an opportunity.
It's
Flatter
for me.
Fanatic.
I think this one will just be much more logically spotted in here, getting that class relief.
You nailed it. There's the 7, Carolina Smoke Show.
Maybe over bet for me, and so is the 5 at 3-1.
Here's the 8 next, Julita.
This one is getting some serious class relief. I think that she's one that could be forwardly placed as well and seems to be a consistent type.
Goes out for trainer Dave Duggan. Big class drop, as you mentioned. Big price on that class drop as well. There's the 9, Our Lady Peace, as Edgar Zayas comes aboard this one.
Kind of an unknown, a cheaper sort, but has never been over a dry dirt.
Second last time out in the dirt debut. There is Katie Davis and River Tay.
Looking to win another one on the day, and this one really an unknown at this class level over a fast main track.
11 is out, and there's the 12, Brooklyn Dance, to the outside.
A consistent horse that usually gets a small piece of things, but not one I can necessarily endorse for the victory, being that 1 for 24.
That's the field for race 13, as this one, non-winners of 2 in life, 7 furlongs on the main track. Kyle's mom continues to be the favorite. Megan Burgess still with us. Megan, what are you seeing from the favorite?
Well, he's carried himself pretty well, but he's certainly sharp in the paddock. He was pretty settled, but he was also, you could certainly see that his mind was on business. There was moments where Jeremiah Englehart, his trainer, kind of didn't grab him or anything, but he was you could kind of tell that there were moments where maybe he wanted to kind of bust out into some behavior, but he never did. You could see him there in the warm-up, kind of feeling fresh and taking him out for that warm-up. And physically, he's well turned out. He's athletic and calm, but as I mentioned, it was a horse that certainly has her mind on business and by no means was switched off in the paddock by any means, and does come off a bit of time away since June. Rattled off an impressive maiden 20 victory at Aqueduct and absolutely annihilated that field. Did have a pretty zesty pace to stalk and pounce upon that day, and she does face winners in a very logical spot here, but as the set had kind of elaborated on, I'm fearful to take an overly short price in this particular group. I wanted to take a look at a price here at the number 6, Flatter Fanatic. We had mentioned Heather Smullen, the former exercise rider for not only Tis the Law, but Caledonia Road, and worked with the likes of Dale Romans, Phil Serp. She is certainly an honest horsewoman who knows what she's doing, but last time out caught a sloppy track and sat way off of things after she lunged at the start. She just never got into the race as a result, and also off the layoff and faced winners for the first time that day. And I wanted to take attention to that 2-back effort where she wired the field and set some honest fractions doing so at Gulfstream Park. And I just thought that she was so interesting. She made a professional impression in the paddock. She was very astute of her surroundings and calm, cool, collected. But also, as I mentioned, mind was on business. Not quite as sharp as the number 5 was, but I thought she was pretty interesting up there. Hopefully she's able to break and be a bit clean from the start and get some forward position, putting herself into the race this time out. Acacia?
Megan, thank you. Flatter Fanatic taking a big drop in class, and a needed one as well. Eric Hinsell going to be aboard. Wanted to circle back to the 8, Julita, who, Paul, you and I were just discussing too big a price on this one. I know it was a distant 4th 2-back, but she was running against significantly tougher company.
Yeah, if you draw a line through her turf start, I actually like this selection by Sarah in here, and I'm not going to be Andy Serling and critique your selection,
Well, I was
so
going
I
to
apologize
say, like,
about
what is that worth to me?
Nothing. The horse did not take to the turf. Broke poorly on the turf. You just draw a line through that. This horse has shown speed in 2 starts over dirt, is dropping class. I agree with you. 9-1 is a very good price.
And look, there's nobody that you're overtly confident in this spot, and we did see a couple of scratches, but Kyle's mom, okay, there's a lot of questions to be answered stepping up to face horses that have won a race before, and while it's not a step up in claiming price, it is a tougher field than she's going to be facing that she ran into last time. I just wanted a horse that was coming to this level for the first time rather than one who's sort of been in or around it.
I'll stick around, but I'm totally,
What about the number 2, Enigmatic? Will break from the rail. I think best when she can use her speed. I know it was an off-the-turf race last time, but this seems to be a more proper level. It was a very sloppy day that she ran in down at Aqueduct.
Yeah, and she's a horse that, like you said, should show speed. And, you know, Michelle Giangulio had this horse, Linda Rice. It seems like she attracts a lot of women that want to train her, but Michelle's having a good meet. And I think from that inside, you're right, throw out that sloppy racetrack, and this horse could show some speed.
Yeah, Michelle Nevin, 21% for the meet. You're right. She has been firing with a limited number of starters. Luis Rivera Jr. going to be aboard that one. 2-1 still on the number 5. Kyle's mom going 7 furlongs. Somebody going to get the second win of her career in this 13th race on this fast main track. 2 more left to go up at the spa. We'll send it up to track announcer Frank Miramati standing by with the rest of the load and call.
Ladder Fanatic, thank you, Acacia. Brooklyn Dance is awaiting her turn. Here she comes. And the rider just came right out of there. That's Jose Gomez from Going for Glory. Unfazed, climbs right back up. And now here is Brooklyn Dance in the chute for 7 furlongs. They're in the gate. And they're off. Slightest of bobbles for Our Lady Peace. It is a quick start for Julita, who will vie for the early lead. Here's Going for Glory. Our Lady Peace is in the mix through the opening stages. And here comes Enigmatic. And so Enigmatic is the quickest of the quick. They are followed by Brooklyn Dance, who's 5th, 5 lengths off the lead. Then comes Kyle's Mom, who's moving up in some heavy traffic. Down on the inside comes Handle on You, River Tay. Yellow Cap is widest of all. That's the Fact Jack, having a steady in between horses. And then it is a big gap to the 2 trailers at the back of the field. And those are Flatter Fanatic and Carolina's Smoke Show. Around the far turn, Julita Enigmatic doing battle up top. Our Lady Peace is 2 lengths behind that half in 47 seconds flat. Kyle's Mom is 4th. They're followed by Brooklyn Dance on the outside, 5th. And in behind horses, Handle on You. They're at the top of the stretch. Several chances still. Our Lady Peace coming after Julita. In the center, Brooklyn Dance is closing. And also a couple of others. Kyle's Mom is trying to get involved. And one threading through traffic with the blue blinkers That's the Fact Jack on the outside. Handle on You. Handle on You. Brooklyn Dance driving finish. Brooklyn Dance fights them all off. Handle on You, and that's the Fact Jack in a photo with Kyle's Mom and Our Lady Peace.
A big upset here. Brooklyn Dance with the win, the number 12. Guys, this is her first victory since May of 2024, as she has already, this is her 11th start this year, and she's only hit the board a couple times. Wow.
34-1, and I got to give Sarah credit. Sarah said in the backside, this is the best position the 12 has been in a while. Yeah. Got the job done.
And was not far off the pace that really started to completely collapse in the very late stages of this race. And I'm thinking I might still have a shot here with the number 8 Julita, but Christopher Elliott getting on this horse 2 times in a row now, 44-1. This horse went off
44-1.
The longest shot in the field by far.
By far.
A horse that generally likes to be much further back and be kind of that deep closing type. Well, he kept her in range to have that closing kick still, but actually be effective to get the victory, and she galloped out well ahead.
If you look at the pick 3 will pays, it's 2,700 to this filly. The lowest one was $189. This might go long to carrying over this pick 6, and if you have this horse in your pick 5, Good on you, because you are looking for a nice little payoff. And we said this, as you see the trainer there, Marcelo Arenas, he's got to be happy as a clam at 44-1. We said the two races that looked so wide open, Katie Davis at 24-1, and this race 44-1.
Amen. This race totally fell apart, too. Everybody was running at the end. You had the favorite, Kyle's mom, in there. Both horses in the entry were running late, but it was Brooklyn Dance with that outside move. And as Sarah pointed out, the position Christopher Elliott put her in really made a difference. We saw him, Christopher, kind of make a splash as an apprentice on the NYRA circuit. Now, as a full journeyman rider, he's really had to take a step forward and show that he belongs, and I think he's done that.
She looked like she was by far the best horse in this race because she has that far outside post. She's able to get herself into more of a stalking position than some of those deeper closers that are running at her late. The pace came apart. Everybody else was sort of with the flow of the race while she wasn't. And yet she's the longest shot in the field. And Christopher Elliott, we knew he had the pedigree to be successful, but he's really shown up with the kind of performances, especially being aggressive early, that make a difference.
Riding well on turf and dirt, not an easy thing to do. Go from being an apprentice to being a journeyman, and especially in the toughest riding colony in the country here in New York. Congratulations, Christopher Elliott, getting the win aboard Brooklyn Dance at 44-1. This filly yesterday, well, she was not 44-1. She was the heavy favorite, Tommy Joe, and she delivered in a big way in the spin-away. We'll take a look back after this.
The Best 2-Year-Old by legendary sire Quality Road.
Hit back, $1.5 million. Very, very impressive debut. Cantering home. Could not have been more impressive.
Coast to coast in the American Pharaoh. He's the real deal.
Undefeated and unchallenged at 2.
He's just too good. He wins the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Corniche.
Race, Bobby. What the heck? I said, what random weird race? Not an inquiry?
We're back on Saratoga Live. Race number 3, or 13, excuse me. 3 was a long time ago. There is an inquiry, 1 on 1A. More on that in a moment, though. But first, if you follow NYRA on social media, you have to watch this with sound because this was fantastic. They brought out childhood pictures to each of the jockeys and asked them to sign them. My favorite was the responses like, who gave you that? Where'd you get that picture of me?
That's funny.
It was awesome.
You see Romero Mirage, he's riding it. What's this? Eric can't sell. Let's see. He had to be a cute baby. Yeah, he was. Look at that. Flavian just takes it in stride. Oh, show the muscles off.
Christopher, he said that was criminal to show that.
I guess he didn't choose that photo of him as a baby to be signing, and he's still pretty young. I mean, he can be embarrassed a little bit.
There's Junior in a robe. I could see Junior in a robe. Look at him laughing. That's great.
So much fun. Really sweet. Well done by Mary and Steph, who do the NYRA social media, just doing a fantastic job with it. Look at Kendrick.
He's got the same smile.
Oh my God. And he's even leaning to the left.
He goes, who gave you that? Who gave you that?
So serious.
There you go.
Very serious.
Come on. He's been
the
serious.
baseball jersey.
Yeah, he's been serious since the day he was born, let's be honest. Like they said, bad to the bone. And then Ricardo. Oh, that's awesome. He looks just like his father.
Just like his
Right?
father.
Yeah.
Twins. Even he says the same. And Katie.
They're riding a little hobby horse. That's cool.
Just an awesome moment. Check that out on the NYRA Instagram. Just awesome stuff over there as we saw the NYRA Star program. I got a chance to catch up with a couple of the NYRA Star members this afternoon, which was really cool. They had some visit from the mascots.
Yeah.
And just such a great opportunity for kids to come and learn a little bit more about what goes on at the racetrack.
You know, what they've done here for the kids, the art, just to say the art stuff that they have, they got plenty of games, bouncing houses, a lot of fun. I think the most kid-friendly racetrack in North America.
I agree. Just great for families. Come have the experience. Be close to the horses.
Wow, show off, girl.
She is in the power pose. She got her horse dress on, too.
Yeah.
I like that.
She's getting all the merch today.
They had Kids Day this summer as well. Pony rides. A lot of really fun stuff. Very, very cool things. But as far as race 13 is concerned, it was the 12 Brooklyn Dance. There is an inquiry again on the 1 and the 1A. So tricky situation here because it's involving the entry, squeezing the entry mate back, but the 12 Brooklyn Dance not affected by that inquiry, and Christopher Elliott piloting this one to victory there. So 12, 1, 1A, 5, 9 unofficial. We'll take a look at the backstretch drone though. Right there in the middle of the race, you're going to see, and I'm not 100% sure which is the 1 and which is the 1A, but one of them is going to get squeezed back there, Paul.
Yeah, the 1A is the one that kind of gets squeezed out of there, but I don't really see much. And I'm going to be honest with you, I've kind of seen it all. I've seen trainers' objections. I've seen jockeys' objections when the jockey actually was the one that did the foul. And this one's a good one here. Entry against entry. So we wanted to see which one gets more money in the account, the Dominic Schettino barn or the Rudy Rodriguez barn.
Yeah, tricky situation, of course, with being a coupled entry, and very good news that in the not-so-distant future, we will no longer have entries in New York, which definitely is a huge positive. But since they are considered one betting interest, it is tricky because, as you said, yes, for the trainer, for the jockey, for the owner involved, but Sarah, for the betting public, it would be one and the same.
It's like you're looking at the Spider-Man meme of them pointing at each other for the bettors with this race, because it doesn't matter what ends up happening as far as the inquiry if one of them ends up staying in that second place finish. And we just heard the announcement that there will be no change in the final order of finish. So Brooklyn Dance, your upset winner, and both 1 and then 1A finishing out.
One of these things that happens too, because the 1 and 1A ran second and third, their place and show price are going to be giant because they swallow up all the place pool and a 44-to-1 shot. 1, no change, wasted about 45 seconds of our life.
Well, one thing I will say, wouldn't you say it's a positive at least that the stewards are looking at it? It's not a claim of foul, just saying, hey, just want everybody to know we're taking a look.
No, I agree. I'm joking here, but I had said this yesterday. The drone shot has changed everything. I talked to Richard Migliore. He said even the guys in the room know that the drone shot is going to tell everything. You can't bump a run off the turn. The gate's been a big issue. We saw a horse got taken out of the gate at Del Mar yesterday, which was kind of ridiculous, but they're using the drone shot a lot more, so you got to be more careful out of the gate, Sarah.
If you have more information and you're able to really look at the races from a different angle, as we see those gigantic prices right now, $91 winner, and then your exacta, $632.50, and a little negative show pool there for the
$91 winner. Brooklyn Dance finally getting back to the winner's circle. A little bit of excitement in race 13 as we wrap up the day. Race 14 on the turf, New York bred maiden claiming, going a mile and a 16th here. There is a look at the field, and by the board, it's a nice, easy, straightforward group with a 3-1 favorite.
And if you look right now, the 11, the 4, and the 2, they hit the pick 6. Every other horse is a carryover in here. Pays $165,000 to those 3 horses. I thought a lot of people would be single to the 11 Deemer.
Yeah.
Looks like he's kind of a little bit chilly compared to the other horses, but still your favorite.
I was going to say, surprised he's not a bit shorter.
Yeah, so did I. I thought a lot of people would lead on the horse in the last.
Well, first we'll recap another great stake that took place yesterday in the spin-away for the 2-year-old fillies. Sarah, it felt like Tommy Joe was one of those horses that was hyped before her debut. She's been hyped since her debut. They don't always deliver, and maybe she was just a class above what she faced yesterday, but she really did take a step forward, and she ran a big effort.
She did, and she was professional first time out, and then this, where she's able to sit towards the outside of a couple of horses that had that forward position and ultimately ended up fading. She was just always in the perfect spot to take advantage here. Wins convincingly. You see John Velasquez Kendrick Carmouche. Just hands and heels. I'm used to seeing John Velasquez in Spendthrift colors for Todd Pletcher, but Kendrick Carmouche with a nice ride here to get the victory for her, who's just having a sensational season. And I just think that she's one that, while she only replicates her buyer speed figure of an 85 that she earned on debut, that's more than enough this time of year to certainly be one of the leading contenders for that Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies.
She's a leading contender in my eyes. She's a big old filly too, and I think she'll be able to handle whatever's thrown at her. It's just Todd's horses are exploding right now.
His 2-year-olds in particular won both turf 2-year-old races and with anticipation and the PG Johnson. Won the spin-away with Tommy Joe. Has had so many impressive debut winners this summer as well. I mean, we're used to seeing Todd Pletcher do well with his young horses, but it seems like he really pointed to this meet to make sure they were ready.
I mean, he's got an opportunity to be the favorite in the Breeders' Cup Turf Sprint for fillies and for 2-year-olds. The filly's going to be the favorite. She's a freak show.
Kind of dream.
Yeah, and the colt is really good. And then Tommy Joe's going to probably be the favorite when it comes to the juvenile fillies, because I think she's that good. So he had himself a heck of a week.
Yeah, he
and Mr.
certainly
Rapoli's
did.
still upset at everything. It happens.
As, of course, we saw Fierceness win in the Pacific Classic on Saturday out west. Unfortunately, things not going to plan in the Jockey Club Gold Cup today. But as far as 2-year-olds are concerned, Todd Pletcher has been the man this summer. We have one more race to go on today's Sunday program. And then we have closing day tomorrow, of course. But tonight, race 14, the finale, coming up after this.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's post time for the Whitney. The field turns for home. Fierceness is the one to catch. He has a 3-length lead. Sierra Leone down the center of the track is coming with powerful strides, and Highland Falls is in there too. But it's Sierra Leone who takes the lead from last to first. Highland Falls trying his best. Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Gun runners on top of the world.
Who's in for Mohegan? Obviously everyone. A cheers with friends, then it's off to the races. A moment of calm before the dark and stormy. One more dance floor. Who needs skill when you have style? And feeling like it's the best time ever? Smile. Apps and nightcaps? Yes. Then it's down for the thread count to start it all again tomorrow. This is how it feels when you're all in for Mohegan. Mohegan Sun.
When the spotlight shines on the race, there's a team behind it, working before the world wakes up. They care. They sacrifice. They make it all possible. Best is here to care for them because they deserve the very best too. We support their health, their hopes, and their humanity. Best, behind every champion is a team, caring for the people who care for the horses.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
So War Dancer is a yearling that we bought at the Fasig-Tipton sale in 2011. And then he took us on a journey beyond our wildest imagination. He was just always an honest horse and a smart horse. There was an allowance race in Keeneland where he got held up at the gate.
And they're off, an awkward beginning for War Dancer, who broke in the air and is absolutely last.
And then it's, oh, bad start for War Dancer. War Dancer's in the back by 12 lengths. And then all of a sudden, boom, he comes flying and he wins the race.
War Dancer, bold challenger positively. War Dancer, bold challenger. War Dancer, unbelievable.
Then when he retired, I said, oh, why don't we stand him stud? It'd be easy. He's by Warfront. He's made over $1 million. He's a graded stakes winner. And then we started down the journey of making him a stallion in New York, which possibly the hardest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I'm originally from New York. My husband's originally from New York, so it was pretty much New York or nothing. In order to survive, I realized we needed a package that was unique. And right out of the gate, we started having winners. 2020, okay? That was our first crop. We have Step Dancer and Pivotal Run, 35-1 and 49-1 on Labor Day weekend. Wouldn't you know it, we come in first and second. And from there, it just kind of took off, and we've had a lot of success. Miss Big Bucks, she won the Stallion Series. And then 26 Black came in second by like a quarter of a nose in his Stallion Series. And I think we have a lot of up-and-comers.
And they're off.
A couple things I've noticed. They all bust out of the gate. You see War Dancers almost get the first call. The second thing is they're level-headed, they're smart. You'll talk to most trainers, they say, I love the War Dancers. So he's proven himself as a sire, and quite frankly, in New York, it's all about the racetrack. It's been very, very exciting, and I want to thank everybody who supported us because it was an uphill battle for years until you finally have runners that make it a little bit easier.
And we have horses in the paddock for the nightcap. There is the number 4 Wind Dancer, sired by War Dancer. As we have come to find, the progeny of War Dancer love these New York turf courses. 26 Black, who won the Disco Partner, son of War Dancer as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We've really seen them shine here in New York. That feature, always great to look back at some of the big prices as he was sort of becoming more known as a stallion. And now he's just kind of a household type of name, especially against this New York bred company.
5-2 now on Deemer. Tricky race to wrap up the card. Several horses moving to the turf for the first time, or for the first time in a while. One of those with the surface switch, the 7, Blame It on KJ. Meg, what is he showing you in the paddock?
Well, you're certainly right about that, Acacia. The tote board reflects that certainly as well, as far as this is just such a wide open group of those looking to break the maiden. And I found the number 7, Blame It on KJ, a bit interesting after that performance routing on the slop here back on August the 14th and bumped very hard on both sides, settled off the pace and moved closer late on the backstretch. And I liked the way she managed to finish that race considering trouble. She was well ahead of others as she was really the only horse to make up any real ground, and definitely not the intended surface. She's certainly bred for the distance on the grass and gets to her intended logical position here by Kitten's Joy out of a Blame mare that won her debut routing on the grass. And pedigree steeped in turf. Her second dam by Flower Alley also was a winner routing. And as far as the debut, and Maggie was in the paddock here that day, liked him there, and seems to be a horse that gets away slowly. And you can tell that in the mornings as well in those works. And certainly hoping to see this horse break better, not encounter as much trouble, and looking for improvement here as she gets to the intended surface as mentioned. But I want to take a look at the number 11 Deemer for trainer Cherie DeVoe, and looms incredibly large in this group. And on debut last summer, finished second to a now multiple stakes placed runner in Smooth Breeze. You also see Trinity River coming back out of that race, but takes the drop down to claiming here second off the layoff, and seems like the perfect storm for him, but certainly has to contend with that outside post here on the inner turf, but last time out, it was his first effort as a gelding, and you can certainly see the changes as far as the way he settled into himself. He was very comfortable getting the tack on. Seemed like it was just another rodeo for him, Acacia. So, as mentioned, it's one of those races kind of like we've seen in the back half of this card where there's a lot of different options for you here.
Wide open, New York bred maiden claiming on the turf. They usually are. Megan, thank you. There is Deemer, though, as she mentioned, off the layoff. Came back as a gelding and experienced wired the field that day, who was stretching out in distance in a blowout performance that afternoon. You would have to imagine the class drop should help this horse, who needs to take a step forward. Seems like he hasn't really done that yet from 2 to 3.
Is he a little bit cold on the board? I know we were touching on that, where he just looks like the obvious type, taking that maiden special weight to maiden claiming drop, having run some of the faster races, still lightly raced in comparison to some. And I'm a little interested to see where his price ultimately ends up. A horse who is your clear-cut favorite in all your multi-race bets, but I could see him being much shorter than this.
Yeah, I think he gets Lasix today. That will help. He's making a good appearance. And, you know, dropping... He was favored in the main special weight 2 back, so dropping him in for this 50 probably should put him, I thought, around 8 to 5 area. So 5 to 2, I'm kind of with you, kind of a little chilly here. But again, Hello Newman's taking a little money. The Tom Morley barn's been hot as a pistol of late, so I can see where the public's going there. And the 4 in here, Wind Dancer, who's taking a lot of money. David Donk looking for a double in the card.
Hello Newman. Question with him is, was it the class drop last time or was it the turn back in distance? I've always felt that he's built like a horse that wants to go long. I actually was worried about him cutting back last time. Maybe he's one that will find kind of the sweet spot today, maiden claiming, going long on the turf.
All of his races have kind of been the same from a buyer's speed figure perspective, so it's hard to really judge the answer to that question. And coming in here, I think that you look at his best placing being that 3rd place sprinting last time out, but at least having that stamina and that background and that fitness to go long yet again, and draws better than a horse who is your current tepid favorite.
Us to navigate a trip from the 11 post does Deemer, your favorite. Call to post. Let's meet the field for the nightcap, starting off with the 1, Solomini's Legacy.
He had 3 races on turf. Not many results here. That's why you're getting 25 to 1.
Here's the 2, Hello Newman.
See if Tom Morley can get yet another victory in what has been a sensational back half of the meet for them.
There's the 3, Let's Fight by Fog of War.
Yeah, an interesting horse getting on turf for the first time for Mike Maker.
Surface switch on that one. There's the son of War Dancer, Wind Dancer.
This one did run okay last time, finishing 4th, and certainly has plenty of chances, but fits.
First time on the turf for long shot, Uncle Barry.
Yeah, Uncle Barry is 0 for 13 lifetime. This one for Richard Medevere.
Christopher Elliott just brought home a long shot. Here's another one, Yohida Moneymaker on the turf.
Yeah, this one getting over to this surface for the first time. Has had a couple of chances, but not any doing this.
Surface switch for Blame It on KJ.
I thought this was the upsetter that can carry over the pick 6.
Dirt to turf for Monomoy's Partner.
This one yet to really do any running, but maybe gets back over to the turf and gets a better trip than that lone turf start.
Drop in class for Mission Hill, who also switches surfaces.
See, the interesting thing about Mission Hill, he's got races to go to last year that destroy this field, so 9 to 1, you're getting a good price.
He's a big price right now. There's the 10, I can see that, onto the turf for the first time. There's your favorite, Deemer.
Deemer's getting Lasix, the son of Slumber, and probably your most leaned on when it comes to the pick 6 here.
And long shot Brenchley, drop in class, first time turf. Off a layoff. So many things changing today.
Total unknown, really, coming into this spot. You have to expect him to run a little bit better than he did in that dirt debut so long ago, but you have no idea what you're going to get from this one.
And should be noted, just looking at notes, he was actually a late scratch back the end of June, not warming up well that day. So not as long as an intended layoff as anticipated, but we do see him come back on the drop-in class here at a big price. For more, though, on some more runners in this field as they warm up, let's go back to Megan.
Well, to continue on with this interesting race, the number 2, Hello Newman for the Morley Barn, who's just really had such an incredibly memorable and special weekend. We saw, of course, Atfield getting the best of Schwarzenegger, Tonical momentum, triumphing over the likes of Program Trading. So just a really special back half of this meet for that team. But Hello Newman, it circles back to the same level, who also running on July the 17th, where he was right there late. And Maggie had commented that she had personally ridden this horse, and this horse doesn't strike her as a sprinter at all. So I really like getting back to the route where he really seems to appreciate. And her husband, Tom, had mentioned he agrees with her, but the route race didn't go. So definitely just wanted to get a race in there, but puts the shortcut cheater blinkers on last out. You see them here as well. And to me, just looked so good in the paddock. He was so well turned out. He's athletic, he's fit. To me, he just looked the best of this group personally. And calm, cool, collected, ran a terrific race last time, closing hard and courageously between horses after sitting pretty far back throughout. So I think he's going to take a step forward now, getting this route of ground. But to touch quickly on the number 3, Let's Fight, Mike Maker. That's pretty ominous. But the Half to O, who was a winner for Mike Maker on Thursday, now dropping to a tag out of State Bred Company races, 2 back of which he was really close to winning. After closing gamely to just miss to Swift Magic, he went on to finish 4th in the Gander as next out, but that was quite some time ago. He comes off the freshening here after last being seen in February, and he's been training pretty well at Belmont. While I wasn't privy to those video works, he certainly seems like he's kept and ready to task. Mike Maker has them ready, and he's up there at a pretty nice price at 4-1 in this wide open group, Acacia.
Megan, thank you. See how this races play out as Deemer now 8-5, going down a little bit on the board. See some more families here at the track. Wave to the camera. I'd love to see it.
Pulling a 9-hour day. Let's go.
The faithful here at Saratoga.
I think they're live in this pick 6.
Ooh.
I don't know,
If
but
they
I'll tell
are,
you that.
I wish them luck.
You know what that little guy's hoping for? He hopes he's alive for some ice cream. That's all he's alive for.
Me too, honestly.
Yeah.
Right? Ice cream with sprinkles. You know, usually I say sprinkles are for winners, but if you stick around this whole time, everybody
You
should get
deserve
sprinkles.
some sprinkles.
Yes, you do.
Yeah, I'm team chocolate sprinkles.
Oh, 100,
Really?
yeah.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met anyone that actually prefers chocolate sprinkles.
Oh, yeah.
Chocolate? Oh, you're a rainbow sprinkle person, aren't you?
Yeah, I mean, or none, but like, I
Or
don't know.
none.
It's just like when you're young, you want the color, the pop of color, and if they're brown, it's like, well, whatever.
So this is a tangent that I'm sure everybody is thrilled to hear.
At this point in the day, they are.
Big fan of cotton candy ice cream. We were at the OBS April 2-year-old sale, and they had an ice cream truck outside, which was brilliant. It's hot. You're looking at a ton of horses. You're exhausted. And I was like, this is great. I'm going to get cotton candy ice cream. Turned my whole tongue blue. Everybody I talked to for the rest of the day, I was just trying to keep my mouth closed. So choose your ice cream colors wisely.
Yeah, true. I'm a Rocky Road type of guy. Which
What
is
does he
an
think
old
that
school.
says about you?
That is old school.
Then I'm Gen whatever, 100 next, I guess they call it. Whatever I am.
I like some seriously elderly ice cream flavors like pistachio,
You like a
butter
butter
pecan.
pecan. I was
gonna say, you like a butter pecan,
for
don't
sure.
You're a pralines
Yep.
and cream kind of girl too, huh?
I mean, I feel kind of like 85 in my soul sometimes. So
There's nothing wrong with that, Sarah. Old souls are good to have. We should
And
probably get
while
back
we
to this
talk
race.
about this, Sarah's sitting there with her knitting needles.
yeah, right. That is a skill I don't have, but honestly, I wouldn't
I can
be
knit,
opposed
actually.
to taking on. Oh, you can.
Yeah.
I could see that.
Loading in for race 14. Where'd you land, Paul?
I landed on the 11 at 8-5, but if I was going to alternate, I'd go to the 7 and take a shot.
Sarah?
I'm with the 11 as well.
8-5 on Deemer gets the drop in class one more time today on the turf. Frank Miramati has the call.
Here's Let's Fight going in. Javier Castellano up. Wind Dancer is next. Brenchley to the outside. Going in. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Mission Hill is sprinting out for the early lead. I can see that. Comes away in second. And Deemer, Brenchley, the 4 outside stalls, vying for early supremacy. Hello Newman is on the inside 5th, followed then by Yohida Moneymaker in 6th as they speed into the first turn. And the lead belongs to Mission Hill. And so it's Mission Hill with a 1.5 lengths advantage. I can see that. Deemer and Brenchley 24 seconds flat for the opening quarter. Hello Newman, Yohida Moneymaker is next. It's a gap of 4. Back to Let's Flight, followed by Blame It on KJ. 2 more behind them to Uncle Barry. Solomini's Legacy is next, followed by Monomoy's Partner and Wind Dancer. The half in 48-3 for Mission Hill, who's been there throughout, prompted by I Can See That in second. Another 2 lengths more. Deemer's in third. Down at the rail, Hello Newman trying to get into it, is racing in 4th, just inside of Yohida Moneymaker. Let's Fight racing side by side with Blame It on KJ. Behind them, Uncle Barry and Brenchley. Mission Hill taking them to the quarter pole with a length advantage. Deemer on the inside looking for a spot to run and finding it now with 1 furlong to go. Mission Hill, Deemer taking aim in second. 3 lengths back, I Can See That. Yohida Moneymaker coming to the 16th pole. Mission Hill digging in under Kendrick Carmouche. Deemer's bearing down. It's going to get close, but Mission Hill will not surrender, and Mission Hill took them all the way. Deemer had every chance, but had to settle for second. I Can See That, and Blame It on KJ.
Mission Hill holding on over your favorite Deemer. Paul, we talked about it before the race. This horse was too big a price as he got some class relief today.
Yeah, he'd run some races last year in the Mod Barn that would win this race. He had a couple clunkers coming in, but Flavien Prat rode him 2 back. And what does Kendrick do? Puts him on the front end.
Absolutely. Able to just have a mission where he wants to have that forward position and get over to the rail to save ground too, the key to success in these types of turf races. And I thought Deemer, nothing wrong. He ended up getting himself right over to the fence, just did not go by in time in a race that was dominated forwardly.
Yeah, 9, 10, 11, if I'm not mistaken, 7 checked
9,
in.
11, 10, yep.
Yeah, and if you had that pick 5, $33,000 for 50 cents.
Wow.
And we have a pick 6 carryover for tomorrow. And I'll get you that pool in a second. Give me 2 seconds.
That
it was
pick 6 carryover, closing day.
It was 2. Well, no, excuse me. I apologize.
There's
1,
trainer
2, 3,
Dave
The
Duggan.
Jeopardy music is going, Paul.
I'm sorry. The pool total was
Answer is
260,000. So it's going to be like almost like a somewhere around a $200,000 carryover.
That'll be exciting for tomorrow.
Yeah, closing day.
Get your handicapping hats on.
Yes.
David Duggan, when you're
Got
ready.
some big races tomorrow. Getting the win here in the nightcap fort, Dave Duggan, who's standing by with Megan.
Well, here in the winner's circle, as you mentioned, with trainer David Duggan, getting the win off the dropping class and sent to the lead, and it worked out here.
We just left it in the hands of Kendrick. In Kendrick we trust. We were having a character building year, so I was not going to interrupt anything. Just leave him do his job.
We'll have to be pleased to be able to get a win on closing a weekend. And your daughter had worked with us on the production team, Lily, and which was an absolutely incredible, just a family moment here this summer.
Yes, indeed.
But congratulations here, David, and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
Acacia?
Megan, thank you. Dave Duggan with the victory. Such a classy gentleman, I think would be a good way to describe him. Kind person and a really, really good horseman.
He really is. His wife Laura is one of the best at jogging horses too. And you see Kendrick coming back. Kendrick, obviously, with a eventful day, but like you said, we saw this the other day with Katie Davis had an eventful day, and she ended up the day with a win. So this is going to be good for Kendrick.
I think I'm going to use David Duggan's phrase of character building to
That's
describe
a good way to
anything
put
that
it.
happens, that maybe you're facing a little bit of adversity, maybe you're in a situation where things are right there, but they're not quite working out as well as they could be. Builds character. Perfectly said.
Perfectly said. Big smiles from trainer Dave Duggan getting the victory in the nightcap. He runs 1-4, in fact, as Mission Hill. Aggressive ride from Kendrick Carmouche, paying off, holding off your favorite, number 11, Deemer, and turf debuter. I can see that. Hitting the board for Bruce Levine, son of War Dancer. We should have known. We talked about that feature.
Yeah.
Should have shown that one in a big
Especially
price.
a 5-year-old that's run one race every year.
Yeah.
And finally put a couple races together. So I can see the 10 starting to improve a little bit.
Mission Hill with the win, and as Paul mentioned, does trigger a pick 6 carryover into tomorrow. And as it's closing day, that also means it's mandatory payout. So a really great opportunity to take advantage.
Yeah, you're going into dead money tomorrow, and they have to pay it out, so you're going to get all of it. So hopefully, like Keisha said, dollar wager, put on your handicapping hats, and make sure it's your own opinion. The best opinion is your own. Don't listen to anybody else.
I was going to ask if you wanted to split a ticket.
Yeah, okay, I'll listen to your opinion. Let's go.
All right, let's do it.
It's Nelson, Sarah, and Paul. So we take a look at the field for the hopeful tomorrow. Of course, it's the final grade 1 of the meet. It's always historically the one that kind of wraps things up because it's a hope for the future. The only race that's not named for a person or a horse or a place, because it is that idea that these 2-year-olds can go on and do something great.
Yeah, usually the winner of this is a big player when it comes a little bit later in the year. I think Ted Noffi is going to be really tough. I just think debuting at 6.5 furlongs is going to help that horse. I understand Butane's coming in here for Bob Baffert, but he hasn't faced these type of horses that he's going to face. I think that, the outside horse has got a big shot, and Pletcher's going to take down another one.
It'd be pretty special to see a Spendthrift Farm horse win the Spendthrift Farm. Hopeful.
As well as the Spinaway, and so they would take both of those 2-year-old races. And I saw the namesake for Ted Noffi earlier today, and so I'm sure he'll be here for tomorrow's race and seeing how that one does end up running.
Of course, named for Spendthrift's Ned Toffee, his name misspelled online, and a great joke that became a horse name and looks like a pretty good horse at that. Guys, it was a lot of fun.
Yes,
Great to get a chance to share the set with you. Haven't seen you in a while. Thank you for joining us all day of the A Million Hours of racing that we've gotten to cover. We're back at it tomorrow. We saw some nice performances today, including 26 Black picking up another stakes victory in the first running of the Disco Partner, and Antiquarian taking down the Jockey Club Gold Cup. Might have been an eventful running of that race, but he certainly ran. We're back at it tomorrow, starting things off at 12 p.m. Live coverage on Saratoga Live of closing day from the spa.